Chapter 1051. The countless vines that grew out climbed up the igloo like Boston ivy. After a while, the vibrant greenery was about to cover the igloo completely. In a vast expanse of whiteness, the greenery was eye-catching and exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Shun Julie glanced at her and said, "Your kung fu has improved a lot." Ning Shuamal was proud. "Of course." She walked around the igloo and said, "Haha, our cooperation is quite seamless. Of course, when the two of us work together, we are a perfect pair and invincible," Shun Julie casually said and pulled her into the igloo. Ning Shuamal's heart skipped a beat when she heard what he said. A perfect pair. Did he also think that she was a perfect pair with him? She was finally not completely useless in front of him anymore. She would become stronger in the future so that she could be worthy of him. Only then could she be worthy of the phrase, a perfect pair. She was shocked when she walked in. The interior of the igloo was covered with an oversized bearskin that covered the entire floor. It was furry and felt like stepping on soft grass. It was unusually comfortable. Needless to say, this bearskin was from the big white bear that she had hunted. She didn't notice when the Almighty skinned the bear. The Almighty loved cleanliness, so this bearskin was unusually clean and smooth like satin. Ning Shuamal pounced on it and rolled on it. Then, she lay down on her back and said, "It's so comfortable." The snowstorm had started outside, and the snowflakes were as big as a mat. The strong wind mixed with the ice and snow, stirring up heaven and earth. She couldn't tell where the sky was and where the earth was. Outside, it was snowing heavily, but inside the igloo was as warm as spring. Ning Shuamal lay on the bearskin mattress and felt unusually satisfied. She ate a few pieces of soft pastries that the Almighty took out and looked at the snowstorm outside. She wondered how Yifeng and the rest were doing. They should be hiding from the wind and snow in the igloo, right? When Gu Ziyan and Lin Yichin woke up, Yifeng hadn't returned yet. Outside, the cold wind howled angrily. Snow and ice danced wildly. The howling of the wind sounded like the cries of ghosts. Yin Ziyuan looked at the wind and snow outside the igloo, lost in thought. Why isn't Yifeng back yet? Where would he hide in such a huge snowstorm? With his ability, he should be able to dodge it easily, right? She comforted herself like this, but her heart was still a little uneasy. Gu Ziyan had been hungry for a long time. Previously, he had picked up an egg with great difficulty and was happily preparing to roast it. He did not expect that the moment he cracked open the egg, it would attract the egg's mother, the white monster. In his shock, the egg fell to the ground and shattered. This time, not only did he not get to eat the egg, he also attracted the anger of the monster. Gu Ziyan, who was still in a state of shock, had long forgotten about his hunger. Now that he was out of danger and had rested enough, he felt his stomach rumbling. He had been so scared that he ran away that he didn't have much physical strength in the first place. Right now, he only felt extreme hunger. His stomach rumbled like a drum, louder and louder, grumble, grumble. Yin Ziyuan suddenly heard a strange sound. Looking for the source of the sound, she realized that Gu Ziyan's stomach was singing the empty fort strategy happily. Gu Ziyan's face turned red. Why did he always make a fool of himself in front of his sweetheart? Yin Ziyuan asked with concern, "Ziyan, are you hungry? I still have some dry food here. You eat first." After saying that, she took out the 2 remaining pastries and handed them to Gu Ziyan. Chapter 1052. Gu Ziyan took it and put it to his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered something. He raised his head and reluctantly handed a piece of pastry back to Yin Ziyuan. "Ziyuan, you eat too." Yin Ziyuan was actually very hungry, but she still wanted to leave the food for Gu Ziyan. She shook her head and looked away from the pastry. "I'm not hungry, Ziyan. You're still weak. You eat it." Gu Ziyan said a few more words before he put the pastry in his mouth with satisfaction. He tried to keep his image as a gentleman and ate it, but he was really hungry. A small piece of pastry couldn't solve anything at all. Instead, it made him feel even more hungry. After he finished the first piece, he couldn't help but stare at the last piece of pastry. Yin Ziyuan handed the last piece of pastry over. Gu Ziyan was about to reach out to take it. Kiran was furious. "Gu Ziyan, are you still a man? You ate all the pastry and let your fiancé watch." Gu Zian took the pastry and coughed lightly. He said seriously, "How could I eat this pastry by myself?" I felt that this pastry had been left outside for too long. It was cold and dry. I wanted to warm it up in my arms before giving it to Ziyuan. Kieran snorted. Sophistry. Gu Zian put the pastry in his arms and warmed it up for a while. Then he took out the pastry and held Yin Ziyuan by his side to feed her intimately. Yin Ziyuan felt a little warm in her heart. When she saw Gu Zian about to eat the 2 pieces of pastry, she felt a little uncomfortable now. It turned out that Gu Zian was afraid that she would eat it cold and wanted to warm it up for her. He still loved her very much. Yin Ziyuan ate the pastry that Gu Zian fed her in small bites. After eating some, she looked up. "Zian, you eat some too." Gu Zian looked like he was struggling. When he was about to go down the slope and feed himself some pastry, Kieran snorted again. "Can't help but show your true colors? TSK, TSK. Gu Zian looked like his flesh was being cut. He waved his hand and pretended to be magnanimous. "I'm not eating. Ziyuan, hurry up and eat. I'm already very touched that you accompanied me to the ice field. How can I let you suffer?" Yin Ziyuan's eyes flashed with warmth. "Zian, we are husband and wife. There's no need to talk about suffering. Wherever you go, I'll go." The little Qilin couldn't take it anymore and turned its head away. This scum of a man's flirting was indeed beautiful, but no matter how beautiful he was, it couldn't change his scum nature. How could Yin Ziyuan like such a two-faced, cowardly, and hypocritical person? If Yifeng lost to this kind of person, it would be the biggest joke in the world. When Yin Ziyuan's curse was broken, Kieran would be the first to bite this scumbag to death. Gu Zian wrapped the white wolf skin that he peeled off from the Wolf King and walked around in a circle. The white wolf skin was not very warm, and his skinning technique was not very good. Therefore, a good piece of skin was full of holes after being skinned by him, and the wind was leaking out. He couldn't stop shivering. From time to time, he moved his hands and feet to keep warm. The hunger in his stomach was even stronger. After a long time, he saw that the snow outside had stopped. He was cold and hungry. He couldn't sit still anymore. He looked outside again. 6 to 8 hours had passed, and Yifeng still hadn't returned. He couldn't help but ask, "Kieran, how long do we have to wait? Why is Yifeng gone for so long? Did he leave us behind and leave by himself?" Chapter 1053. Yin Ziyuan couldn't help but look at him and subconsciously refuted him. "He won't." Her heart skipped a beat. She actually refuted her husband's words for an unrelated man? Gu Zian froze and looked at Yin Ziyuan. His mood wasn't very good. Kieran snorted from the side. "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your petty heart. He won't be as selfish as you." Gu Zian's face flushed red. He was able to speak frankly and eloquently in front of those scholars, debating with them. But when he met Kieran, he felt like a scholar meeting a soldier who couldn't reason with him. This mythological beast had a very bad impression of him and didn't give him any face at all. He put on an appearance of not arguing with a child and gently smiled. He said to Yin Ziyuan, "Brother Yi is a righteous sharkman, and he was your secret guard. He shouldn't abandon us and leave by himself." For some reason, Yin Ziyuan didn't want to hear Gu Zian say that Yifeng was her secret guard. "I already said that he was my brother in my previous life. He definitely won't abandon us. Maybe he's still looking for that flower. Let's wait and see." Brother? Yifeng's feelings for her were definitely not the same as a brother's feelings for his sister. Gu Zian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. His voice was still very gentle. "I mean, did he lose his way in the snow and can't find his way back? Why don't we go out to look for him and help him?" Yin Ziyuan was a little hesitant. "Yifeng told us to wait here. What if we go out to look for him and he comes back and can't find us?" In fact, Gu Zian was hungry and wanted to let the little Qilin go out to hunt. The so-called meeting up with someone was just an excuse. He was quite eloquent and said a few more reasons why they had to go out to look for him. Finally, Yin Ziyuan was moved. Gu Zian looked at Kieran, who was lying on the side. Kieran... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Kieran. Kieran, is Kieran someone like you can call me that? Call me Great God Kieran. This mythological beast is a little hungry and has a bad temper. If you say something wrong again, this mythological beast will directly eat you. Gu Xian's response, and he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only endure the hunger in his stomach and tactfully talk to Kieran. Of course, he also talked about the problem of food. He was a man's. He's SSSSS. It was no wonder that he was a scholar. His words were reasonable and meaningful. Finally, the little Qilin was convinced. It got up and swayed its body. You two wait here first. I'll go find some food and help you phone along the way. Gu Xian shook his head. You can't, great God, Kieran. If you leave, who will protect Ziyuan and me? Why don't you take the two of us to look for food? You can leave a mark for Yifeng along the way. That way, Yifeng can follow the mark and find us. You don't have to make an extra trip. That was true. Kieran stopped and weighed the pros and cons. With its current ability, it shouldn't be a problem to protect the two of them. If it really couldn't, it could also lower itself to carry them. In this ice field, Kieran's martial arts might not be the best, but in terms of speed, Kieran was one of the best. There will be a climax tomorrow. Are you looking forward to it? Chapter 1054. Kieran nodded its big head. You too, follow me closely. Kieran felt that its words were unnecessary. Gu Xian was now following it all the time, as if it wanted to grow on its body. Kieran could almost flatten it by turning around. Kieran's mouth twitched. You don't have to follow me so closely. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally step on you. Only then did Gu Xian put some distance between them. Kieran led the way in front, Yin Ziyuan in the middle, and Gu Xian at the back. They maintained this formation and moved forward slowly. Kieran took a few steps and left a paw print on the snow. This way, Yifeng could follow the footprints and find them. Kieran's pace was relatively large, so it unknowingly fell behind the two of them. Only the dim stars in the sky were shining faintly. Everything around them could not be seen clearly. Ah! Yin Ziyuan, who was walking in the middle, exclaimed loudly in the silent night. Kieran hurriedly turned around, only to see Gu Xian standing there in a daze. Yin Ziyuan was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Damn, where did Yin Ziyuan go? I lost a person. If Yin Ziyuan died, how could it explain to its master? Kieran hurriedly ran back, only to find that there was a huge ice crack on the ground. It was so dark that it could not see the bottom. This ice crack was originally covered by ice and snow. Yin Ziyuan happened to step on it, so it suddenly sank. Gu Xian crouched at the entrance of the cave, looking anxious. Ziyuan, are you in there? Can you hear me? Gu Xian's voice echoed in the cave, but Yin Ziyuan's words could not be heard. Kieran looked down. Although it had excellent eyesight, it could not see how deep the cave was. If Yin Ziyuan fell down, he was afraid Kieran's head exploded. He anxiously walked around the entrance of the cave. No, it had to go down and take a look. If he was alive, it had to see him. If he was dead, it had to see his corpse. After figuring this out, the little Qilin jumped down without any hesitation. Gu Xian was left dumbstruck at the entrance of the cave. Gu Xian's face turned slightly pale as he looked down at the big hole. That pitch-black hole of unknown depth was like the huge mouth of a monster that was choosing people to devour. His beloved had fallen. He was very anxious, but he didn't have the guts to jump down. Forget it, Kieran should go down. If even Kieran couldn't find her, he wouldn't be able to either. He would only be sending himself to his death. After figuring this out, Gu Xian decided to sit beside the cave entrance. This ice crevice was not straight up and down. It was slightly sloped. After Kieran jumped down, he slid down like a whirlwind. The walls of the ice crevice were very smooth and hard. Kieran desperately scratched the walls a few times, but only left a few white marks on the walls. However, the entrance of the cave was quite narrow. Kieran couldn't extend his wings, so he could only use his telekinesis to slightly reduce the speed of his descent. There was a faint smell of Yin Ziyuan in this cave. He was sure that Yin Ziyuan had definitely fallen down, but he was not sure if she was still alive. Kieran shouted, Yin Ziyuan! Kieran! Kieran! His loud voice echoed in the cave. Kieran almost fainted from the shock. He didn't dare to shout anymore. The lower he went, the more complicated the terrain became. From time to time, there would be one or two huge rocks sticking out. Kieran was caught off guard and almost crashed into one. Fortunately, he slapped out his claws in time and used the reaction force to avoid the huge rock. He continued to roll and crawl down. Chapter 1055. The further it went down, the more frightened it became. It was such a steep slope and such a dangerous terrain. Yin Ziyuan was a weak girl. She would most likely die if she fell down like this, unless a miracle happened. Kieran felt that its heart had sunk to the bottom of a hole. Fortunately, the downward slope had eased a lot. Kieran scratched and finally slowed down. It was pitch black in the cave. Fortunately, its beast eyes could see in the dark, so Kieran saw a fork in the road not far below. Damn, there's a fork in the road. Which one should I choose? Kieran slid down at lightning speed. Its green eyes were wide open, and it looked anxious. Its big head moved back and forth to smell. Before it could decide which side to choose, the fork in the road was right in front of it. It could not stop its momentum. It made up its mind and chose the hole on the right. Kieran shouted up, "I choose the hole on the right." Hole, hole, hole. The sound was like thunder, echoing back and forth in the cave. Kieran had closed its ears in advance to avoid being destroyed by its own voice. Gu Zian was as timid as a mouse. He would not dare to jump down, and he would not dare to walk around. He must be guarding the hole at the moment. The little Qilin's voice was loud enough that it was certain that Gu Zian could hear it. When the reinforcements came, they would definitely choose the hole on the left. Kieran adjusted its posture as it fell. It was ready to kiss the ground at any time. Its skin was thick, so it would not be a problem for it to fall once or twice. However, it was afraid that Yin Ziyuan was at the bottom of the cave. It would be bad if she was not killed by the fall, but by the fall. All right, reinforcements. How could it forget about its master? Kieran immediately contacted Ning Xiumao while it was falling. Master, master. Ning Xiumao and Shun Juli were also about to set out to find the ice flame flower. Ning Xiumao's heart sank when she heard Kieran's anxious voice. Before she could ask, Kieran had already shouted, "Master, Yin Ziyuan fell into the ice hole. Come and save her with the Almighty." Ning Xiumao's heart suddenly jumped. No one knew better than her how dangerous the ice holes that suddenly appeared on the ice field were. Some of the ice holes were thousands of meters long, as if they led directly to the depths of hell. If Yin Ziyuan fell into such a place with her mediocre skills, she would lose her life. Without saying another word, Ning Xiumao dashed towards the little Qilin's direction. She had already reached Earth Realm Rank 5, so her telepathy with the little Qilin was already completely harmonious. She didn't need the little Qilin to report its location and could quickly locate it. Then, in the shortest time possible, she would be able to find it. Shun Jili picked her up. "Tell me the location. I'll take you there." The Almighty's speed was naturally as fast as flying. After Ning Xiumao told him the location of Kieran, she asked Kieran, "What's going on? Weren't you waiting in the ice house built by Yi Feng? How long has she fallen in?" Kieran's voice was angry. "It's all Gu Zian's fault, that scumbag." Gu Zian was like an ant on a hot pan. From time to time, he circled around the hole and kept looking at it. Suddenly, Kieran's roar came from the hole. That sound seemed to come from the core of the earth. Gu Zian's heart sank. How deep was this hole? Could they still come up? Chapter 1056. He thought that even if his psychokinesis was at its peak, he would not be able to get out of here. Now that he had no psychokinesis, he was just like an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to get out alone. If they could not come up, would he not be trapped here until he died? When he thought of this, his entire face turned pale. Suddenly, Kieran's roar came from the bottom of the hole. "I choose the right." Right. Right? Was there a fork in the road? Gu Zian subconsciously remembered the little Qilin's words. Although the sound was clear this time, it was much weaker. It could be seen how deep Kieran had fallen. It was easy to fall down, but difficult to come up. Kieran was powerful, but could it really come up from such a deep hole? If it could not come up, then he would not be able to contact Ning Xiumao and the rest. His face turned even paler, but he could only wait here. Was he going to wait for death here? Was he, the Guqin saint, going to die in such a remote and desolate place? No, he could not. Thinking of that scene, Gu Zian's face turned even paler. He was almost scared out of his wits by death. He anxiously circled the hole a few times and almost slipped and fell down. What should I do? What should I do? Right? Yifeng. Yifeng had not fallen down yet. He could definitely bring him out of this ice field. However, if Yin Ziyuan died, Yifeng would probably want to kill him. He would definitely not bring him along. Then he could only count on Ning Xiuma and the rest. Kirin should have informed its master, right? Perhaps Ning Xiuma and the rest would arrive soon. Yun might not be dead, yet Gu Zian calmed down a little and began to look into the distance from time to time. He had never looked forward to the arrival of Yifeng and Ning Xiuma so much. Yifeng walked through 3 or 4 ice valleys in a row, but the ice flame flowers were still like flowers in the water, the moon in the mirror. He could not find any clues. In the process of searching, he naturally encountered a snowstorm. This storm was unprecedentedly strong, and the skies seemed to be upside down. It was almost impossible to walk in such weather. He could only find a leeward place and hide in the gap between 2 ice rocks to avoid the snow. After the snow stopped, the surrounding scenery changed. The hillside became an ice mountain, and the ice floe became a valley. Fortunately, Yifeng had a special ability to find his way, so he did not get lost. Originally, he wanted to continue looking for Yin Ziyuan, but in the end, he was worried about her. He was afraid that she would be worried if he didn't go back for a long time, and he was also afraid that Gu Ziyuan would cause trouble again. So after some thought, he decided to go back and take a look first. Along the way, he didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy. The fear of losing something was like a cage that tightly wrapped around him. He simply increased his speed to the maximum and returned to the ice house in just over 2 hours. No one. Yifeng looked around the room like a whirlwind, but he could not find anyone. What happened? Why was there no one? Did they get attacked by wild beasts? Yifeng looked around carefully. No, it was not a wild beast attack. Everything was clean and tidy, and there were no traces of fighting. He checked the traces of their departure. The traces were neat and tidy. Obviously, they left by themselves. Did they go to look for food? If so, they should have left a mark for him. After figuring this out, Yifeng began to carefully search for the marks that Kirin and the rest had left behind. Chapter 10:57. Although there was still wind and snow blowing from time to time, covering the footprints on the ground, there were still many clues left behind. His tracking skills had always been very good, so after searching for a while, he found their marks. Based on the depth of the marks, he calculated how long they had been gone. They had been gone for less than 2 hours. With Kirin by their side, there shouldn't be any great danger. Yifeng's worried heart finally relaxed. He followed Kirin's footprints and rushed in that direction. He was really as fast as lightning. It was fine. Maybe they were just looking for food and wouldn't encounter any monsters. Even if they did, Kirin would be able to deal with them. Yifeng kept comforting himself in his heart, but the uneasiness in his heart was like a black shadow that kept expanding and spreading. The fear for no reason was like a spider that nibbled at him bit by bit. His heart tightened bit by bit, almost suffocating him. While he was running, his heart suddenly beat violently, as if someone had suddenly pinched it. Pain, fear. Countless indescribable emotions flooded his heart. Something had happened. Sharkman's sixth sense had always been very sharp. For him to suddenly have this kind of reaction, something must have happened to Yin Ziyuan. At this time, Yifeng's speed had already exceeded the limits of his body. The wind and snow were like knives, slicing into his skin piece by piece. His exposed skin was even cut open. Bright red blood fell to the ground and instantly condensed into red beads. From afar, he saw a white figure standing in front of him, and his heart suddenly sank. That person was Gu Zian, but Yin Ziyuan and Kirin were nowhere to be seen. Gu Zian saw a black figure in the distance shooting towards them like an arrow. He was delighted. Finally, someone had come. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Yifeng, over here, over here!" Yifeng appeared beside him in the blink of an eye and grabbed Gu Zian's collar. "Where's Ziyuan?" Gu Zian was lifted up like a little chick, and his face turned red. "Cough, cough, let go of me, cough, cough." As soon as Yifeng let go, Gu Zian fell to the side. He coughed as he pointed at the crack in the ice and said, "Ahem," and fell down. "Ahem." Kieran also jumped down. There's still no movement. Why? Yifeng looked into the crack in the ice, and his head exploded. She fell into such a deep crevice by herself. He did not wait for Gu Zian to finish his words and jumped into the crevice. Gu Zian, he was stunned for a moment, then suddenly rushed to the entrance of the cave and shouted, "Kieran chose the passage on the right." Kieran chose the right passage. There was no sound coming from the cave. The cave was like a black hole, swallowing everything that entered it. Yifeng naturally heard that sentence and silently noted it down. Although he was falling at a high speed, he did not panic at all. It was as if he was on flat ground. He carefully observed the traces around him. There were a few scratch marks on the walls of the cave. Judging from the length and strength of the scratch marks, they should have been left by Kieran. Ziyuan did not have that much strength. How was Ziyuan now? Was she injured? Yifeng was burning with anxiety. But he was a rational person after all. He could control his panic and tried his best to calm down. A moment later, he saw the fork in the road from afar. He turned around and slid into the passage on the left. Ziyuan, you must stay alive. Wait for me. Chapter 1058. Gu Zian shouted at the entrance of the cave for a long time, but there was no response. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he angrily stomped his feet. These idiots. Idiots. He had hoped for the stars and the moon for a savior. But in the end, he jumped down again. Gu Zian almost wanted to curse. But what else could he do? He could only obediently wait for a miracle to happen. He looked around, afraid that another monster would jump out. Right now, he was the only one here, so he didn't have any ability to resist. If a monster came, he could only be a snack. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a deep rumbling sound coming from underground. It seemed like something underground had collapsed, and the ground under his feet was shaking. Gu Zian was standing at the edge of the ice crack and was almost shaken to the point of falling down. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly took a few steps back and tripped on a piece of ice, falling down on his butt. He accidentally sat on a sharp piece of ice. It almost hit his butt. He groaned in pain and jumped up while holding his butt. He spun in a circle, and his face turned pale, and his body trembled. He was jumping up and down in pain when a faint white light flashed in the distance, and two people appeared in front of him. He looked carefully and was overjoyed. "Madam Ning, Mr. Han, you're finally here. Quickly save Ziyuan and the others." Ning Xiumao already knew the general situation from Kieran. She looked at the man in front of her and wished she could kick him down. She looked into the ice crack. It was so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. How long has it been since Ziyuan fell down? Is there any movement down there? She fell down almost 2 hours ago. Yifeng also went down, and Kieran, there's no news from them. There was a tremor coming from below. It seems like a cave has collapsed. Gu Zian told her everything he knew. Cave. Ning Xiuma's expression became even worse. It would be a miracle if someone didn't die from falling into the ice crack. If there was another cave, she could only go down to investigate. Just as she was about to contact Kieran again, a green light flashed not far away. Kieran ran over like a whirlwind. "Master, you're here." Gu Zian was dumbfounded. This Qilin clearly jumped down from this crack in the ice. Why did it run back from afar? "Little Apple, cut the crap. What's the situation inside?" Ning Xiuma immediately asked. "It's complicated. The slope was very steep, and I couldn't stop falling. There was also a fork in the road, and I chose the one on the right. Yin Ziyuan wasn't there. After I fell to the bottom, I searched for her, but there was no trace of her. She must have fallen into the hole on the left. The cave was steep and narrow, so I couldn't go back the way I came. I could only grope my way forward. It took me a lot of detours to get out. Then, did you notice that the ground was sinking? No, the path I took was very normal. It was just that when I was about to reach the exit, I felt a slight tremor. Even if the ground sank, it wasn't the path I was on." Speaking up to this point, the little Qilin's voice suddenly stopped. If it wasn't on the path it was on, then it was on the path Yin Ziyuan fell into. It turned around and wanted to jump down again. "I'll go to the other hole to check." Little Apple, stay up here. Guru, let's go down. Ning Xiuma ordered and stopped Kieran in his tracks. A white figure flashed in front of them. Ning Xiuma pulled Shun Juli and jumped into the crack. Chapter 1059. Gu Ziyan was speechless. He wanted to say, since the ground has caved in, Ziyuan and Yi Feng must have met with misfortune. We shouldn't waste our efforts. But before he could finish his sentence, Ning Xiuma and Han Shanyue were nowhere to be seen. His heart suddenly sank. If Yin Ziyuan and Yi Feng had met with misfortune down there, then Ning Xiuma and Han Shanyue would probably not care about him anymore. Not to mention curing his incurable disease. He might not even be able to walk out of this ice field. His heart was filled with fear as he glanced at the little Qilin beside him. His eyes turned slightly before he suddenly knelt down and prayed loudly to the heavens. May the heavens bless and protect Ziyan. Disciple is willing to sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan in exchange for her safety. Kieran glanced at him coldly. If this man didn't cast the twin curse on Yin Ziyuan, why would they come to this godforsaken place? Why would Yin Ziyuan fall into the ice hole and have no idea whether she was dead or alive? He was the main culprit. Kieran clenched its claws and tried to control its emotions. It didn't fly into a rage immediately. If Yin Ziyuan and Yi Feng were fine, then it would forget about it. If Yin Ziyuan had met with misfortune, then it wouldn't hesitate to tear this man into pieces and feed him to the wolves. Yin Ziyuan didn't know how long she had been rolling down. The cave was dark and silent. Time seemed to have stopped here. She tried to stop herself from falling, but to no avail. She could only adjust her body while rolling. She knew some kung fu, so this kind of adjustment was very useful for her. At least she managed to avoid some protruding rocks and sharp ice. She was dizzy and had to accept her fate as she waited for the moment she reached the bottom of the cave. Fortunately, as she rolled, the slope seemed to be getting gentler. She shouldn't die from the fall. However, she was, after all, a rich young lady who had never experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although she had followed Ning Xiuma to the snowfield and learned a lot of knowledge that she couldn't learn in the boudoir and had become bolder, she was still afraid of the dark. Coupled with the fear of the unknown in front of the inky darkness, her heart tightened into a ball as she frantically rolled around. For some reason, the first person she thought of wasn't Gu Ziyan, but Yi Feng. Including when she instantly fell into the hole. She subconsciously called out Yi Feng's name. She recalled the time when he rescued her from the monster's mouth. He was worried that she would be scared, so he thoughtfully covered her eyes. Don't be scared, I'm here. With him around, she always felt at ease. But he wasn't there. Yi Feng, where are you? I'm so scared. She didn't know how long she had been rolling down. Maybe it was a few minutes, or maybe it was a few seconds. Just when she felt that she was about to roll into hell, a red light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Yin Ziyuan subconsciously closed her eyes. Then, her body suddenly stopped. It seemed like she had fallen somewhere. She fell so hard that her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. I can't faint. I can't faint. She desperately bit her lips. That sharp pain pulled her back a little. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. After a long period of darkness, she suddenly saw light. Her vision was hazy, and then she felt that it was a red light that was almost as bright as the stars. Yin Zin wanted to open her eyes to see clearly, but her vision suddenly turned black and she fainted. Blue sky, white cloud, sea, flying seagulls, beautiful sharkmen. Chapter 1060. Yin Zin was in a daze, as if she had a very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to have become a mermaid, freely swimming in the blue waves. Zin, wake up! Zin, wake up! After an unknown amount of time, Yin Ziyuan felt someone anxiously calling her name. Her eyelashes trembled, her fingers moved, and she finally woke up. Her vision was still a bit hazy because she had lost too much blood. She couldn't see the person in front of her clearly. In the blur, she seemed to see Yi Feng's anxious face in the red light. She reached out her hand. Yi Feng, is it you? Did you come to save me? Am I hallucinating? Yi Feng grabbed her hand. Her hands were originally as tender as spring onions, white and soft, but but now they were dripping with blood. The pink wounds were slightly open. "It's me, then you have to hold on." Yifeng's voice was trembling. When he arrived, Yin Ziyuan was lying in a pool of blood. She had already lost consciousness. There were many abrasions all over her body. Although the wounds weren't deep, for some reason, the blood kept flowing. In this kind of environment, any insignificant wound could be fatal. Yin Ziyuan was extremely weak now. When she saw Yifeng, her uneasy heart finally calmed down. It was good that he came. She was safe with him here. Yin Ziyuan relaxed and fainted again. Her clothes were tattered. Her face was pale and haggard. Her lips that were once as bright as flower petals were now as pale as a flower in the rain. It seemed like they could wither at any time. Yifeng held her hand tightly. His face was even paler than Yin Ziyuan's. Yin Ziyuan in his arms seemed to have turned into Yiyu from his previous life. Her body was covered in blood, and her body was turning cold in his arms. But he was helpless. No, he couldn't let her walk down the same path as in his previous life. No matter what, he had to make sure she was fine. He couldn't let her die in his arms again. He helped her up so that her back was facing him. Then, he placed his hands on her back to heal her injuries. "Ziyuan, you must hang in there, hang in there." Yifeng sent Sharkman's Will of Origin into Yin Ziyuan, checking her wounds and broken meridians before gently healing them gradually. The wounds on her body began to heal and scab over. Her face was slightly flushed, and her cold hands and feet began to warm up. After about an hour, Yin Ziyuan finally woke up. Her vision gradually cleared. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her. She turned her head and saw Yifeng treating her injuries. Just as she was about to speak, Yifeng shook his head at her, signaling her to be quiet. Yin Ziyuan then obediently maintained her cross-legged posture, allowing Yifeng's psychokinesis to continuously flow into her body. She felt warmth all over her body, and the painful wounds from before seemed to be slowly healing. It really was him, so he really came to save her. Yin Ziyuan suddenly had the urge to cry. She didn't cry when no one responded to her when she asked for help. She didn't cry when she was alone in the dark and her life was in danger. She didn't cry when she kept falling and getting scratched. But now, when she saw Yifeng, she felt wronged and afraid. She couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, and tears kept welling up in her eyes. She was afraid that she would distract Yifeng, so she forced herself to hold back her tears. Like a small stone being thrown into the water. At first, it was a small ripple, but then it gradually rippled through her entire heart. There was a burst of warmth that kept washing over her. Chapter 10:61. There was a burst of warmth that washed away the anxiety and fear. It was like a spring breeze in March, dispelling the darkness and bringing light. After another incense stick worth of time, Yifeng finally stopped. He wanted to get up, but he suddenly felt powerless. He held onto the cave wall to support himself. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was clear that healing Yin Ziyuan had consumed a lot of his energy. Yin Ziyuan quickly got up and supported his swaying body. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yifeng closed his eyes and waited for the dizziness to pass. He had used too much of the mermaid's original telekinesis to heal all the wounds on Yin Ziyuan's body. His energy had been consumed too quickly. It was like losing a lot of blood, so dizziness was normal. He opened his eyes again and saw Yin Ziyuan's bright eyes looking at him anxiously. He knew that she was worried about him. His heart warmed and his voice became gentle. "I'm fine." Yin Ziyuan had been supporting Yifeng. She was afraid that if she let go, Yifeng would fall. Hearing him say that he was fine, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knit together. "Yifeng, you should rest a bit more. Don't force yourself. Don't force yourself." Yiyu had said this to him many times. Today, he had finally heard it from her mouth again. Yifeng stared at her for a while. His eyes seemed to be filled with emotions. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he was trying to suppress something. "All right, I won't force myself." Yin Ziyuan didn't know why her heart was in a trance. A voice seemed to pass through thousands of mountains and rivers, carrying a bit of love. "I promise you, I won't force myself." Her heart suddenly throbbed with pain. This feeling was both sweet and sad, making her feel a loss. Yifeng sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state to recuperate. Yanziyuan stayed by his side, quietly lost in thought. Her mind was in a mess before, but for some reason, when she saw Yifeng's calm face, her chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. Yifeng had this kind of invisible power that made people feel at ease, calm, and as steady as a mountain. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yifeng slowly exhaled and stopped. When he stood up again, his complexion was much better. Yanziyuan also stood up and carefully looked at his complexion. After confirming that he was fine, she let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. Only then did she remember Gu Ziyan. Yifeng, have you seen Ziyan? Yifeng's eyes darkened. He's up there. He's safe. Gu Ziyan was up there? In other words, Yifeng jumped down by himself to save her. Her heart was moved again. Yifeng quietly observed his surroundings. After a while, he said quietly, "We can't go out from the exit above. There's a cave here. Let's explore." He didn't feel at ease leaving Yanziyuan alone, so he could only bring her along. Yanziyuan began to pay attention to her surroundings. She exclaimed, "What a beautiful place." This place was very strange. No one would have thought that there would be such a beautiful scene under the cave. Everywhere was crystal clear red. They were surrounded by red crystals, red icicles, red ice blades, and red towers. They were like the purest red crystals, shining with a soul-stealing light. The temperature here was just right, a few dozen degrees higher than the temperature above the cave. Yanziyuan even felt a little hot. Chapter 1062. The place they were in just happened to be a smooth and spacious area, and not far away, there was a row of blood-red mountain peaks. Yanziyuan only felt a chill run down her spine. If they had slid a few more meters, they would have directly crashed into the sharp mountain peaks. The consequences would have been unimaginable. And above them, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. They had fallen from there, and both of them knew how steep it was. So they also knew that they would definitely not be able to climb up. And right in front of them, there was another cave entrance. What was different from the previous cave entrance was that this one was very bright, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Inside the cave, there was a sparkling red passageway with countless twists and turns, making it impossible to see the end. All of this was a masterpiece of nature, and one couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Yifeng walked in front, and Yanziyuan followed behind. The two of them walked very carefully. Yifeng would sometimes knock on the cave wall and casually throw a crystal in front of them. After confirming that there were no problems, he protected Yanziyuan as they walked forward. If they weren't trapped here at this time, Yanziyuan would definitely appreciate the uncanny workmanship of nature. Who would have thought that there would be such a warm and beautiful place a few thousand meters under the frozen snowfield? More importantly, there was actually plenty of oxygen here, so Yanziyuan didn't feel stuffy at all. Yanziyuan was still quite vigilant at first, obediently following behind Yifeng, and only used her curious eyes to look around at the red crystals. But after walking for a long distance, and still nothing happened, she finally couldn't suppress the desire in her heart, and after obtaining Yifeng's permission, she touched the crystal cave wall. It was cold and smooth to the touch, and it was very comfortable. Yanziyuan began to touch here and there, and Yifeng had always doted on Yanziyuan, so after confirming that there was no problem, he naturally let her do as she pleased. Of course, he wouldn't let Yanziyuan be too far away from him. The more beautiful a place was, the more likely it was to be dangerous. This was his experience after living for thousands of years. Even though he was walking in front of Yanziyuan and didn't look back from beginning to end, no matter how fast or slow Yanziyuan walked, he always kept a distance of 3 meters from her, not an inch more or less. This distance would make her feel safe and less resistant to him. And when she was really in danger, he would be able to protect her in time and not let her get hurt again. It's so warm here. It would be great if Ziyan could come in too. Yanziyuan thought of Gu Ziyan, who was still starving in the ice and snow. Yifeng's back stiffened slightly. He didn't say anything. When Gu Ziyan saw his beloved fall into the ice crevice, He didn't even have the intention to follow her down. That kind of person was definitely not Ziyuan's man. If she married Gu Ziyan, it would definitely be a disaster in the future. But how could he stop it when the time came? Yifeng had a lot on his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued to walk forward without saying a word. This place was beautiful, but it seemed to be filled with a kind of death aura. Other than the sound of their footsteps and the occasional conversation, there was no other sound. It was as silent as a tomb. If Yin Ziyuan was walking here alone, she would have been scared out of her wits. But now that Yifeng was by her side, she actually felt strangely at ease. It was as if as long as he was by her side, even if the sky fell, she wouldn't be afraid, because Yifeng would hold it up for her from time to time. Crystalline crystals would appear in this cave. They were of different shapes and shined with different lusters. Chapter 1063. Yin Ziyuan inadvertently looked forward and saw a piece of red crystal. It was as big as a person's palm and vaguely had the shape of a mermaid. Her heart skipped a beat. She ran over and picked it up. Just as she held the crystal in her hand, she suddenly heard a gust of wind above her head. "Be careful!" Before Yin Ziyuan could react, her body fell into someone's arms. That person spun quickly with her and waved his sleeve again. Pop! Boom! An object moved half a foot and crashed to the ground. Two consecutive loud noises shook the cave, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. Yin Ziyuan opened her eyes in shock and found herself in Yifeng's arms. At the place where she was standing, there was a huge crystal. That crystal was slightly slanted. Obviously, it was due to Yifeng's palm. Yin Ziyuan's heart was beating fast. If Yifeng didn't move her away in time, she would have been slapped under the crystal and become a meat patty. "Thank you." She murmured in his arms and forgot to push him away for a moment. His steady heartbeat was right next to her ear, making her heart beat faster. "With me, you don't have to be polite." Yifeng let go of her and took a few steps back, still keeping a safe distance from her. Suddenly leaving his arms, Yin Ziyuan felt a little disappointed. She calmed down and looked at the big stone. Where did this stone fall from? Yifeng raised his head and looked at the ceiling. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Although the cave wall above was crisscrossed with all kinds of crystals like fangs, there were no traces of it ever being broken. This big rock did not seem to have fallen from above. Then where did this big stone fall from? This big stone fell in a strange way. What was even stranger was that it just happened to block the passage they came from. Yifeng walked over to take a look. This big stone had already reached the top of the cave and had completely blocked their way. Unless he turned into his original body or a water snake, he would be able to swim out from the edge of this big stone. He raised his hand and pushed again, but the boulder didn't budge. It was as if it had grown on the ground in an instant. Yifeng frowned slightly. With his current strength, not to mention such a huge boulder, even if it was twice the size of this boulder, he would still be able to push it. But now it was as if it was cast iron on the ground. It didn't shake at all. In other words, their path was sealed, and they could only move forward. "We can't go back, right?" Yin Ziyuan was nervous and couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry, we'll find another way out." Yifeng comforted her. Yin Ziyuan looked ahead at the endless winding passageway and couldn't help but grab Yifeng's sleeve. "I wonder if there's a way out in front." When she listened to those adventure stories, she felt that they were very exciting and hot-blooded. But when this kind of thing happened to her, she knew that the feeling of fear and trepidation was definitely not something an ordinary person could endure. Yifeng lowered his eyes and looked at her little hand that was holding his sleeve. His heart felt sour and warm. Many years ago, she also liked to hold his sleeve and relied on him for everything. His heart shook as he held her hand. "Don't worry, we won't be unable to get out." If there were no accidents, Kiran should have already informed Ning Xuema and Han Shanyue. That Master Han Shanyue was someone who could change the world. As long as he rushed over to save them, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Chapter 1064. During this period of time, he just needed to protect Yin Ziyuan and not let anything happen to her. His voice had the power to calm people's hearts, and Yin Ziyuan's panicked heart finally calmed down. It was only at this moment that she realized she was still desperately pulling on Yifeng's sleeve. Her heart skipped a beat and she finally let go. As if she thought of something, she held the crystal in her hand and waved it in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, what do you think this looks like? Yifeng looked at her palm. He didn't have many romantic cells in his body, so he couldn't see what it was for a while. In his eyes, it was just a normal crystal. His attention was on her little hand. That little hand was red and swollen, and there were many frozen wounds on it. There were even some wounds that were still oozing blood. It was clear how much she had suffered along the way. Yifeng's heart ached. Without saying a word, he took out the bottle of medicine that was left with only a little bit left. He pulled her hand over and applied the precious ointment on her wound. When Yin Ziyuan saw the ointment, her hand couldn't help shrinking back. Yifeng, don't apply this on me. This is life-saving medicine. This is just a small wound from frostbite. It's fine. Yifeng still applied the rest of the ointment on her. His fingers were slightly cold. When he held her hand and applied the ointment, Yin Ziyuan actually felt like there was an electric current on his hand. It went into her heart, and that kind of feeling was warm and sour. It made her eyes inexplicably warm. Yin Ziyuan's heart felt like someone had thrown a stone into the lake. It was very turbulent. She suddenly blurted out, "Were you really my older brother in your previous life?" Yifeng's fingers slightly paused, and then he let go of her hand. Right now, he didn't know what she was thinking when she broke the twin curse, so he didn't want to explain too much to her. He only gave a faint in sound. How good would it be if he wasn't her older brother? Otherwise, she would have definitely fallen in love with him in her previous life. Yin Ziyuan's heart suddenly had this thought that scared her. How could he have such thoughts? Could it be that she had fallen for Yifeng? No, this is impossible. She loved Gu Ziyan and was about to marry Gu Ziyan. She couldn't let her imagination run wild. Otherwise, how would she be any different from the promiscuous women she usually despised? She calmly took a few steps back and smiled. Then you should be my brother from now on. I will treat you as my real brother. Yifeng, a hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. It turned out that no matter if it was in the previous life or this life, he could only be her brother. However, this was also good. Back then, he had gambled on his fate with Yi Yu. It was impossible for him and her to be together. This is also good. He turned around and said faintly, "Let's go. We'll find a way to get out." He took the lead and walked forward. Yin Ziyuan walked a few steps behind him and walked side by side with him. She handed over the crystal in her palm. "Yifeng Gij, this is for you." Yifeng was a bit confused as he took the crystal. Yin Ziyuan then said, "Don't you think that this crystal looks a bit like a mermaid? I'll give it to you as a souvenir." Yifeng looked down at the crystal in his hand. After Yin Ziyuan's explanation, he finally felt that this crystal really did look like a mermaid. He slightly held the crystal in his hand. This was the first time Yin Ziyuan had given him something. Although she had casually picked it up, it was still a gift from her, and it still had her body temperature. Chapter 1065. Yifeng carefully put away the crystal and faintly smiled. "Let's go." Yifeng actually smiled. He actually looked so good when he smiled. Yin Ziyuan's heart skipped a few beats, but she immediately shook her head. She threw all the distracting thoughts to the side and walked forward. Along the way, she picked up a slender and round crystal. She said with a smile, "This crystal is not bad. It looks like a human. When we get back, I'll use it to carve a person for Ziyan. He'll definitely like it." Yifeng's footsteps slightly paused. He did not reply, but the smile on his lips froze. "Brother Yifeng, do you think it's better to carve a standing figure or a sitting one on this stone? This edge looks like a zither. Then carve him playing the zither. I have to carve it myself. Big brother Yifeng, will you help me?" It was as if she had suddenly been enlightened and found a way to get along with Yifeng. She kept calling him Big Brother Yifeng very naturally and intimately. Yifeng's face was slightly pale. He only replied with a single word, "I'll help." He would never refuse her requests. "Big brother Yifeng, my hand is really healed. That medicine is really effective." Yin Ziyuan waved her small hand in front of him. That medicine was naturally very effective. In just a few moments, Yin Ziyuan's wounds began to scab over and the red swelling began to fade. Yifeng's face finally revealed a small smile as he gave an unsound. The two of them walked forward for a while, and a narrow cave entrance appeared in front of them. Waves of heat rushed over them. After walking into the cave, Yan Ziyuan suddenly cried out in joy. So beautiful. The two of them suddenly opened up in front of them. There was a large and boundless cave with a fiery red river of lava flowing through it. On both sides of the lava river, there were layers of large, crystal-like rocks. In the cracks of the large rocks, there were countless flowers blooming like stars. There were 7 or 8 different kinds of flowers that the two of them had never seen before. Swaying in the cave. Ice flame flower. Brother Yifeng, are there any ice flame flowers here? Yan Ziyuan's voice trembled. Yifeng's heart was also surging with emotions. His eyes fell on the fiery red rocks, where several large flowers were blooming side by side. We've finally found the flower of ice flame. The flowers were a faint blue color. They were as big as bowls and were translucent. They stood out from the rest of the flowers. Icy flame flower. This was the ice flame flower that they had been searching for with all their might. Yan Ziyuan's twin curse was about to be broken. Yifeng's fingers trembled slightly. He couldn't help but glance at Yan Ziyuan beside him. Her face was also full of joy. Zian's illness has finally been cured. We have to find a way to inform the people outside to let Zian in. Shuama said that the flowers have to be eaten immediately after being plucked, but the way in has already been blocked. Where is he going to come in? Yifeng's eyes dimmed. Her heart was only thinking about Gu Zian. If the twin curse was broken, she would still be like this, no matter if it was good or bad. There had to be a result. That's right, Brother Yifeng. Do you have a way to contact the people outside? Yifeng slowly shook his head. We have been relying on Kiran to contact Miss Ning. Then what should we do? Wait. Yifeng only said one word. He believed that Ning Shumo and the others would come. Yan Ziyuan sighed. It seems like that's the only way. Chapter 1066. She simply found a place a little further away from the lava river and sat down. She took out the slender crystal from her arms and a sharp dagger for self-defense. She smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll carve a small statue of him to pass the time." Yifeng, his fingers touched the mermaid-like crystal that she had just given him. He made up his mind and handed the mermaid crystal to her. "Xin, can you help me carve this first?" This crystal originally had the shape of a mermaid, and it would look more like one with a little carving. And this was perhaps the only thing she could give him. In the future, even if he couldn't be by her side, this thing would be a little comforting. Yan Ziyuan was thinking about how to carve the crystal at her hand. She didn't raise her head when she heard his words. "I'll carve yours later." Yifeng slowly withdrew his hand. Yan Ziyuan seemed to have noticed something. She looked up at him and added, "If there's still time after carving this, I'll carve yours." Yifeng didn't say anything and put the mermaid crystal back into his arms. He lowered his head and was about to tell her to be careful not to cut her hand when suddenly he seemed to have sensed something. His face changed and his body swept away like smoke. He flew directly to Yan Ziyuan's side. Before she could react, he picked her up and quickly retreated. Yan Ziyuan was caught off guard. The crystal in her hand fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yan Ziyuan. She was held in Yifeng's arms and didn't react for a moment. When she reacted, she was already a few feet away in the passage. She was stunned for a moment and looked behind her. It was calm and peaceful there. Nothing had appeared. It was just as usual. There was no danger. Her eyes fell on the broken crystal. Her heart sank and anger surged up. She suddenly struggled in his arms. "Let go of me." However, Yifeng was still hugging her. His eyes were fixed on the lava river, as if he did not hear anything. Yan Ziyuan was furious. Was this person purposely breaking the one she wanted to carve for Gu Zian because she didn't carve it for him first? She had always been a spoiled brat. At this moment, she was so angry that she slapped Yifeng without thinking. "Bastard, let go of me." Yifeng couldn't dodge in time, or perhaps he didn't even think of dodging. The slap landed squarely on his cheek, crisp and clear. She had used quite a bit of strength in that slap. Yifeng's head tilted from the force of the slap, and blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. He was startled, and his arms loosened slightly. Yan Ziyuan finally broke free from his embrace and stood on the ground. Yan Ziyuan saw the blood trickling down the corner of his lips and stiffened for a moment. She didn't expect that he would be hit so hard. Her heart was beating wildly. She snorted, "Who told you to take advantage of me? I didn't expect you to be so petty. You actually broke that crystal of mine. Let me tell you, even if that's the case, I won't carve that for you. I won't ever." She was so angry that she wanted to say a few more harsh words. However, she inadvertently saw where she was originally standing. Her eyes widened. She was standing on a hard and uneven crystal slope. At this moment, there was a swamp in the crystal slope. All the large rocks in the surroundings seemed to be attracted and slid into the swamp. There wasn't even a sound as they were swallowed by the fiery red swamp. The large rock she was sitting on had long disappeared. It must have been swallowed by the swamp. Chapter 1067. So he was trying to save her, and not because he was jealous of Guzian. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle. I'm sorry. She was about to say a few words of apology, but her eyes inadvertently looked inside, and her face suddenly changed. That fiery red swamp was still rapidly expanding. It seemed like it was going to merge with the lava river. The crystals and flowers on the shore were all swallowed by the swamp, and they could no longer be seen. Now, they were moving closer to the few ice flame flowers on the shore. Heavens, these flowers were hard to find. If they were swallowed, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to find other flowers. Heavens, ice flame flowers! Yin Ziyuan screamed. "Don't move, I'll go pick the flowers." Yifeng quickly instructed her. His body moved, and like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the few ice flame flowers. Be careful." Yin Ziyuan could not help but call out. Yifeng's figure slightly paused, and he looked back with a gentle smile. "I know, don't be afraid." Yin Ziyuan only saw Yifeng's figure flash, and he flew above the ice flame flowers. The moment he plucked the flowers, a huge fire dragon covered in dark magma patterns instantly jumped out. Yin Ziyuan instantly opened her eyes wide. What kind of monster was this? Dragon. No, this monster had a dragon's head, but its body was like a giant lizard. It looked as big as a house, and was abnormally fierce. Its pair of flaming eyes stared fiercely at Yifeng, and it raised its head and let out a low roar. The sound it emitted was very strange, and Yin Ziyuan only heard a series of beastly snoring sounds. On the other hand, Yifeng's face flushed red for a moment before turning slightly pale. This was the legendary magma fire dragon. Earth rank level 9. It was said that this beast could already summon the wind and rain, move mountains, and fill seas. As long as it broke through Earth rank level 9 and entered Heaven rank level 1, it could turn into a golden dragon and soar above the 9 heavens. This beast was almost as famous as the Qiongqi, Swan and I, and other ancient beasts. No one dared to provoke it. Once it pestered you, it would not rest until you were dead. Even if Yifeng was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat it, not to mention that he had already used up more than half of his telekinesis. In this state, he was even less of a match for it. The magma dragon's roar, just now, was a special kind of sound wave. Humans could not hear it clearly, but as Sharkman, he could receive this kind of sound wave. The lethality of that sound wave was not small, shaking until the blood in his entire body churned. The sound waves emitted by the magma dragon were obviously a warning. It was asking him for the 3 ice flame flowers. Yifeng took a step back and put the 3 ice flame flowers into his bosom. This flower was hard to come by, so he definitely couldn't give it to this dragon. Magma Dragon understood the meaning of Yifeng's body movements and immediately became furious. With another long roar, it paused and rushed towards Yifeng with countless flames and hot winds. If Yifeng escaped by himself, with his speed, he might be able to escape from the Magma Dragon's pursuit. However, his and Yin Ziyuan's escape route had been blocked by the large rock that appeared out of nowhere, so he could only escape to the dark passage on the other side of the Magma River. But now that he had Yin Ziyuan by his side, he couldn't bring her across the Magma River. And once he escaped into the passage where Yin Ziyuan was, the Magma Dragon would definitely chase after him. Then, Yin Ziyuan would be in great danger. so he could only fight with all his might. And in the blink of an eye, he fought with the magma dragon until the sky turned dark. Chapter 1068. One man and one dragon, one water and one fire. Their attributes just so happened to counter each other. Although the magma dragon was powerful, its attributes were restrained by Yi Feng's attributes. Therefore, it was unable to tear apart this merman who dared to challenge its majesty. But Yi Feng was an Earth rank level 7 after all, and there was a great disparity between his strength and the magma dragon's. Every time the magma dragon spat out a huge tongue of fire at him. Although he desperately used a water column to extinguish it, he was still shaken to the point that the blood in his chest kept churning, and he almost vomited. He gritted his teeth and fought. He had no way out now. He could only fight. He couldn't let the magma dragon hurt Yan Ziyuan, so when he retreated in the other direction, deeper and deeper into the magma river, and the magma river was still being swallowed by the swamp. Fiery red magma emerged from the swamp, swallowing and spitting out flames. Yi Feng's figure flew as if he was flying and spun around the crystals that were about to fall. Several times, he almost stepped on empty air and was swallowed by the fiery red swamp. Yan Ziyuan was scared out of her wits. She saw Yi Feng getting closer and closer to the magma river, so nervous that her heart almost jumped out. Yi Feng, come here. Don't retreat anymore. She saw Yi Feng almost stepping on the churning magma and was scared out of her wits. Finally, she couldn't help but scream. Now, in this whole place, only the tunnel Yan Ziyuan was in was relatively safe. Her scream didn't call Yi Feng, but it made the magma dragon look in her direction, and then a big fireball flew towards her face. Ziyuan, be careful! Yi Feng yelled as he flew over without a care for anything else. He actually arrived before the fireball and blocked in front of Yan Ziyuan. Originally, when he fought with the dragon, he used guerrilla tactics and didn't confront the dragon directly. Firstly, he wanted to avoid its edge, and secondly, he wanted to feel out the dragon's style. But at this moment, in order to protect Yan Ziyuan behind him, he could no longer dodge and could only face the attack head-on. He waved his hand and set up 2 water walls in front of him to block the fireball. Boom! 2 deafening explosions rang out. The fireball hit the water wall, making an earth-shattering sound. In any case, the fireball was extinguished, and the 2 water walls that Yi Feng set up were also broken. Yi Feng was also shaken to the point that his face turned pale. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Ziyuan, step back, he shouted. Yan Ziyuan also knew that she couldn't help at this time. She gritted her teeth and took a few steps back, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Feng. She couldn't help but say, you be careful. Understood. Yi Feng's reply was very light, but his heart was slightly warm. Woo-la-la-la, woo-ka-ka-ka. The magma dragon suddenly made a series of long and short sounds. Yan Ziyuan didn't understand the beast language, and only felt that the sound was a little harsh, but she didn't feel anything else. But Yi Feng's face changed. He understood the beast language, and he already heard the ruthless words that the magma dragon said. Don't even think about running away. This divine beast will completely turn your bones into ashes and scatter your souls, so that you won't be able to reincarnate. Yi Feng knew that the magma dragon in front of him had this ability. If he was defeated, the 2 of them would fall into the hands of the magma dragon, and their souls would be scattered. It didn't matter if Yi Feng died. Sharkman didn't have a chance to reincarnate, but Yan Ziyuan did. He definitely couldn't let Yan Ziyuan fall into that state. So he could only win and not fail. Chapter 1069. He took a deep breath, and pearl-like blood beads suddenly appeared on his 10 fingers. They moved rapidly in the air as he chanted. In the blink of an eye, a blood talisman was formed in the air. The blood talisman was beautiful, but it had an ominous aura. The blood talisman spun in the air and went directly into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng's face turned pale and then red. At this moment, it was as if he was injected with chicken blood. His power doubled in an instant. His pair of blue eyes were now glowing red. He once again engaged in a fierce battle with the lava dragon. Although Yan Ziyuan's kung fu was not high, she could still see the general pattern. She was surprised to find that Yi Feng, who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, seemed to have been injected with great vitality in an instant. His whole body was in high spirits, and the water column and ice blades he shot out were getting bigger and sharper, forcing the magma dragon to retreat step by step. The magma dragon was naturally unwilling to give up and fought back with all its might. A man and a dragon fought together, dazzling the onlookers. They were fighting so fiercely that the whole cave was shaking and rumbling. Countless crystals fell down and melted in the magma. The magma surged and overflowed like a tongue of fire, wantonly engulfing the entire cave. Yin Ziyuan could not help but take a few steps back, but she was shaken to the point where she could not stand. The whole scene was like the end of the world. The beautiful crystal cave had now become a purgatory on earth. It was a sea of fire, and the temperature in the air was rising sharply. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to an unbearable level. Yin Ziyuan could no longer calm down and watch the fight. She began to dodge the falling crystals. The high temperature made her vision hazy. The water in her body seemed to have evaporated, and she became weak. She tried her best to retreat, but the oxygen in the air seemed to be getting less and less. Her limbs were weak and her mind was in a daze. Finally, she collapsed to the ground. Her head was buzzing, and her vision turned black. The darkness was spreading rapidly. A huge crystal above her head began to shake because of the fight. It was on the verge of falling down. Before she fainted, she saw the lava dragon collapse and Yi Feng arrive, bathed in blood. Yin Ziyuan slowly regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes. There was absolute darkness in front of him. He couldn't even see his own fingers. No matter how hard she blinked, it was useless. Could it be that she was blind? A huge wave of panic swept over her. She clawed around with both hands, trying to grab something to calm the panic in her heart. His entire body was burning, and the pain was intense. He must have been accidentally scratched by the falling crystal. His calf seemed to be fractured. Every time he moved, he felt a piercing pain. She tried to move, but found that her body seemed to be stuck somewhere, and she couldn't move at all. He was buried alive. What about Yi Feng? What about Yi Feng? She was so flustered that she couldn't help but call out, Yi Feng. The moment she spoke, she felt that her voice was extremely hoarse and her throat was burning with pain. No one responded. Yi Feng, where are you? Only her own voice was still echoing in the air. Yi Feng, you're here, right? Don't scare me. Her voice even sounded like she was about to cry. The surroundings were dead silent. It was so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. It was as if she was alone in a huge, empty tomb. Chapter 1070. Her surroundings were deathly silent. It was so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. It was as if she was alone in a huge and empty tomb. No matter how much she cried and screamed, no one answered. Could it be that Yi Feng was dead? Yin Ziyuan could only move her hands in a small area. She frantically groped around. She was surrounded by large stones. Some were sharp, some were round, and some were squeezed around her. She was stuck in the gap between the stones and could not move at all. At this time, she finally understood that she was really buried underground. The shadow of death hung above her head. Yi Feng, Yi Feng, Yi Feng, where are you? The great fear made Yin Ziyuan's voice choke with sobs. It was somewhat shrill and mournful. Could it be that she was buried here by herself? Was Yi Feng already dead? No. Her hands frantically groped around. Yi Feng, answer me. Don't ignore me. I'm scared. I'm telling you, I'm scared. Suddenly, there was the sound of stones crashing around her. A hand gently held her frantic and trembling hand. She was startled. Then, like a drowning person, she tried to hold on to a piece of driftwood. Yi Feng? Is it you? That hand held her again. Although the strength was light, it was firm. A hoarse voice came, but it was calm as usual. Don't be scared. It's me. It was Yi Feng. He was still alive. Yin Ziyuan's heart, which had been hanging in the air for a long time, finally calmed down a little. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She held his hand tightly, as if she had finally found someone to rely on. She felt wronged and frightened at the same time. Are we buried alive? How are you? Yi Feng's wet palm gently patted her small hand. I'm fine. His hand was cold and wet. Yin Ziyuan became nervous again. She wanted to touch his hand. Why is your hand so wet? Is it blood? Is it blood? Are you injured? Is it serious? Is it serious? She and Yi Feng were separated by a few rocks. Yi Feng's hand was forcibly squeezed through the cracks. She couldn't see Yi Feng's expression clearly and couldn't check his injuries. Her heart was in her throat again. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his hand and said indifferently, No, this is Magma Dragon's blood. Yi Feng's voice was still calm, and his breathing was also very stable. It didn't seem like he was injured. Yin Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She placed her hand back into Yi Feng's. Yi Feng, can you hold my hand? I'm scared. Her voice was weak and tentative. It sounded like she would break down if Yi Feng rejected her. However, deep in her heart, she firmly believed that Yi Feng would not reject her. Yi Feng had never rejected any of her requests. Even if it was an unreasonable request, Yi Feng would do it for her without saying a word. Yi Feng gently held her hand, making Yin Ziyuan feel a lot more at ease. However, her body was still trembling slightly. Yi Feng held her hand a little harder and said in a coaxing voice, Zian, don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm here. When the monster opened its mouth, he hugged her and gently covered her eyes. He said softly, Don't be afraid. I'm here. The wind and snow were merciless. When the sled was about to collapse, he patted her and used his body to warm her. He comforted her, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Now, they were buried under rocks nearly 10,000 meters deep in the ice field. No one knew that when she was struggling in pain, it was his calm voice that gave her the courage to live. Chapter 1071. This sentence seemed to have a magical power. Every time Yi Feng said it, Yin Ziyuan would feel inexplicably at ease. Every time she was in danger and scared, it was Yi Feng who saved her time and time again, comforting her time and time again. Yi Feng, why are you always so good to me? But I already have Zian. I will end up with Zian in the end. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? How am I going to repay your love? Yi Feng, I wish I could split myself in two. Yin Ziyuan's tears flowed out of her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. They fell one by one, wetting her cheeks and falling onto the rocks beside her, slowly disappearing. One of the tears seemed to fall onto Yi Feng's hand. He immediately pulled it back as if he had been scalded. Yin Ziyuan was shocked. She fumbled around and grabbed his hand. Her voice sounded like she had been greatly wronged. Yi Feng. Yi Feng's hand fumbled around to wipe away Yin Ziyuan's tears. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them all away. He sighed and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Zian, don't cry. I'm fine. I won't let anything happen to you. He suddenly coughed. Although he tried his best to suppress it, he couldn't stop for a while. Yin Ziyuan opened her eyes wide. She wanted to see Yi Feng's condition clearly, but it was still pitch black. Yi Feng, what's wrong with you? You are seriously injured, aren't you? Does it hurt? Why can't you stop coughing? Her tears seemed like they were about to gush out again. Yi Feng had already stopped coughing. His voice sounded weak, but this weakness disappeared in an instant. He said lightly, I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound. I accidentally breathed in the dust that floated down just now, so I coughed a few times. Dust? Maybe so. Yin Ziyuan's chaotic mind calmed down a little. She held Yi Feng's hand tightly, as if she wanted to draw courage from it. She held his hand, not daring to let go. She could feel that Yi Feng was really by her side. In this dark underground, she was not alone. Yi Feng was with her. She felt that her chest was a little stuffy, and a huge rock that was pressing down on her made it hard for her to breathe. She really wanted to push the big rock away, but she didn't have the strength. Yi Feng, will we die here? No, Ziyuan, you have a hold on. You can do it. Yi Feng's voice sounded a little rushed. But this is several thousand feet underground. You are also trapped. We are buried here. How can we get out? Yin Ziyuan's voice was filled with helplessness. Master Han and Miss Ning will come. Ziyuan, Don't be discouraged. This space was very small, and it was sealed by rocks. After a while, the oxygen began to run out. Yin Ziyuan gradually felt cold. The stuffy feeling in her chest became more and more intense. Her head also felt a little dizzy, as if she would fall asleep in the next second. She muttered softly, "Yifeng, I'm so sleepy." Yifeng suddenly tightened his grip on her hand. "And you can't sleep?" Yin Ziyuan woke up for a moment. "I don't want to sleep either, but I'm really sleepy. Can I sleep for a while?" Yifeng patted her hand. His usually calm voice finally had a trace of panic. He finally became talkative. "Ziyuan, you can't sleep. If you sleep, you won't be able to wake up. Think about your family. They are waiting for you at home. Your husband is still outside the cave." Chapter 1072. Yifeng seemed to be in pain when he said the last sentence, but it was replaced by anxiety in an instant. "Ziyuan, wake up." Yes, Zian was still waiting for her. Yin Ziyuan forced herself to be awake and repeated over and over again, "Father is still waiting for me. Zian is still waiting for me. I can't sleep, I can't sleep." Her voice gradually became softer. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger, which made her sober for a moment. She seemed to have suddenly remembered something. That magma dragon? Dead. Yifeng answered succinctly. Yin Zin breathed a sigh of relief. Then what about the ice flame flower? It's with me. Yin Zin breathed a sigh of relief again, but she was still worried about another thing. If we pluck it in advance, will it lose its effect? Ning Xuemal once said that after plucking the flower, it must be consumed within 2 hours for it to be effective. No, I have a way to keep it fresh. Yifeng was silent for a moment and answered. Yin Ziyuan seemed to have sensed something. Guilt welled up in her heart, and she didn't say anything. Her dizziness became worse, and her eyes wanted to close again. "Ziyuan, you can't sleep." Yifeng held her hand tightly again. Yin Ziyuan forced herself to be awake. "Yes, I won't sleep. I won't sleep." Her voice gradually became softer, suddenly became louder, and then gradually became softer again. Again and again, it could be seen that Yin Ziyuan was fighting against sleepiness. However, her voice became softer and softer, and finally, it was close to a murmur. The lack of oxygen for a long time made her a little confused. The reason why she was still holding on was that there was a trace of faith in her heart supporting her. Yifeng kept shaking her hand. "Ziyuan, wake up. Hold on a little longer. Xuema and the others will arrive soon and save you." Yin Ziyuan's consciousness was almost blurred. She only heard half of Yifeng's words. Suddenly, she trembled and became clear-headed for a moment. "We have to go out together." Yifeng paused for a moment, then softly replied, "Okay." Yin Ziyuan seemed to have become delirious. She just subconsciously repeated, "Go out together. Go out together. Yifeng, we have to go out together." Yifeng grabbed her hand and suddenly exerted force. Pain swept through her body in a flash. Yin Ziyuan suddenly woke up. "Yifeng, what are you doing?" "Ziyuan, let me sing a song for you. Don't sleep anymore, okay?" Yifeng wanted to sing. She had never heard Sharkman sing before. It must be beautiful, right? Yin Ziyuan shook her head and tried to wake herself up. "Okay, I won't sleep. Oh, the sea breeze blows. Walala. The waves roll. I pull the sea breeze to play on the swing." Yifeng's voice had the tranquility and beauty of the deep sea. It seemed to resonate with the surrounding stone walls. His voice echoed in this small space, with a sense of emptiness and loneliness. Yin Ziyuan only felt her heart ache. Countless images flashed through her mind. The background was dark blue. She seemed to see an indescribably beautiful mermaid singing in the deep sea, which strangely overlapped with Yifeng's voice and echoed. Just as she was about to touch it, these images scattered like shooting stars, and she could no longer find any trace of it. Yin Ziyuan couldn't help but hum along, "Ooh, the sea breeze blows, walala, the waves roll. I pull the sea breeze to play on the swing." After an unknown period of time, there was suddenly a small sound above her head. Chapter 1073. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sudden, strange sound from above. Yin Ziyuan was already in a semi-conscious state. Her hand was held again, but this time, the strength was much lighter. Ziyuan, wake up. Shuama and the others are here. Shuama and the others are here? Yin Ziyuan shook her head and opened her eyes, but they were still pitch black. There was nothing out of the ordinary. She said in a daze, Yifeng, you must be hallucinating. Suddenly, there was another muffled sound from above. It sounded like someone was moving rocks. This time, Yin Ziyuan heard it too. She forced herself to stay awake and shook Yifeng's hand excitedly. Yifeng, they're here. They're here to save us. Then she shouted, Shuama, we're here. She tried her best, but her voice was still as soft as a mosquito's. The muffled sound from above suddenly stopped. Yin Ziyuan seemed to hear a clear voice. Oh my God, Guru, they're really buried underground. Quickly move these rocks away. Let's save them quickly. There seemed to be fewer and fewer rocks above, and there was more and more oxygen. Because of the large amount of oxygen entering her lungs, she felt a slight swelling pain. Her dizzy mind gradually cleared up. Finally, a ray of light shone in, dispelling the lonely darkness. Then, the light became brighter and brighter. Yin Ziyuan closed her eyes in discomfort. When she opened them again, she saw Ning Shuama's bright eyes. Ziyuan, are you okay? Yin Ziyuan looked at Ning Shuama's delicate face and suddenly felt like a lifetime had passed. Was she saved? She didn't know how long she had been buried underground. It had been so long that she thought she was going to die, but she was suddenly saved. She felt like she was in a trance. The next second, she was ecstatic at being saved. At this moment, she almost wanted to cry. She suddenly turned her head. Her delicate face was full of surprise. Yifeng, Yin Ziyuan's voice stopped abruptly. She finally saw Yifeng's hand clearly. She could only see one of his arms. That arm was badly mangled and stuck between the cracks of the stone. Only one hand was still intact, but it was also pale and motionless. Yin Ziyuan screamed and then desperately tried to dig at the rocks around the arm. Yifeng? Yifeng, answer me. There was no reply. Yifeng, we're saved. Can you answer me? Yin Ziyuan's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She screamed as she tried to dig out the stones. I'll get you out. The lower half of her body was still stuck in a crack of the stone. This sudden turn of the body caused her unbearable pain, but she was completely unaware of it. Only a huge panic filled her heart. It can't be. Yifeng must have fainted. They were saved. When Ning Shuama saw the color of Yifeng's fingers, her heart sank to the bottom. She quickly moved away a few more crystals. Then she jumped down and landed beside Yin Ziyuan. She then felt the pulse of that hand. There was no pulse. Yifeng. Ning Shuama's face was pale. She quickly dug out the stones that had almost buried Yifeng. The wounds on Yin Ziyuan's hand split open and soon dyed the rocks red. She seemed to not feel it. Her body trembled violently, and her face was pale. Yifeng, answer me. No one answered. Yin Ziyuan's voice was trembling. Yifeng, don't scare me. Chapter 1074. Shun Juli suddenly appeared beside Ning Shuama and pulled her up. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew past. The rocks in front of Yin Ziyuan suddenly trembled and cracks spread all over the rocks. With a gentle blow of the wind, the rocks silently shattered into thousands of pieces and fell down like rain. Yifeng's figure was finally fully revealed in the fragmented stone foam curtain. He lay quietly in a large pool of blood. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. There was not a single piece of undamaged skin. His blood seemed to have long dried up, leaving behind streaks of dried blood. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was as pale as snow. He did not move at all. Yin Ziyuan was petrified. After a while, she slowly walked over step by step and pushed Yifeng's body. Her voice trembled as she said, "Wake up! We are saved." Yifeng still did not move. Yin Ziyuan was naturally unwilling to give up and pushed him again. "Yifeng, don't scare me. Wake up! Wake up!" No matter how she pushed, Yifeng did not move. He lay there quietly with his eyes closed and his long eyelashes drooping. It was as if he had fallen asleep. Yin Ziyuan's hands and feet were inexplicably trembling. They were extremely cold. Her heart felt as if it was suspended above an ice abyss and would fall at any moment. She suddenly turned her pleading gaze to Ning Xiuema. Xiuema, he fainted, right? He was just talking to me and singing for me. He must be too tired and has fainted, right? Can you wake him up? Once he wakes up, we can go out. Ning Xiuema's face became even paler. She did not give up and checked Yifeng's pulse, then his neck. She lifted his eyelids and looked at his pupils. Her fingers were also trembling. Yifeng did not have a heartbeat, no pulse, and his pupils were dilated. All the signs pointed to one thing. Yifeng was already dead. She was still too late. She had rushed here with all her might, but it was still too late. She suddenly turned around and grabbed Shun Julie's hand tightly. Guru, you have a way, right? Her gaze was like fire, carrying a final glimmer of hope. Shun Julie's heart sank. He held her waist tightly and shook his head slightly. If it was an ordinary person, even if they died, he could go to the underworld to capture their soul and revive them. However, Yifeng was Sharkmen, and Sharkmen only live for one lifetime. Their souls did not return to hell. Once Sharkmen died, their souls would automatically disperse and transform into the sea breeze. Even the Almighty couldn't do anything about it. She could only watch helplessly as another friend of hers left her. Although she had experienced many life and death situations, at this moment, her heart was in great pain. Yifeng had actually died just like that. He was afraid that he would die with regret in his heart. He didn't even see what Yin Ziyuan looked like when she broke the twin curse. How could this be? Gu Ziyan, the main culprit, was still alive and kicking, while Yifeng, such a good Yifeng, had died an unnatural death here. Ning Xiuema felt a fiery rage burning in her heart. She clenched her fists tightly and didn't say a word. Yin Ziyuan looked from one to the other. The more she looked, the more frightened and flustered she became. Xiuema, he can't wake up now? You're a divine doctor. You must have a way, right? Divine doctors can't save the dead. Ning Xiuema blurted out with an inexplicable anger. Yifeng is already dead. Chapter 1075. Yin Ziyuan suddenly opened her eyes wide and her body swayed. She shook her head desperately and said in a shrill voice, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He can't be dead. He must have just fainted. He was just talking to me, telling me not to be afraid and saying that he wanted to go out with me. She reached out her hand and covered some of the wounds on Yifeng's body that were still bleeding. Her other hand searched Yifeng's body for something. Ointment, ointment. So many wounds. Yifeng must be in a lot of pain. I need to apply ointment quickly. Ning Xiuema. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Yin Ziyuan found a small red bottle on Yifeng's body. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly opened it, only to find that the medicine in the small bottle had already been used up. Her tears finally fell. Xiuema, what should we do? We've used up all the medicine. What should we do? What should we do? She was like a lost child who had been abandoned. Her whole body was trembling and tears stained her eyelashes. She suddenly grabbed Ning Xiuema's hand again. Xiuema, you must have more medicine, right? Can you give me another bottle? His wounds are still bleeding. He must have fainted after losing so much blood. It'll be fine if we stop the bleeding. Your medicine is very good at stopping bleeding. Give me another bottle. Give me another bottle. She anxiously pulled Ning Xiuema's hand and knelt down. I want to apply medicine for him. Seeing Yin Ziyuan like this, Ning Xiuema's fingers clenched tightly. Although she tried to sound calm, there was a slight tremor in her voice. Ziyuan, it's useless. Yifeng is already dead. No matter how good the medicine was, it wouldn't have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Yin Ziyuan stared blankly at Ning Xiuema, as if she didn't understand her words or refused to understand. She was stunned for a moment and shook her head violently. No, of course not. How could Yifeng die? He's so powerful that even Magma Dragon was defeated by him. Shun Julie suddenly said, Magma Dragon is at Earth rank level 9, and Yifeng is only at level 7. He used the weapon dismemberment technique. His cold voice resounded in the narrow space, but it was exceptionally clear. It also awakens Yin Ziyuan's somewhat confused mind like the morning bell and evening drum. Dismemberment by force? Yin Ziyuan raised her head with tears in her eyes and asked subconsciously, "What do you mean?" Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze fell on Yi Feng. Yi Feng's blood had almost dried up, and his fingers were stiff. Sure enough, it was the symptom of dismemberment. She was a smart person. Previously, when she and the Almighty entered the collapsed cave, they found the corpse of a magma dragon. Naturally, she knew how powerful this magma dragon was. She thought that Yi Feng and Yin Ziyuan were killed by this magma dragon. She almost cut open the magma dragon's stomach. Later, when she calmed down and checked the magma dragon's injuries, she saw that its body was full of wounds. It was obviously killed by someone. At that time, Ning Xiuma was still wondering how Yi Feng's kung fu had improved so much. So that was why. It turned out that he used the weapon dismemberment technique. Yi Feng wanted to see Yin Ziyuan break the twin life curse. He had been enduring all kinds of injustice just to see Yin Ziyuan return to normal. These few days, he must have been dreaming of finding the ice flame flower and seeing her eat it. If it wasn't a critical moment, he wouldn't have chosen this path. How desperate was he when he used the weapon dismemberment technique? How helpless was he? Ning Xiuma's heart was blocked by a hard knot. Chapter 1076. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on Yin Ziyuan. She couldn't help but share some knowledge with her. Execution can double a person's psychokinesis for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. But once the time limit is over, the person will completely disappear from this world. That is to say, Yi Feng's soul has already dissipated half an hour ago. After saying the last sentence, she finally couldn't continue. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. The scene of Yi Feng fighting with Magma Dragon flashed through her mind. Her body trembled slightly. Yi Feng! Yi Feng! How could it be? How could it be? No, it can't be. It can't be like this, she suddenly screamed. No. No. You must have seen wrongly. How could his soul dissipate? He was clearly talking to me and even singing for me. Just now, when you guys came, he even reminded me that I was saved. How could it be half an hour ago? You must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Ning Xiuma. Her heart became even heavier and more stifled. Yi Feng should have died the moment Magma Dragon died. But his soul had been holding on. He kept talking to Yin Ziyuan until the rescue team arrived. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore. Just how strong was his obsession? Ziyuan, how lucky you are to have Yi Feng's love. How unlucky you are to have mistaken a fish eye for a pearl. For Gu Ziyan, you hurt Yi Feng who loved you for 2 lifetimes. Although there wasn't much logic in love, and although Ning Xiuma knew that Yin Ziyuan was affected by the twin life curse, she still felt bad for Yi Feng. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sneer because he was worried about you. He was afraid that you would be lonely and afraid that you would be scared. Yin Ziyuan's face turned pale. She felt like there was a row of steel needles piercing her heart. Her heart tightened into a ball and seemed to be convulsing in pain. For the first time in her life, her heart hurt so much. When she heard that Gu Ziyan's life was in danger at the wedding, she didn't feel so much pain. Yin Ziyuan sat there paralyzed. Her pretty face was full of pain and confusion. How could it be? Her gaze fell on Yi Feng. The 3 flowers of ice flames were blooming beautifully in the pool of Sharkman's blood. They were nourished by the blood. Not only did they not wither, but they also became more crystal clear. Finally, Yan's eyes to the world, and she looked at it. Her hand was trembling, she almost couldn't hold it, and her fingertips, she was pale. Her heart hurt. Her heart was so painful. It was so painful, it was like it was being cut inch by inch. If Yi Feng's to look, was Xiao. If Xiao, Yi Feng's to snatch the flowers when the swamp appeared, he wouldn't have died. The flowers were the main culprit. She wanted to destroy them. She wanted to crush the flowers of ice flames with her fingers. Ning Xiuma was quick. She tapped on Yin Ziyuan's wrist. Yin Ziyuan's wrist went numb. Her reaction was slow, so Ning Xiuma easily snatched the flowers from her hand. The flowers can't be destroyed. Ning Xiuma spat out a few words. The flowers were exchanged with Yi Feng's life. They hadn't been used yet. Yin Ziyuan sat on the ground. She finally reacted and murmured, "Yes, the flowers can't be destroyed, and still needs them to save his life. Now that I have the flowers, I should be happy. I should be happy." She seemed to be trying to hypnotize herself. "I should be happy." Chapter 1077. Yin Ziyun staggered to her feet and tidied up her messy hair. I should be happy." She staggered again and squatted down. But why does my heart hurt so much? I didn't feel this much pain when Ziyun was dying. Why? Ziyun. Yes, he was the real culprit. There seemed to be a fire burning in Ning Xiuma's heart. With a bang sound, it sprang up. She used the sensing technique to contact Kiran. Kiran's anxious voice immediately came through. Master, how is it? Is Yin Ziyun still alive?" Ning Xiuma said coldly, "Little apple, kick that scumbag down." Kiran had long disliked that scumbag, so she agreed very quickly. "Yes, master." Gu Ziyan was waiting anxiously on top. Suddenly, he saw Kiran striding over with an unfriendly aura. He immediately took a step back. What's wrong? You contacted." Before he could finish his words, the little Qilin had already kicked him down the ice crack. "Go down and take a look yourself." Gu Ziyan screamed as he rolled down the cliff. After he landed, his face was pale. He was so scared and in pain that he couldn't stand up. When he came back to his senses, he saw Ning Xiuma standing beside him with a cold face. She was holding 3 beautiful flowers in her hand. "You found the flower of ice flame." He was about to reach out to take it when he suddenly felt his arm go numb. Then, he froze there, unable to move. He opened his eyes wide in fear. He wanted to shout for help, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. Ning Xiuma ignored him. She waved her hand and formed a wooden blade. She directly cut Gu Ziyan's arm. Blood instantly gushed out and dripped onto the flower of ice flame. Ning Xiuma patiently waited for each petal to drink the blood before she turned and left. Speaking of which, it was strange. The petals were clearly stained with blood, but after a short while, the blood had seeped through and disappeared. The petals still looked fresh and clean. Ning Xiuma handed the flower of ice flame to Yin Ziyun and said calmly, "Ziyun, eat this flower." Yin Ziyun was stunned. She muttered, "Why are you giving it to me? Isn't Ziyun sick?" Ning Xiuma looked at her. "The one who's sick is not him. It's you. Gu Ziyan put the twin curse on you. Only this flower can cure it." Yin Ziyun looked even more confused. "Twin curse. That's right. You'll understand everything after you eat this flower of yours. When the time comes, what you choose to do will be up to you." Ning Xiuma said. Yi Feng once wanted a result. He couldn't see it now, but the flower that he risked his life to get should still work. It could be considered as a comfort to Yi Feng. Yin Ziyun took a step back. Her gaze fell on the flower, and then she slowly turned to look at Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's face changed when he heard Ning Xiuma's words. He was as pale as death. He was fooled. It turned out that they came to understand Yin Ziyun's twin curse. He wanted to tell Yin Ziyun not to eat it, but Ning Xiuma sealed his acupoints. He couldn't say a word. He could only watch as Yin Ziyun slowly reached out and took the 3 flowers. Then she slowly lowered her head and ate the flower of ice flame. It's over. Gu Ziyan couldn't stand anymore. He sat on the ground with a plop. Ning Xiuma felt a moment of regret when she handed the flower to Yin Ziyun. Once Yin Ziyun broke the twin curse, recovered her memories, and saw Yi Feng die for her, what would she do? Chapter 1078. When Ning Xiuma handed the flower to Yin Ziyun, she had a moment of regret. Once Yin Ziyun broke the twin life curse and recovered her memories, what would she do if she saw that Yi Feng had died for her? But she immediately made up her mind and handed the flower to Yin Ziyun. She definitely couldn't let Yi Feng die in vain. She couldn't let Yin Ziyun marry that scumbag. Seeing Yin Ziyun slowly swallow the ice flame flower, she suddenly felt a sense of nervousness. Time passed second by second, but Yin Ziyun was still sitting there calmly. Her face was getting paler and paler, and even her lips were drained of blood. She looked down at Yi Feng, who was lying next to her, and her body began to tremble. Her hand trembled as she touched Yi Feng's face. It was cold to the touch, as if her heart had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The coldness seemed to have scalded her fingertips, and she quickly moved away. Then she gently touched his eyebrows, his slightly closed eyes, and his high nose. Her voice trembled strangely, as if she was crying and laughing at the same time. "You're really dead? You're really dead?" Her fingers trembled violently, but she stubbornly tried to feel his breath. Her face was getting paler and paler, and her eyes were getting bigger and bigger. She suddenly picked him up and hugged him tightly in her arms. She shook Yifeng's body vigorously and gripped his arm tightly. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How can you die? Wake up for me. If you die, I'll immediately marry someone else. I'll be with someone else for the rest of my life. I'll never look at you again. I'll never look at you again. I'll never remember you again. Yifeng, do you hear me? Wake up. Wake up. I won't allow you to sleep again. I won't allow it. Do you hear me?" Of course, Yifeng didn't wake up and didn't move. No matter how much she threatened or cried, he would never wake up again. After he finished speaking, he abandoned Yifeng and walked towards Ning Xiaoma. "Xiaoma, let's go. Let him continue pretending to be asleep. I don't want to talk to him anymore." Ning Xiaoma was pulled a few steps forward by her. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Yan Ziyuan's eyes were empty, her face was pale, and her footsteps were getting slower and slower. Finally, Yan Ziyuan staggered and stopped. She slowly turned around, and her gaze fell on Yifeng. Ning Xiaoma's eyes fell on Yan Ziyuan's calf. "Zian, your leg is injured." Yan Ziyuan stared blankly at Ning Xiaoma, then looked down at her calf. Her calf was mottled with blood, and she hadn't had time to bandage it. She suddenly staggered back and sat beside Yifeng. "Yifeng, my leg is injured. It hurts. It really hurts. Get up and bandage it for me." She looked at him attentively, waiting for him to be like how he was in the past. Every time she was injured, he would be so heartbroken. He would count her carelessness and bandage her carefully. In the past, every time he was angry with her and ignored her, she would suffer a small injury and then run to his side to show him her grievance. He would sigh and bandage it for her. Now that her leg was injured to this extent and the blood almost dyed her pants red, he wouldn't look at her or comfort her anymore. There was no one else in this world who cared about her as much as he did. He would never open his eyes to look at her again. Yan Ziyuan waited for a long time, but he didn't respond. She didn't give up and held his hand, pulling his hand to her leg. "Brother Yifeng, I'm really injured. Feel it." Chapter 1079. It was this pair of hands that had hugged her in the most dangerous time. One of his hands had covered her eyes, telling her not to be afraid. Now, his hands were passively placed on her thighs, and he would not bend his hands to protect her anymore. She was overwhelmed by a huge pain. She suddenly hugged him again, as if she had a blood feud with him. She hugged him so hard that her fingertips turned white. "I know. You must be taking revenge on me, right? You hate me for leaving with another man. So you used your death to take revenge on me, right?" Yan Ziyuan was extremely abnormal at this moment. Her cheeks were red, and her body was shivering because of the cold. She bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding, but her eyes were shockingly bright. "You were wrong first. You didn't tell me that you were not my biological brother. You made me feel abnormal. I tried my best to shift my feelings away from you, so I let myself fall in love with that man. I tried my best to hypnotize myself to fall in love with that man." Ning Xiaoma was stunned. She seemed to be talking about the matter between Yifeng and Yiyu. Yan Ziyuan continued as if she was crazy. "I went ashore with him, but I missed you so much that I was scared. I didn't marry that man because I couldn't let you go. I tried my best to escape back to the sea. I wanted to return to your side, even if I had to be your sister forever. I accidentally found out the truth that you were not my brother. I was so happy, angry and happy at the same time. I swam in the sea like a mad woman." She choked for a moment. "I tried my best to come back. I swam for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. But you got engaged with another woman. You wanted to marry another woman. You wanted to marry another woman in front of me. I was so angry. I said I wanted to be a human. I asked you to help me beg the sorcerer of the mermaid tribe. You know I'm afraid of pain the most. I thought you wouldn't bear to let me do the operation. But you agreed in the end. Yifeng, do you know how scared I was at that time? How desperate I was? I think you really don't want me anymore. Yin Ziyuan was like an abandoned child. Her voice began to tremble. During the operation, I was in so much pain. I screamed in pain. I wanted you to come in and see me. But you didn't come. Yifeng, you actually didn't come. I bled so much, I was in so much pain, I cried so much. But you still didn't come. At that time, I was really desperate. I wanted to die. Instead of watching you marry someone else, I'd rather die in that operation. Yifeng, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I just want to take revenge on you. I want you to watch me marry someone else in this lifetime and become someone else's wife. I will ignore you for the rest of my life. This is your retribution. Retribution. Did you hear that? At that time, I swore that I would never fall in love with you again, that I would never be your sister again. Her voice was intermittent, with one sentence after another. The more Ning Shuima listened, the more alarmed she became. Yin Ziyuan had really recovered Yi Yu's memories. How could this be? Didn't the twin life curse only remove the curse that Gu Ziyan put on her? Why did it have the ability to recover her previous memories? She looked at Shun Juli with a questioning gaze. Shun Juli also frowned slightly and transmitted his voice to her. Sharkman's blood has some unexpected miraculous effects. Perhaps her recovery of her previous memories has something to do with the flower absorbing Yifeng's blood. Chapter 1080. Ning Shuima felt as if there was a stone in her heart. She couldn't help but take a step forward. Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan didn't respond at all. She was completely immersed in the memories of the past. She smiled bitterly. Yifeng, I swore to cut off all ties with you at that time. Since you could watch me die, why did you come to me again? It wasn't easy for me to forget you. She laughed out loud, but her laughter was full of sorrow. Yifeng, you're so cruel. You didn't let me go even when you died. I can't be more cruel than you. I can't be more cruel than you. How could you do this to me? She laughed until her face was full of tears, wetting Yifeng's clothes. Blood mixed with tears fell together, like a demonic flower blooming. She cried like a child who had been wronged. Brother Yifeng, I'm Ayu. She threw herself on Yifeng and cried until her whole body trembled. Brother Yifeng, wake up. Ayu is back. Don't you want me anymore? Don't you want me again? At the end of her words, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, sprinkling it on the front of Yifeng's clothes. Ning Shuima was shocked. She couldn't let Yin Ziyuan go on like this. If she went on like this, she would go crazy. Ning Shuima walked forward and pulled her up without any explanation. Ziyuan, don't cry. Don't cry. She forcibly held her in her arms and sent her psychokinesis to calm her almost boiling blood. Yin Ziyuan wanted to throw herself back on Yifeng, but she wasn't as strong as Ning Shuima. She struggled a few times but couldn't break free from her grasp. Let go of me. Let go of me. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to talk to me. Yin Ziyuan struggled under Ning Shuima's hands like crazy and shouted crazily. Her eyes were red and filled with madness. Ning Shuima's heart sank. She steeled herself and raised her hand to slap her. Yin Ziyuan, wake up. Yifeng was dead. He was dead. Did you hear that? Even if you don't want to admit it, he's already dead. Wake up. This was a resounding slap. Yin Ziyuan shuddered, as if she had been woken up from a nightmare. She stopped yelling and stared blankly at Ning Shuima for a moment before slowly turning her head to look at Yifeng on the ground. It was as if she had been drenched in ice and snow from head to toe. She slowly squatted down and hugged her knees with her arms. Her long hair draped over her shoulders as she curled up and trembled slightly. She muttered, "Yes, he's dead. He doesn't want me anymore." Ning Shuima looked around. The cave had just collapsed, and there were signs of it collapsing again. This place was not safe. She took a deep breath and pulled Yin Ziyuan again. Ziyuan, wake up. Let's bring Yifeng up, okay? That way, he can rest in peace. Rest in peace. These words agitated Yin Ziyuan again. Her body suddenly stiffened and she slowly raised her head. Her gaze fell on Yifeng again and she said softly, "We sharkmen go to the sea to rest in peace." Yifeng loved the sea deeply. If it wasn't for looking for her, he might not have come to the land for the rest of his life. As a result, he died in a foreign land. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. Okay, I know a path that leads to the sea. Let's go. She was about to step forward and carry Yifeng onto Kirin's back when Yanzhuan bent down before her. She struggled to carry Yifeng and move him out step by step. She was petite, and it was already difficult for her to carry Yifeng, let alone carry him. After a few steps, she fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 1081. She was petite, and it was already difficult for her to carry Yifeng, let alone carry him. After a few steps, she fell heavily to the ground. Ning Xiuma hurriedly helped Yan Ziyuan up. Her knee was already bruised and bleeding, but she didn't seem to feel it. She continued to carry Yifeng and limped out. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but say, Ziyuan, put Yifeng on Little Apple. Yan Ziyuan didn't say anything. She just hugged Yifeng even tighter, as if she was hugging the most important treasure in her life. It was as if she was afraid that someone would take it away from her. They continued to stumble forward. Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli followed behind them. Kirin also followed with drooping ears. In the narrow cave, only Gu Zian was left with his acupoints sealed. He had been left behind. No, he didn't want to be left here. He would die here. Gu Zian tried his best to attack the acupoints that Ning Xiuma had casually sealed. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else, but the acupoints were unsealed. He was overjoyed and immediately stumbled out. When he finally saw Ning Xiuma and the others, he didn't dare to shout. He just followed them from a distance. Shun Jili seemed to have sensed something. He pursed his lips slightly. Without turning his head, he waved his hand. Gu Zian's eyes were wide open, and he was completely frozen in place. He was terrified for a moment, but he couldn't shout anymore. He could only watch as the group walked further and further away. After some time, Ning Xiuma and the others finally walked out of the cave and saw the blue sky again. The exit of the cave was an ice cliff. Below the ice cliff was the surging sea. Yan Ziyuan was still holding Yifeng. Her expression was blank as she walked forward. If Ning Xiuma hadn't caught her in time, she would have fallen off the cliff. Yan Ziyuan finally regained her senses. Looking at the undulating waves of the sea below, she slowly revealed a smile and softly said, Big brother Yifeng, look, the sea. She hugged Yifeng and slowly sat down facing the sea. Brother Yifeng, you actually want to return to the sea the most, right? Once our shark men leave the water, their bodies will feel very uncomfortable. You have always wanted to go back, right? You're just worried about me, right? She lowered her eyes and smiled to herself. Big brother Yifeng, you did everything for me, but I didn't do anything for you. I only know how to be willful in front of you, but I didn't do anything for you. Big brother Yifeng, what do you want me to do the most? Let me do it for you, okay? Yifeng naturally wouldn't answer her. She hugged Yifeng tightly again. Big brother Yifeng, tell me. Kirin couldn't help but say, Yifeng wanted you to eat the fish he roasted for you, but you didn't want to eat it. Now you can't eat it even if you want to. Yan Ziyuan's body stiffened. She lowered her head to look at Yifeng in her arms. She seemed to recall the scene when they first arrived. Yifeng really did want to roast fish for her, but she would rather eat that scum's fish than have a taste. Her lips trembled slightly as she pressed her face against Yifeng's cold face. Big brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. Her tears dripped onto Yifeng's face, but she couldn't call him back no matter what. Ning Xiuma's chest also felt very stuffy. She didn't say anything else. Yan Ziyuan's sadness was too strong. Letting her cry here was better than keeping it bottled up in her heart. After a while, Yan Ziyuan slowly raised her head and looked at Ning Xiuma. Xiuma, can you ask Kirin to help me catch another ice crystal fish? Chapter 1082. Ning Xiuma nodded and turned to order Kirin, Little Apple, go down and catch an ice crystal fish. The little Qilin nodded its big head. It's not a big deal. Leave it to me. Don't even mention one. Even if it's a basket full of them, I can still catch them. It leaped up, and with a splash, it created a big splash of water. Yan Ziyuan hugged Yifeng and looked at the sea with eyes full of longing and reminiscence. There were white birds circling the sea in the distance. The starry sky was bright, the moon was cold, the sea breeze was whistling, and the waves were rolling. There seemed to be a faint song from afar, full of sadness. Ning Xiuma stood beside her and wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. At this time, no matter what she said, Yin Ziyuan would not listen. She was completely immersed in her own world. Yifeng's death was a fatal blow to her. It was hard to imagine how she would live in the future. Even if she went back, she would no longer be the innocent Yin Ziyuan. She would be the mermaid Yiyu, who carried the memories of two lives. The little Qilin quickly popped its head out and flew up like a wisp of smoke. It shook violently, and after its scales were once again refreshed, it ran over as if it was asking for credit. Master, master, look, I caught 3 ice crystal fish. Ning Xiuma patted Little Apple's big head to encourage it. Little Apple enjoyed it and rubbed its head against her palm. Before it was satisfied, it heard Shun Julie say lightly, "Go down and catch your own food." Little Apple felt its body suddenly fly into the air, and its whole beast flew out directly. It plunged into the sea like a cannonball. It pulled its head out of the mud for a long time. After it came out, it did not dare to fly up. It opened its mouth and angrily swallowed a big fish that passed by. Yin Ziyuan clumsily handled one of the ice crystal fish. She scraped the scales and removed the internal organs. She was busy for a long time before she finished all these work. In the past, he had seen Yifeng doing it with ease, but now that he was doing it himself, he realized how difficult it was. If he wasn't careful, he would be scraped by the scales. It turned out that big brother Yifeng had done so much for her. It was a pity that she didn't cherish him. Now that he had completely left, it was too late for regrets. Yin Ziyuan closed her eyes. Her tears had already dried up, but the deep sorrow in her heart was like a mass of thick ink that couldn't be dissolved, slowly spreading. The pain was so heavy that she couldn't breathe. In the end, she set up a fire and skewered the fish that was almost processed on a branch. Yin Ziyuan slowly put Yifeng down and let him sit up straight. She snuggled up behind him and hugged Yifeng. She placed a branch with the fish in it into Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's hand was clenched tightly. There seemed to be something in it. Yin Ziyuan silently pried his hands off one by one. It was a piece of the little mermaid crystal. She held her breath. The pain in her heart attacked her fiercely. She held the crystal so tightly that her whole body was trembling. Big brother Yifeng. The crystal that she casually picked up and gave to him was treated like a treasure by him. He always carried it with him. Even when he died, he held it in his hand. His body was full of holes, but this fragile crystal remained intact. It shone with a strange luster under the moonlight. When she was carving Gu Zian's crystal, Yifeng asked her to carve it for him. What did she say at that time? Yes, she asked him to wait. She even slapped him. She didn't expect that after waiting, they would be separated by life and death. Chapter 1083. Yin Ziyuan's heart ached so much that she wanted to dig it out directly. She curled up tightly beside Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, Brother Yifeng, please forgive me, forgive Ayu. Ayu knows she was wrong. Her voice seemed to resonate with the sobbing of the sea at this moment. It was sad and sorrowful, making those who heard it sad and those who heard it cry. Yifeng's body was suddenly swayed by her and was about to fall to the ground. Yin Ziyuan was so scared that she rushed over and lay down before his body fell to the ground. Yifeng fiercely smashed on her body. She only let out a muffled groan and gently brushed away the snow on Yifeng's body. She slowly helped him up with a head full of cold sweat. She asked softly, Brother Yifeng, did you fall anywhere? Does it hurt? It's all Ayu's fault. Ayu shouldn't have fooled around when Brother Yifeng was roasting fish. Brother Yifeng spoils Ayu too much. You should teach Ayu a lesson at this time. Ning Xiuma stood at the side and felt a dull pain in her heart. Yin Ziyuan's mind was obviously not normal again. There was a burnt smell in the air, as if something was being roasted. Ning Xiuma saw that the fish had been roasted. She was so distracted that she forgot about the fish for a moment. Yin Ziyuan was also stunned. She stared blankly at the ice crystal fish that was being roasted black in the fire. Suddenly, she rushed forward and reached out to grab the fish. Ning Xiuma quickly stopped her. Yin Ziyuan was still struggling desperately, and kept reaching out to grab the fish. Looking at her, Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly burned with evil fire. She scolded her. Yin Ziyuan, are you crazy? That's spiritual fire. If you put your hand in, your whole arm will be crippled. Do you understand? Yi Feng risked his life to save you. How can you bear to ruin yourself like this? Yin Ziyuan was stunned by her scolding. After a while, she slowly lowered her head. But that's the fish that brother Yi Feng roasted for me. I can't spoil his good intentions. Ning Xiuma was both distressed and angry. Then you're going to ruin yourself like this? Can't you roast another one? Yin Ziyuan suddenly shrank back like an injured hedgehog. Her whole body was trembling. Xiuma, don't say any more. I beg you, don't say any more. This fish can't be wasted. Woo-woo, this is the first fish that brother Yi Feng has roasted for me in this lifetime. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes and sighed. She extinguished the spiritual fire and waved her hand. The burnt fish flew into Yin Ziyuan's hand. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. Then she smiled happily and lowered her head to eat the fish. The fish was burnt black and gave off an unpleasant burnt smell. There wasn't any seasoning on it, but Yin Ziyuan ate it seriously as if she had found a treasure. As she ate, tears streamed down her face. Her usually sweet voice became slightly hoarse. She seemed to be holding back her surging emotions. She raised her eyes and smiled at Yi Feng. It's delicious. It's delicious. Brother Yi Feng, you really likes the fish you roasted? Yi Feng still looked the same. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Yin Ziyuan held him in her arms and said softly, Brother Yi Feng, you is greedy. I want to eat another one. Brother Yi Feng, can you roast another fish for you? She started to prepare the second fish. While roasting, she held Yi Feng's hand and smiled sweetly. She was like a young girl in love, but her eyes were empty. Chapter 1084. She began to prepare the second fish. While roasting it, she held Yi Feng's hand and smiled sweetly, like a girl in love, but her eyes were empty, like a doll that only knew how to smile. Yin Ziyuan once again lowered her head to eat the fish. In fact, she was already full after eating the first fish, but she still ate the second one with a numb expression. She praised while tears streamed down her face. After eating the fish, Yin Ziyuan began to carve the little mermaid crystal with a knife. Under the moonlight, Ning Xiuma watched the crystal gradually become clear. In the end, Yin Ziyuan wasn't good at carving, so she accidentally cut herself several times. In the end, when she finished carving the crystal, her hands were also full of scars. The crystal soaked in her blood looked exceptionally beautiful, sparkling and translucent, sparkling under the moonlight. Yin Ziyuan happily picked up the crystal and waved it in front of Yi Feng. Brother Yi Feng, look, isn't it beautiful? Doesn't it look like you? Brother Yi Feng, as long as you say you want it, you will give it to you immediately. Her voice was lively and sweet, even with a hint of playfulness. Ning Xiuma felt like there was a big stone in her heart. It was so heavy that she had nowhere to put it. Brother Yi Feng, I'm just joking with you. Even if you don't say anything, you will definitely give it to you. Everything that you has is yours. Yin Ziyuan's voice was still playful, but her expression was full of pain. Brother Yi Feng, can you talk to you? Even if it's just a sentence. She slowly squatted down. Her heart hurt so much that she wanted to take it out. Yin Ziyuan closed her eyes and slowly waited for the hysterical pain to pass. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it the smell of the salty sea. She supported Yi Feng and slowly got up. Everywhere she looked was a sea of blue. There seemed to be a soft sound in the air. Big brother Yi Feng, you love the sea the most, right? At this moment, you must also want to return to the sea. Yin Ziyuan's voice was filled with tenderness, as if she was a wife who was about to send her lover off. You came here clean, so you must want to go home clean, right? I will help you. Yin Ziyuan scooped up a handful of snow and carefully cleaned the wounds on Yi Feng's body. She cleaned very carefully and very slowly, not letting go of any wounds. After a while, her small hands were frozen red and gradually lost feeling. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng's wound was finally cleaned by her. Yin Ziyuan hugged Yi Feng and gradually closed her eyes. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Yifeng's cold lips. This kiss was full of longing, crossing the distance between life and death, crossing the boundary of the river of stars, quietly lingering in this place. At the end of the kiss, Yan Ziyuan's cheeks were slightly red. Her watery eyes seemed to be filled with a sky full of stars, astonishingly bright. She looked at Yifeng affectionately, her eyes full of tenderness, and her lips gradually curved into a smile. She smiled charmingly and innocently, as if an innocent girl who did not know the affairs of the world had finally waited for her true love. She was also like that day under the blue sea, in the dazzling crystal forest, in front of thousands of sharkmen. Little Princess Yiyu's beautiful eyes that could turn all living things upside down. Ning Xiuma suddenly had a bad premonition. The strong uneasiness made her want to rush up and grab Yan Ziyuan, but it was already too late. Yan Ziyuan hugged Yifeng and jumped down. The only thing that could be heard in the wind was a sentence that was like a whisper. "Big brother Yifeng, let's go home." Chapter 1085. Ning Xiuma did not expect that this trip to the ice field would end up like this. When they arrived, there were 5 of them, but when they returned, only she and the Almighty were left. The sky was filled with red clouds, and her heart was as heavy as the clouds in the sky. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have interfered in this matter. This way, Zian wouldn't have died, and Yifeng wouldn't have died. I actually wanted them to be well, but I didn't expect. Ning Xiuma had always been straightforward and confident, but now she felt helpless and uncertain. Could it be that it's really because I'm a jinx? No matter who I meddle in, no one will have a good ending. Shun Juli raised his hand and held her in his arms. He said lightly, "This ending is the best for them." According to the original fate, Yan Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan would have been married for 10 years. Gu Ziyan would have taken in another concubine, doting on that concubine and completely ignoring her and Rong Yan. He demoted her to a concubine. She was depressed and died of a serious illness. When Yifeng heard about her death, he would have come to avenge her. He fell into Gu Ziyan's trap and was captured. He was given to Lu Hin Ti as a treasure. Lu Hin Ti skinned him to make clothes, and his soul was scattered. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She did not expect Yifeng and Rong Yan's fate to be so cruel. She sighed slightly. Although their fate was cruel, they still had 10 more years to live. At the very least, Ziyuan will have a good life for a while. Half a year after Yan Ziyuan's marriage, the twin curse was broken. She regretted it, but what was done, and there was nothing she could do. She was always cold to Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan was angry, and he only cared about Rong Yan. A year later, Lord Yin died suddenly. Gu Ziyan inherited the position of Lord of Daliang City and made Rong Yan his second wife. Yan Ziyuan was only Gu Ziyan's legal wife in name. Her food and clothing expenses were often deducted by Rong Yan. She was depressed all her life and didn't even get to see Yifeng before she died. The Almighty explained Yan Ziyuan's unaltered fate in more detail. Ning Xiuma, from the looks of it, this ending was still better. She pursed her lips. I thought I could change their fates and let them finally obtain happiness. These two people clearly love each other, but due to a freak combination of factors, they ended up like this. Yifeng loved her so much, but until the moment of his death, he didn't know that Yan Ziyuan loved him. And Yan Ziyuan couldn't tell him anymore. Going against the heavens and changing one's fate doesn't mean that you can change it to the outcome you want. Instead, you can force one's fate into an unknown passageway. As for whether it will be sad or happy, it all depends on the actions of the two people whose fates have been changed. Back then, Yifeng gambled on his fate with Yan Ziyuan. They were not meant to be in this lifetime, but Yan Ziyuan broke the curse when she jumped into the sea with Yifeng in her arms. She and Yifeng will be fated to be in this lifetime. If they know how to seize the opportunity, it's possible that this lifetime's fate will become eternal. You mean they'll come back to life? Ning Xiuma's eyes lit up slightly. Shun Juli rubbed his chin on the top of her head and gave her an unfathomable answer. Heaven's secrets are not to be revealed. Ning Xiuma. The Almighty was keeping her in suspense again. At this moment, Kiran had already carried them on their return journey. They flew over the deep blue sea under the ice field again. Julie glanced down at the waves. When Yin Ziyuan jumped into the sea with Yifeng in her arms, Ning Shuima subconsciously wanted to jump as well. However, he pulled her back and kicked the stunned Kirin into the sea. Chapter 1086. After Kirin jumped down, it discovered that there was a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the sea that no one dared to approach. It watched as Yin Ziyuan and Yifeng were sucked into the whirlpool. Kirin was inexperienced and did not recognize the huge whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere. However, Julie knew. Ultimate ruin. That was the source of the sea. Ultimate ruin. The sinkhole was also the source of life for all marine creatures. If there were no accidents, the two of them would be reborn in ultimate ruin. After all, Yin Ziyuan was forced to reincarnate as a human by the Sea Ray Sorcerer's curse. When the curse was broken, she would regain her identity as the Sea Race's Sharkmen, and Yifeng would still be the Sharkmen. If their obsession with each other was deep enough, their memories of this life would not disappear. Yifeng would still be Yifeng, and Yin Ziyuan would still be the Yin Ziyuan with Yiyu's memories. However, Yifeng's fate was changed by Julie. It was a true heavenly secret. If it was revealed, not only would he be punished by the heavens, the fate of the two of them would change again. Thus, he could not tell Ning Shuima. In any case, Ning Shuima only hoped for her good friends to be well. As long as they were happy, everything else was not important. The two of them naturally returned to Buddha Lotus Mountain, and Ning Shuima met the other disciples of the Sun Moon sect. Ning Shuima's rapid growth made everyone's jaws drop. They simply did not dare to believe it, especially Helian Xiao, who circled around her 3 times and only had one word left in his mouth. Miracle! Miracle! When Ning Shuima had just entered the ancestors' tutelage, she was still an Earth rank level 2 rookie. In just a short period of 10 days, she had actually advanced to Earth rank level 5 and was about to enter level 6. Not long after Ning Shuima returned to the Buddha Lotus Mountain, the day of Ji Yunhuang and Tian Shueqing's wedding arrived. Lu Hinti sent someone to deliver an invitation. When Ning Shuima saw the invitation, she said indifferently, "I'm not going. Send my blessings to His Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess on my behalf. I wish that they can grow old in harmony and love each other until their hair turns white." Then he sent the envoy away. "Didn't you agree to attend Ji Yunhuang's wedding?" Julie asked as he sipped his tea. After returning to Mount Buddha Lotus, Julie gave her a few days off so that she could relax. Finally, she became more lively. He thought that she would definitely attend Ji Yunhuang's wedding, but he did not expect that she would choose not to attend. Ning Shuima was depressed. She sat on a chair and swayed. Maybe if I don't go, the result will be better. It seemed like the tragedy of Yin Ziyuan and Yifeng had traumatized her. Julie was speechless. He pulled her up. "Come with me." Ning Shuima stumbled and fell into his arms. She rubbed her eyebrows and looked up. "Where are we going?" "Chongkong country." Julie spat out these 3 words and took her away. "I'm still a heavenly master there. The Crown Prince's wedding still needs a heavenly master." Ning Shuima was speechless. She had forgotten that the great master was Han Shanyue. She was still unwilling to go. She broke free from his hand. "Great master, you can go by yourself. I don't need to go." She turned around and was about to return to her side chamber. "I'm going to rest." She did not know why, but she was a little sleepy recently. It was probably because she was too tired from running around for the past few days. Julie scooped her up in his arms and leaped into the air. "I've told you before that you can't leave my sight at all times. So wherever I go, you can only follow." Chapter 1087. Ning Shuima felt a bit of a headache. Ever since the great god accepted her as his disciple and said that he would train her day and night, she and the great god had never been separated. They were like conjoined twins. No matter where she went, she could see the great god's figure. This kind of protection was airtight, but it also made her feel a bit breathless. She helplessly supported her forehead in his arms. "Great God, I really think that I should have some private time. We should maintain a bit of distance occasionally." At this moment, Shun Julie was already flying in the sky with her. He put her on a cloud 2 feet away from him and then slightly closed his eyes. Well, now there is a distance. You can do whatever you want to do. Ning Xiuma's lips twitched. Great God, you are strong. Seriously counting the time, Ning Xiuma had left Chongkong country for less than half a year. When she stepped into Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion again, she had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. Everything in Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion was still the same. In the few months that she was not here, Old Zhong took care of Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion in an orderly manner. The servants in the mansion were performing their duties, and it was no different from before she left. When Old Zhong saw her, he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. When the master and servant met, it was lively. Ning Xiuma was originally worried about them, but when she saw them like this, her heart finally relaxed. She suddenly remembered Tom, the chastity-testing beast, so she asked Old Zhong about it. Old Zhong looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a long time, he said he went out shopping. You should be back soon. Ning Xiuma was flabbergasted. The chastity-testing beast, that kind of monster, went shopping? What if it scared the cats and dogs on the street? Just as she thought about it, a voice sounded from outside. Old Zhong, come back. I have something delicious to eat. I'm hungry. I'm starving to death. That voice was very strange. It sounded like a foreigner speaking Chinese. The tone was very stiff and awkward. Following the voice, a blond youth walked in with big strides. High nose, deep eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He was actually a standard Northern European handsome guy. Ning Xiuma's heart moved. Could it be? The handsome Caucasian man suddenly saw Ning Xiuma sitting at the head of the table and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he shouted and rushed over, Little Xiuma. He opened his arms and wanted to give Ning Xiuma a bear hug. However, before his arm could touch the corner of Ning Xiuma's clothes, he suddenly felt as if a gust of wind had hit him head-on. He staggered back several steps and sat on the ground with a plop. His butt hurt badly from the fall. Fortunately, he was a thick-skinned person. He jumped up from the ground and said, Which bastard, just as he was about to curse, which bastard plotted against me? He suddenly saw Shun Julie sitting at the head of the table. His gaze was as cold as electricity, so he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Ning Xiuma had already stood up. She circled around him and called out tentatively, Tom? The golden-haired boy was almost in tears. I am. Xiuma, you finally came back. You finally missed your big brother. The golden-haired boy was actually Tom, the chastity-testing beast. Ning Xiuma almost couldn't believe it. Tom, did you repossess another body? Tom shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I cultivated into a human form. Ning Xiuma didn't expect that it could cultivate into a human form in just a few months. It seemed that this child was also a genius. She looked at Tom again. The boy looked to be 14 or 15 years old. His delicate face was still childish. Is this your face from your previous life? Ning Xiuma wasn't sure. Chapter 1088. Yes. Tom's face was full of pride as he struck a pose. How is it? Isn't brother handsome? This sentence was actually very smooth. Ning Xiuma snapped her fingers. Cool. She glanced at him again. Your Chinese is also not bad. Although he still spoke with a foreign devil's accent, he could at least communicate with people. Tom had been a chastity-testing beast for thousands of years. His internal psychokinesis had already reached the stage of transformation, but he didn't know how to use it and couldn't communicate with people normally, so he had been sullen until now. Later, the books that Ning Xiuma gave him were simply gospel to him. He eagerly read and understood. After a few months of closed-door cultivation, he finally found a method to cultivate into a human form. Half a month ago, he finally cultivated into a human form, which almost scared everyone in the Marquis Jingyuan mansion. Although it was difficult for beasts to cultivate into a human form, they could change their appearance as they wished. Therefore, Tom's human form was his appearance from his previous life. After cultivating into a human form, he had always regarded the Marquis Jingyuan mansion as his home. The years of being locked in a cage were his nightmare. Therefore, once he cultivated into a human form, he went out to the streets almost every day to enjoy the joy of freedom At that time, the only person who could communicate with him and help him cultivate into a human form was Ning Xiaoma. He naturally missed her very much. Now that he suddenly saw her return, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Once he opened his mouth, it was simply like the power of the yellow river from the sky, unceasing. Even if other people wanted to interrupt, they couldn't. Tom spoke with great delight, and Ning Xiaoma was also amused by him to smile frequently. Shun Jili sat there drinking tea and didn't intend to interrupt the two people. After returning from the ice field, Ning Xiaoma had been somewhat depressed. Now that she rarely showed a happy face, he naturally wouldn't disturb her. Ning Xiaoma and Tom's conversation found that he was very business-minded. In the month that he recovered into a human form, he had already solved several economic crises for the marquis Jingyuan Mansion and also drove away several of the Ning Mansion's best relatives. While they were talking, a faint noise came from outside. After a while, someone came in to report that third Aunt Ning and second young lady Ning were outside the door asking to see Ning Xiaoma, Marquis Ning. Ning Xiaoma naturally knew who this so-called third Aunt Ning was. She was the one whose arm was bitten off by the chastity-testing beast. He didn't know where this second young Miss Ning came from. Tom snorted. This second young lady Ning is the daughter of third Aunt Ning. Her psychokinesis has reached human rank level 4. She's the one who's spoiled by the whole family. Ning Xiaoma understood. She raised her hand. They got the news fast. Let them in. She wanted to see what kind of trouble they would come up with this time. A moment later, third Aunt Ning and second young lady Ning were let in. When third Aunt Ning saw Ning Xiaoma, she was stunned, but then her face showed an affectionate surprise. "Oh, Xiaoma, where have you been these days? I missed you so much." Ning Xiaoma also smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning's arm must be better?" Third Aunt Ning stiffened for a moment, then smiled again. "Much better, much better. It's all thanks to Xiaoma's medical skills. Our Ning family has such a talented woman like you. In the future, our Ning family will be prosperous." She then greeted the girl who came in. "Shuiying, this is your little sister Xiaoma. You haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years, right? Get close to each other." Chapter 1089. Ning Shuiying was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her features were sharp, and she looked a bit like her mother. Her appearance was above average, and she could barely be considered a beauty if she was properly groomed. However, the arrogance in her features destroyed her beauty. She also greeted Ning Xiaoma with a fake smile. "Little sister Xiaoma, I haven't seen you in a few years, and you've grown so much." Ning Xiaoma had the memories of the original owner. She knew that before Marquis Ning died, Ning Shuiying treated Ning Xiaoma quite well. She called her little sister all day long. When Marquis Ning died, she immediately changed her attitude. She scolded Xiaoma as trash every day, and she lost the face of the Ning clan. She said such words too often. She used the fact that she was a genius to bully the young Ning Xiaoma. She even secretly kicked Ning Xiaoma off a cliff once. If Ning Xiaoma didn't happen to be hanging on a tree, she would have died at that time. Ning Shuiying had not returned home for 2 years. Although she had heard a lot about Ning Xiaoma's deeds in her own sect, she still didn't believe that the once cowardly and lowly Ning Xiaoma could create such a big wave. She felt that it was just a rumor. Now that she saw Ning Xiaoma, she saw that her features were much prettier and her temperament was very different from before, especially her clothes. They looked simple, but they were made of shark silk. A small piece of cloth was worth thousands of gold. It was comparable to all of her belongings. This made her feel unbalanced. She turned her head, and her gaze landed on Shun Julie, who had been calmly drinking tea at the side. Her eyes lit up, and she walked forward. "This is Celestial Master Han?" She couldn't see Shun Julie's face clearly. She only felt that he was very handsome and extraordinary. He was 100 times more handsome than all of her senior and junior brothers combined. Ning Shuiying immediately bowed towards Shun Julie. She purposely softened her tone. "Ning Shuiying greets Celestial Master Han." She still had a soft and pleasant voice, which was described by her fellow disciples as the most enchanting voice. It was very good at seducing men. In the sect, She even used this voice to seduce a martial uncle to prostrate himself under her skirt. She thought that this coquettish bow would attract Master Han to look at her a few times and then gently allow her to stand up. But the reality was harsh. Master Han didn't even look at her. He was still leisurely sipping his tea. Ning Shuiying bowed there for a long time until her waist was sore, but she still didn't hear the other party say the word remove. For a moment, she froze there, not knowing whether to get up or not. Ning Shuima naturally wouldn't help her out. She just crossed her arms and watched. She was happy to watch the show. Third Aunt Ning loved her daughter dearly and hurriedly used other words to help her daughter out. Shuiying, come here. You haven't been close to your younger sister Shuima for a long time. You two have a good chat. Ning Shuiying took the opportunity to get up and walk over. I heard that younger sister Shuima has become the Overlord's disciple. Congratulations, congratulations. She said congratulations, but her eyes were full of jealousy. Ning Shuima lightly replied, well said, well said. She didn't feel like exchanging pleasantries with the mother and daughter. What brings you here? Third Aunt Ning exclaimed, Shuima, third aunt and your second sister came specially to see you. We are a family, so we should be intimate. Shuima, now that you have become the Overlord's disciple, you are the glory of the entire Ning family. Chapter 1090. Shuima, you don't know this, but when you succeeded in becoming his disciple, the entire Ning family was overjoyed. They set off firecrackers for several days and held banquets for several days. Shuima, we're family. Now that you've flown to a higher branch, don't forget to support your family. Your sister Shuiying also wants to enter the Sun Moon sect, and it's best if she can also become the ancestor's disciple. That way, you two sisters will have each other's company, right? Why don't you plead with the ancestor and ask him to accept Shuiying? Ning Shuima knew that this mother and daughter pair must have come with a request, but she didn't expect that they would actually ask for this. She almost couldn't help but want to laugh. Before she could open her mouth, Tom, who was beside her, burst out laughing. You're just picking up scraps. Do you think the ancestor is? What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry want to become his disciple? Ning Shuiying's expression changed, and she fiercely glared at Tom. She should have suffered some kind of loss from Tom, so she didn't dare to get angry after being ridiculed by him. She only sneered. To put it bluntly, Sister Shuima's psychokinesis is still trash, but didn't you also become the ancestor's disciple? This little girl has already cultivated to the 5th rank of the human step and is known as a genius. The 5th rank of the human step is also called a genius. Tom couldn't help but laugh. The frog at the bottom of the well is short-sighted. He spoke these few sentences in Chinese, and unexpectedly, he didn't say anything wrong. Ning Shuima lazily said, Uncle Zhong, see the guests out. Ning Shuiying steeled her heart and stared at Ning Shuima. Sister Shuima, did you become angry from embarrassment after hearing Sister speak the truth? Then Sister will apologize to Sister. She said that, but she didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. She took another step forward and reached out to hold Ning Shuima's hand. Little sister, we haven't been close for a long time. Ning Shuima didn't dodge. Ning Shuiying's fingers were grabbing Ning Shuima's wrist. She suddenly channeled her psyche power, and her 5 fingers were like 5 iron claws, trying to pinch Ning Shuima's pulse. She wanted to make Ning Shuima cry like a ghost and make her lose face. However, she did not expect that as soon as she exerted strength in her fingers, she would feel the psychokinesis in her body rushing towards the other party. She could not stop it even if she wanted to. The other party was absorbing her psychokinesis. Ning Shuiying's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly tried to withdraw her hand, but her fingers seemed to be stuck to the other party's wrist. She couldn't withdraw her hand at all. Outsiders only saw her and Ning Shuima holding each other's wrists intimately. How could they know her pain? Third Aunt Ning thought that her daughter had the upper hand. Her old face was full of pride. She stole a glance at Shun Julie's expression. Shun Julie was still expressionless. It was as if he turned a blind eye to this scene. Third Aunt Ning mocked Ning Shuima in her heart. A concubine was a concubine. She would not be noticed by the high and mighty Celestial Master Han. Even if she was at a disadvantage, Celestial Master Han couldn't be bothered to care. Ning Xiuma was just a good-looking girl. After all, she was a good-for-nothing and a jinx. It was understandable that Celestial Master Han didn't care about her. If her daughter married him, with her ability to attract men, Celestial Master Han would definitely dote on her. Third Aunt Ning stood there. Before she could finish her daydream, she suddenly heard a muffled groan. She subconsciously raised her head and saw her daughter suddenly fly out like a rag. With a bang, she stuck to the wall and fell to the ground with a scream. Shuiying, Third Aunt Ning panicked and rushed over to help her daughter up. Chapter 1091. Ning Shuiying also struggled on the ground, trying to get up. She did not expect that as soon as she lifted her upper body, her body would soften and she would fall to the ground again. Her forehead hit the ground heavily. Third Aunt Ning was speechless. Ning Shuiying's forehead was bruised. She tried hard to get up again, but her waist went soft again. She kowtowed again. Just like that. She kowtowed 3 times in a row until a big bruise appeared on her forehead. Only then did she manage to get up. Ning Xiuma smiled lazily. Why do you have to change from arrogance to deference? We're sisters, you don't have to apologize so much. Ning Shuiying was speechless. Ning Xiuma gestured to Uncle Zhong and ordered, "Send the guests out." Ning Shuiying's face was pale. She could feel that all the strength in her body had been drained. She could not find any psychokinesis in her body. In other words, she had lost all her psychokinesis. She had become a useless person. She widened her eyes and stared at Ning Xiuma. "Ew, what kind of sorcery did you use?" Ning Xiuma glanced at her coldly. "You dare to call the sun-moon sex sorcery is sorcery?" Ning Shuiying was speechless. Uncle Zhong had long found this mother and daughter pair unpleasing to his eyes. In the past few months, when Ning Xiuma wasn't around, this mother and daughter pair had visited the Zhong residence many times. They wanted to take advantage of the Zhong residence, but after being rudely chased away by Tom several times, they finally calmed down. Third Aunt Ning did not know what had happened. She only knew that her daughter had suffered a great loss in the hands of Ning Xiuma. She hated it in her heart. Now that this little bitch had taken the ancestor as her master, her martial arts must have improved. They could not afford to offend her anymore. She was more sensible. She knew that it would not be good to offend Ning Shuiying at this time, so she took a step back. "Xiuma, you're now Marquis Ning. You're also Celestial Master Han's disciple and the ancestor's disciple. You could be considered glorious. You can't forget your roots and our Ning family. After all, the Ning family's blood flows in your body. You have to help our Ning family. Now that you're not at home all year round, we can't let an outsider take care of the Ning residence. How about this? You hand the Ning residence to us. We promise to take good care of it for you." It turned out that they were eyeing the entire Ning mansion's wealth. Ning Xiuma smiled and tilted her head to look at her. "You want to take care of the Ning mansion?" Yes, your third aunt is good at taking care of the family." Third Aunt Ning almost puffed out her chest. "Is your face that big?" Ning Xiuma added in disdain. Third Aunt Ning was speechless. Ning Xiuma took another sip of tea and said indifferently, "The family business in this residence was earned by me, Ning Xiuma. It has nothing to do with the Ning family. Tom, from today onwards, the Ning mansion will be handed over to you. In the future, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry claims to be your relative, feel free to kick them out." Tom was stunned. He glanced at Ning Xiuma and immediately replied, "Okay." Third Aunt Ning jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What? You want to give the Ning mansion to an outsider?" No. The whole Ning family won't agree." Before she could finish, Ning Xiuma looked at Tom with a faint smile. "Tom, someone is shouting in your house." Tom's handsome face tightened. He lifted Third Aunt Ning up with one hand like a chick. "Get lost." Then, Third Aunt Ning was thrown out by Tom like a ball. Third Aunt Ning flew through the air and howled, "Ha ha! Help! Mother!" Ning Shuiying screamed and rushed out. Chapter 1092. The annoying flies were finally driven out. Ning Xiuma believed that they would never come again. As for Ning Shuiying, she had already become a real waste. She would also taste the pain that Ning Xiuma had experienced in the past. In the future, Ning Xiuma would not have many opportunities to return to the Ning residence. It was unreasonable for the Ning residents to be without a master all year round. After a long time, it would be easy to be targeted by people with ulterior motives. It was better to give it to Tom, who had no relatives or friends. This fellow was a genius in business. She believed that the Ning residents would be able to flourish in his hands. However, Tom was after all a beast who had cultivated into a human. He had to find a proper identity so that he could stay in peace. Ning Xiuma had an idea. She asked Tom to change his surname to Ning and let him stay as Marquis Ning's adopted son. This way, it would be proper for him to inherit the Ning residence. Tom originally had no parents in this era. Now that he could have a normal identity, he was naturally willing. He even gave himself the name Ning Tianyu. Ning Xiuma simply brought him to the government and registered him as a permanent resident. She had a special identity now. The Ministry of Revenue naturally would not make things difficult for her. They happily registered Ning Tianyu and made him a real member of the Ning residence. The news of Master Han's return was like a bird with wings spreading in the capital. Lu Hinti naturally also received the news. He immediately led the civil and military officials to welcome him. Ning Xiuma originally did not want to meet Lu Hinti and the others with the Almighty. However, Shun Juli directly kept her by his side, saying that he did not want her to leave his sight. Therefore, she could only sit with him in the hall of the Taoist master residence. When she saw Lu Hinti and the others, they came to greet her. Ji Yunhao actually came too. After not seeing him for half a year, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. He also seemed to have calmed down a lot. He stood in the hall and greeted Shun Juli. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma, faintly complicated. This girl used to be his fiancée. He mistook her for trash and threw her away. When he realized her good points, she could no longer return his side. He missed it. What had he missed? After all, he was a playboy who often mingled in romantic situations, so he was quite good at judging women. He could tell at a glance that Ning Xiuma was still a virgin. Master Han did not consummate their marriage. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps he still had a chance? After he finished paying his respects, he finally couldn't help but ask, will great master still let Shui Missing be a concubine? Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. What was her position in the Almighty's heart? She had already removed her status as a concubine. So what kind of status did the Almighty want her to have? Ning Xiuma's gaze also shifted to the great god, wanting to see how he would respond. Shun Juli didn't even glance at Ji Yunhao. Of course, he also ignored his question. Ji Yunhao didn't dare to ask again after being snubbed. A servant reported from outside. His Highness the Crown Prince has come to pay his respects. Ning Xiuma's expression changed. Tomorrow was Ji Yunhuang's wedding. She did not expect that he would still have the time to visit the celestial master residence. A moment later, Ji Yunhuang came in. He actually didn't come alone. There was a young girl beside him, a young girl around 12 or 13 years old. That young girl had a pair of lively eyes, a high nose, and full cherry red lips. When she looked at people, she tilted her head slightly. She was very cute. Ji Yunhuang held the girl's hand and walked in. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Shun Juli. He even pulled the girl beside him. Shui Mo, this is the celestial Master Han that I often mention to you. Quickly come and pay your respects. Chapter 1093. The girl naturally went forward to greet him. Even a blind person could see how much he cared for the girl. Shun Juli's eyes darkened slightly, but he did not say anything. Ning Xiuma's heart sank. Tomorrow was Ji Yunhuang and Tian Xueqing's wedding. Why did Ji Yunhuang bring another girl to greet them today? While she was pondering, Ji Yunhuang had already greeted her. Marshal Aunt Xiuma, long time no see. How have you been? Ning Xiuma looked at Ji Yunhuang. Ji Yunhuang did not look any different from when she had met him on the mountain. His eyes were slightly lowered, and she could not see his state of mind. He had always known how to hide his emotions, and now he was even more profound. His face was as calm as water, It was hard for others to see any fluctuations in his emotions. Ning Xiuma exchanged a few words with him, and her gaze fell on the girl beside him. She did not know why, but she felt that this girl seemed a little familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen her before. Especially when she tilted her head to look at people, it gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity. Greetings to Marshal Aunt Ning. The girl greeted her cheerfully. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Ji Yunhuang. Sun Moon sect's rules state that non-disciples cannot address each other as martial aunt or senior brother, unless that person is a family member of Sun Moon sect disciple. Ji Yunhuang smiled. Don't worry, Yunhuang does not dare to break the sect's rules. Shui Mo is Yunhuang's future Zhao Yi. Ning Xiuma's fingers that were holding the teacup tightened slightly, and Tian Xueqing's figure suddenly flashed in her mind. She suddenly understood everything. Tian Xueqing was forcefully given to Ji Yunhuang by the Great God. Ji Yunhuang was afraid that the Great God had a knot in his heart because of this, so he purposely brought another girl to greet the Great God. This was equivalent to making the Great God unhappy. Ning Xiuma could not help but look at Shun Juli. Shun Juli sat there indifferently, as calm as before, without any reaction. However, this was within Ning Xiuma's expectations. The Almighty was a calm emperor, and it was extremely difficult to see any changes in his expression. Ning Xiuma looked at Lu Hinti again. Lu Hinti obviously knew about it. He only looked at his son disapprovingly and didn't say anything. Ji Yunhuang doted on the girl, called Shui Mo. From time to time, he would hold her hand and look at her with a gentle gaze. The crown prince's wedding was not a small matter. There were many complicated procedures involved. Lu Hinti naturally asked Han Shanyue to preside over the wedding ceremony for Ji Yunhuang. Shen Juli's gaze landed on Ji Yunhuang's body. He opened his mouth and spoke a few words that sounded like a Buddhist hymn. When I do things, I don't do it by chance. I'm just going with the flow. Don't lose yourself. Ji Yunhuang stared blankly for a moment before he smiled faintly. Heavenly teacher, I will definitely remember your wondrous words. However, he laughed coldly in his heart. This person had snatched away the person he loved and forced another person onto him. Why did he say something like a Buddhist hymn? It was nothing more than letting him follow the will of the heavens and accept his fate. Shinjili looked at him for a moment and did not say anything else. The meeting ended with everyone having their own thoughts. The moon in the sky was as big as a round plate. A few wisps of white clouds floated in the sky, occasionally covering half of the moon's face. In the small pavilion, the chess moves on the chessboard were slightly messy. Shinjili stood in the small pavilion with his back facing the body. He looked up at the moon in the sky and seemed to be lost in thought. When Ning Xiuma finished bathing and came out, she saw such a scene. Did he have something on his mind? Ning Xiuma walked to the chess table and looked at it. This game of chess was not at the level of the Almighty. Chapter 1094. Ning Xiuma looked at the chessboard. It seemed that the Almighty was just playing absent-mindedly. It was rare for him to have something on his mind. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and leaned against the pillar without saying a word. Are you done? Shunjili turned around and looked at her slowly. Ning Xiuma took a bath in the hot spring in the Celestial Master's residence. Her hair was still half wet, and her face was still bright red from the steam. She looked like a red apple with dewdrops hanging on it, making people want to take a bite. Shunjili raised his hand and wanted to pull her into his arms. Ning Xiuma dodged his fingers and leaned against another pillar. Shunjili was speechless. She seemed to have distanced herself from him these days. Since the day he failed to force her to marry him on the ice field, she no longer allowed him to kiss or hug her. He slowly lowered his arm and sat down at the small table. Play a game with me? Ning Xiuma peeled a grape and threw it into her mouth. I'm not interested at the moment. Almighty, I'm here to bid farewell to you. Bid farewell? Where are you going? Shunjili looked up at her. Back to the Ning residence, of course. I'm not your concubine anymore in your Han Shanhua. I can't live with you in the Taoist master's residence as your disciple. I don't have any status, and it's inappropriate for me to stay here. So I'd better go back to the Ning residence. Don't worry, I'll attend the crown prince's wedding tomorrow. I won't miss it. Shenjili looked at her for a moment and kept the chessboard. He didn't ask her to stay and only said, "Okay, I'll send you." Ning Xuema was speechless. She felt a little anxious and turned to leave. "No need. It's just a few steps away." She walked very quickly and left the courtyard in a moment. Because it was winter and the sky was dark, there were very few people on the street. The few who passed by were in a hurry. Ning Xuema came to the street and was blown by the cold wind. She calmed down. He patted his head. What was wrong with him? Recently, he seemed to have become more calculative. Perhaps the Almighty had something that he couldn't say. The Almighty had his own reasons. Why did he have to haggle over a matter of status with him? Everything would be clear once he reached level 8, so there was no need to rush. Before reaching LV8, he would just enjoy his free and easy life. She simply sang at the top of her lungs. The heavenly Duke tilted slightly, spilling a pot of wine. How many transformations are there in the human world? Heaven's will is outstanding. She raised her eyebrows and stored her noble spirit in her chest. She was 70% crazy and 30% gentle. Truth and falsehood were both sought after. Fame and fortune were exchanged for wine. Sound and appearance are but skin and hair, flesh and blood. The world is full of worries. How many people can be carefree? Leaning on a tall building alone, there would always be people singing and waiting. It's hard to control my wild nature. I will decide whether I stay or leave. After singing, the gloominess in her heart seemed to lessen. Ning Xuema strode forward and attracted the attention of passers-by. She didn't care and sang even louder. What a good fame and fortune are exchanged for wine. Sound and appearance are but skin and hair, flesh and blood. Someone clapped a few times from upstairs. The sound of the clapping was crisp and clear in the night. The voice was vaguely familiar. Ning Xuema heard the voice and looked up. She saw a person standing on the second floor of a restaurant. She was wearing an ordinary green gown and looked thin. Although the night was hazy, Ning Xuema could see her face clearly. It was the Crown Prince's consort, Tian Xueching, in men's clothing. Ning Xuema was stunned. Tian Xueching looked at her and shook the wine cup in her hand. "Are you interested in coming up for a drink?" Chapter 1095. Ning Xuema did not say anything. Her body moved, and she was already standing on the second floor. She smiled and said, "Why not?" Miss Ning is indeed a straightforward person. Tian Xueching smiled and said, "Please, please." Ning Xuema did not stand on ceremony and followed her to the table. They sat opposite each other. This table was located in a very remote location, and there was a screen in front of it, so it could barely be separated from the other tables. Because it was already past meal time, there were not many people eating on the second floor. There were only a few tables of 2s and 3s, and they were all far away from Tian Xueching's table. No one noticed that there was an extra Ning Xuema at this table. Tian Xueching was not a talkative person. Normally, she was even a little taciturn. However, tonight, she drank some wine and was a little tipsy. Her temperament changed slightly, and she was no longer as cold as before. She even took the initiative to say a few words. Ning Xuema was not a meddlesome person. She did not need to ask to know why Tian Xueching came out to drink on the eve of her wedding. Although she sympathized with her, she could not say anything. Both of them had their own thoughts as they drank. After drinking 3 cups of wine, Tian Xueching looked at her and said, "Miss Ning, I have heard about you from him." Her voice was still cold. Ning Xuema naturally knew who she was referring to. She smiled faintly and said, "The Crown Prince and I are only friends." Previously, Xuema was saved by him once. You don't need to misunderstand. Ning Xuema did not want this girl to misunderstand her relationship with Ji Yinhuang. Tian Xueching raised her hand and drank a cup of wine. Her voice was still calm as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. I'm also not jealous. I just don't want you to have any regrets." Ning Xuema was speechless. This was not a good topic to talk about. Ning Xuema bluntly said, "I won't have any regrets. The Crown Prince is my friend, and I only treat him as a friend. That's all." Tian Xueching lowered her eyes slightly and said, "Sorry, I don't know how to speak properly. I said the wrong thing." I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups. She nimbly raised her hand and poured 3 cups for herself. Then, she drank them down without hesitation. She didn't seem to be a drinker, and her cheeks were as red as rouge. Ning Xiumao. Tian Xueqing's face was flushed red, but her eyes were as calm as a lake. Miss Ning, I used to dislike you. Ning Xiumao also drank a glass of wine and said directly, I can tell. Her man had his heart set on another woman. Even if he knew that the other woman was innocent, it was difficult for him to like her. It was already good enough that he didn't plot against her behind her back. Tian Xueqing smiled. But I don't hate you. I don't hate anyone. I only hate my own fate. My fate isn't good. Ning Xiumao raised her hand and drank a glass of wine. I don't believe in fate. Tian Xueqing sat there and smiled again. I didn't believe it in the past either. I once fought against this fate, but the result of my struggle was eternal damnation. Ning Xiumao glanced at her and sympathized with her. However, feelings couldn't be forced. Tian Xueqing was casually given to Ji Yun Huang by the ancestor. Ji Yun Huang suffered a loss and naturally felt indignant. It was inevitable that he would vent his anger on Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing probably drank too much tonight, so she started to talk more. Actually, I have known him for a long time. This was Tian Xueqing's first sentence. Ning Xiumao raised her eyebrows and didn't interrupt. She waited for Tian Xueqing to continue. Chapter 1096. I was raised as a medicine man since I was young. Naturally, I wasn't willing to accept such a fate. In the winter when I was 12, I finally snuck out. I had never experienced the ways of the world, so I didn't know anything about the outside world. Fortunately, my martial arts weren't bad, so I didn't suffer much during those few days of wandering around. After I escaped, Father sent out many people to find me. In order to avoid these pursuers, I actually had a hard time dealing with them. She paused for a moment before continuing. Later on, when I was avoiding the pursuers, I was saved by a man. She smiled bitterly. That man bought me many clothes and toys to make me happy. At that time, I was still young and naive, so I treated that man as my benefactor and foolishly left with him. When we reached a desolate wilderness, that man's true colors were revealed. It turned out that he was a flower thief with quite a reputation. His martial arts weren't bad, and he gave me a type of medicine like tendon softening powder. I couldn't resist, and when I was in despair, the crown prince happened to pass by. When she spoke up to hear, Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up slightly. She seemed to have recalled that time when that white-clothed young man had descended from the sky when she was at her lowest point of despair. He'd beaten up that rapist and saved her innocence. He saved me. At that time, he had only just entered the Sun Moon sect and was in high spirits. At that time, he wasn't so cold. Because my clothes were torn, he even gave me his robe. After that, he sent me to the town and left a few dozen taels of silver before leaving. Later on, I was still found by Father's men and brought back. From then on, I never had the chance to leave Tianqing Castle. So you already knew him. Then when you met, did he recognize you? Ning Xiumao asked. Tian Xueqing slowly shook her head, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. We didn't recognize each other for a long time. He had seen too many women. So how could he remember me? A person he had met by chance? Furthermore, at that time, we didn't exchange our names, so I thought that I would never see him again. Until that day, Mr. Han gave me to him. When I met him, he was only 14 years old. When we met again, he was already a grown man and had changed a lot. When I recognized him, I wanted to thank God that I could finally see him again and become his wife. When he held my hand, I think I was crazy with joy. Ning Xiumao. She could understand Tian Xueqing's joy. A girl named Floating Duckweed was able to marry the man she liked. The joy in her heart was simply bubbling. After my father got me engaged to him, he wanted to bring me back to Tianqing Castle to prepare for the wedding, but I was really afraid. I was afraid that this wasn't real. I was afraid that my father would suddenly go back on his word and give me to someone else, so I did everything I could to stay. I stayed in the courtyard that His Majesty had prepared for me. I think I'm crazy. I know that I'm going to marry him soon, but I still want to see him. She paused for a moment before continuing. Like an idiot, I snuck near the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence, just so that I could see him when he went out. Taking a look was also good. I could like it for a few days just by taking a look. At that time, the vast Sky Empire was preparing for our marriage. My father also sent someone over again to officially set the date of our marriage. I was really happy. I even stopped secretly hating my father. Chapter 1097. Ning Xiuma looked at her porcelain-like skin and opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She didn't interrupt her. Tian Xueqing continued. That night, I was very happy and secretly went to the Crown Prince's residence to see him. I just happened to see him coming out. He came out alone and didn't bring any attendants with him. For some reason, I quietly followed him. He seemed to have a lot on his mind and didn't notice me. I followed him to a restaurant. At first, I thought he had an appointment with someone, but after I went in, I found out that he was drinking alone in a corner. Tian Xueqing lowered her eyes and was silent for a moment. Later, he got drunk and staggered out of the door. Naturally, I followed him. He drank too much and fell down not long after he went out. I helped him up and wanted to send him back to the Crown Prince's residence. But he kept saying that he didn't want to go back, so I carried him back to my post house. Ning Xiuma. That night, you two did it? Tian Xueqing lowered her eyes and answered with a single word, yes. She then smiled bitterly. You might not believe me, but when I first carried him back, I didn't have any other thoughts. I just didn't want him to sleep on the streets. I also arranged for him to sleep in the guest room. He was too drunk and even vomited wine on himself. I didn't have a coachman by my side, only 2 maids. I didn't want the maids to serve him, so I personally wiped him down. Then, I was pulled onto the bed by him. She sighed. I know you must think that he was drunk, but I wasn't. With my martial arts, if I didn't want to do it with him, I should have been able to push him away easily. Yes, I could have done it. But at that time, it was as if I was possessed. I thought that since I was already engaged to him, he was my rightful husband. I also liked him so much so. She smiled again, but her smile was somewhat bitter. Only then did I know that he had someone in his heart. That night, when Jian Huang pressed her under his body and entered her, he was calling out Ning Xiuma's name. At that time, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, but what was done could not be undone. There was nothing she could do. Ning Xiuma did not say anything. She naturally knew who Jian Huang had in his heart, but she was unable to reciprocate his feelings. She knew that she was in Jian Huang's heart, but she didn't expect him to be so persistent. And then, Ning Xiuma cleverly changed the topic. Then, when he woke up the next day, he realized that what was done with me had already been done. He was furious and scolded me before leaving in a huff. How was he just scolding? He almost wanted to chop her into pieces. He had sent her flying with a single slap, causing her to spit out blood. It turned out that such a cultured and refined person was so terrifying when he was angry. His disdainful gaze almost nailed her to death. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sigh again. Then he turned back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her to the Sun Moon sect to report the good news. Tian Xueqing drank another cup of wine and faintly said, You should know that my body is very special. It's a cauldron that can help men recover and increase their psychokinesis, but it also has a fatal flaw. Once I'm with someone, that person cannot leave me for 3 years. We have to be together once every 2 days. Chapter 1098. Otherwise, all of his psychokinesis will disappear and he will slowly die. My father did not tell me about this characteristic at first. Later on, when he found out that we had a good relationship, he told me about this characteristic. He even said that it was for my own good. He was afraid that someone would throw me away after using me up, and that I would be loved for at least 3 years. Ning Xiuma was speechless. So cauldrons had this characteristic as well. Then, how did the Crown Prince know about this? My father went to tell him. Can you imagine how angry he was when he found out the truth? He came to find me the next night and told me that he would marry me as I wished, but he would only treat me as a cauldron for the rest of his life and would never treat me as his woman. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She could not blame Jian Huang for treating Tian Xueqing coldly. In his heart, He probably thought that Tian Xueqing had taken the opportunity to scheme against him. So, you can blame me for this and not him. If only I did not escape when I was 12 years old, I would not have met him, I would not have. She would not have lost her heart and caused herself to be consigned to eternal damnation. This story made people feel helpless. Ning Xuema could not help but sigh. Then what are you going to do in the future? Tian Xueqing paused for a moment and shook her head slightly. I don't know. She picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. She had never entered his circle of friends. He almost never introduced her to his friends. Even when he occasionally went out with her, he would completely ignore her. It was as if she was invisible and did not exist. She had always been isolated. At this moment, she was sitting there with an upright posture. Her figure was tall and straight, but it also gave off an inexplicably cold and lonely feeling. Looking at her like this, Ning Xuema felt pity for her. Tian Xueqing was born very beautiful. As a woman, Ning Xuema felt that she was very pleasing to the eye. Ji Yinhuang really did not know how lucky he was. However, with Ji Yinhuang's temperament, if she wanted him to really accept her, she was afraid that there was still a long way to go. What's more, Ji Yinhuang now had an ink-painting little girl by his side. Tian Xueqing drank another glass of wine. I'm going to marry him tomorrow, but I know he hates me. I can't stop him from hating me. In the future, he will still hate me. Ning Xuema couldn't bear it. You don't have to worry too much. That's just a hypothesis. In any case, you're going to be his crown princess tomorrow, and you have the Tianqin castle to support you. Even if he treats you coldly, he won't do anything to you. When he ascends the throne, you will be his empress. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, you will be able to live a peaceful life. How many emperors in this world truly love their empress? Didn't those empresses also live their entire lives in glory? Of course, the prerequisite was that she didn't want the love of the emperor. She looked at Tian Xueqing again and felt a little worried for her. With her cold personality, would she really be able to live a peaceful life in the harem where women gather together and there was constant infighting? What's more, Ji Yinhuang hated her so much, no? Tian Xueqing suddenly raised her head and said in a calm voice, if he doesn't like me, I won't stay by his side. I'll give myself 3 years. If he continues to hate me in these 3 years, I will leave him. I won't be a stumbling block for him. Ning Xuema felt relieved for her. This girl was actually a proud person. She was not the kind of person who was completely at the mercy of fate. Chapter 1099. This girl was only 17 years old this year. 3 years later, when she finished her task as a cauldron, Ji Yinhuang could leave her. She was only 20 years old, so if she really couldn't do it, it would not be too late for her to leave. However, by that time, she would already be the crown princess. According to the rules of this era, even if Ji Yinhuang abolished her position as the crown princess, he would not divorce her. Of course, he would not let her marry someone else. The imperial family usually treated their unwanted concubines by banishing them to the cold palace. After 3 years, how much of your martial arts will you have left? Ning Xuema could not help but ask. My cauldron can only help one person increase their martial arts. After 3 years, my medicinal body will completely disappear, but my martial arts will not disappear too much. I should have no problem protecting myself in Jianghu. Tian Xueqing was also a smart person. She had obviously thought of the problem that Ning Xuema was worried about. Her voice was indifferent and cold. I will conceal my identity and live the life of an ordinary person. I will give him complete freedom. At that time, he will only need to announce that I have passed away. It turned out that she had already thought of a way out. As expected, she did not blindly go with the flow. Ning Xuema could not help but size her up again. Her gaze was filled with admiration. It was not easy for a girl in this era to have such thoughts. She poured a cup of wine and raised it. Xueqing, I toast you. The two of them drank 1 cup, and unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. The two of them drank quite a lot. Ning Xuema's alcohol tolerance was very good. She was the type that would not get drunk after 1,000 cups. However, Tian Xueqing's alcohol tolerance was also very good. After drinking so much, other than her face being a little red, she was still sober. She did not even stutter when she spoke. Of course, she was more talkative than usual. Perhaps it was because she had always been alone and did not have any friends. It was rare for her to meet someone who was willing to drink and chat with her, so she was able to talk a lot. For example, her experience when she was refined into a medicinal body. For example, her experience in Tianqing Castle. She played it down, but Ning Xuema was shaken to the core when she heard it. Cauldrons were extremely difficult to refine. Not only did they need a specific birth date and 8 characters, they also needed a strong constitution. Because she had to soak in medicinal bath every day, the water was so hot that it could almost burn off a layer of her skin. At that time, she had to soak in the boiling hot water for 6 hours every day. Furthermore, he had to drink all kinds of medicine every day. If he wasn't careful, he would be poisoned by the medicine and struggle on the verge of death. Under the effects of these drugs, a layer of her skin would peel off like a snake shedding its skin every year. Every time her skin peeled off, she would be in so much pain that she wanted to roll around. However, every time she shed her skin would become even more tender and smooth. Ning Xuema had never thought that a man-made cauldron would actually have to suffer like this. He had never expected that there would be such a heartless father in this world who would use his own daughter to refine a cauldron weapon. Tian Xueqing's position in the Tianqing Castle was awkward. Everyone knew that she was a cauldron that would be given away. On the surface, they were polite and respectful to her, but in reality, no one treated her as a friend. She also didn't have the time to make friends. Apart from soaking in medicinal baths, she also practiced martial arts under the guidance of an arcane master. This was because the higher her martial arts, the more useful she would be as a cauldron. This torturous life continued until she was 16. At 16, she finally became a perfect cauldron that even the Tianqing Castle Lord was proud of. Then, she was given away. Then, due to a mishap, she was about to become the crown princess of Jiyan Huang. Chapter 1100. Xuema, do you know? When I was being refined, I was suffering. I told myself that everything would be fine after I turned 16. After I turned 16, I would be able to live a normal life. I didn't want to be rich. I just wanted to be ordinary. Until I met him, I thought that the heavens were finally looking after me. It turned out that I could also obtain happiness. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, it would be like the moon reflected in the water. Ning Xuema took a deep breath. You don't have to be so dispirited. Actually, you can also be happy. A woman's happiness can't only be given by a man. You can also be happy yourself. I can still be happy? Tian Xueqing's eyes were like a lake. There seemed to be dark waves surging in her calm eyes. In the end, she was only a 17-year-old girl. No matter how calm she was, she still had the longing of a young girl. You can. Ning Xuema only replied with 2 words. She secretly made up her mind that she would come to Vast Sky Empire again 3 years later to see this crown princess. If she still didn't obtain happiness at that time and really wanted to leave, then Ning Xuema would use her own methods to help this girl. Thank you. Tian Xueqing smiled. She was born cold, so when she smiled, it was like a red plum blossom suddenly blooming in the snow. The waiter who came to refill their wine was also stunned. Ning Xuema raised her wine cup and smiled. The two drank a few more cups. Then, the sound of the night watch came from the street. Ning Xuema stood up. It's getting late. You should go back. I'll attend your wedding tomorrow. Tian Xueqing also stood up, but she suddenly swayed a few times and almost fell down. Ning Xuema raised her hand to support her. Are you okay? Did this girl drink too much? The redness on Tian Xueqing's face gradually faded. She pursed her thin lips. I'm fine. Her body swayed again and was about to collapse. I'll send you back. Ning Xuema didn't hesitate to support her. Where are you staying now? No need. I'll go back by myself. Tian Xueqing finally stood up straight. Suddenly, there was some movement downstairs. Then, she heard the waiter lead 2 people upstairs. The waiter's voice was full of respect. Would your highness like a single room? Your highness? Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows and leaned out to take a look. Then, she was slightly startled. The 2 people who came in were the crown prince, Jiyan Huang, and the little beauty called Shui Mo Jian Huang was obviously a little tipsy as his body swayed slightly. However, he did not have any intention of asking for a private room. No need. This hall is fine. It's bright and spacious. The waiter naturally wouldn't disobey him and arrange for them to sit at a well-lit table. Their position was close to the staircase, so unless Ning Xiuma and Xiao Luo jumped out of the window, they would not be able to escape Ji Yunhuang's line of sight. As long as they walked out of this small screen, they would come face to face with Ji Yunhuang. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but look at Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing's face was slightly pale. She sat down again and didn't say anything. She picked up the wine and drank another cup. Ning Xiuma frowned. After thinking for a while, she sat down as well. With the arrival of the crown prince, the speed at which the dishes were served was naturally fast. After a while, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. "Your Highness, it's already late. You shouldn't drink anymore. You still have to get married tomorrow. It's not good to get drunk." The little girl called Shui Mo couldn't help but advise him. Ji Yunhuang drank a cup of wine and sneered. He lazily said, "Don't worry, this prince knows what to do." Chapter 1101. But you've already drunk a few jars of wine. Shui Mo did not give up. "If you drink too much, how are you going to perform the ceremony tomorrow?" Ji Yunhuang snorted. "Even if I'm drunk and can't get up tomorrow, Imperial Father will still let people carry me to the end of the ceremony. This is the position that woman schemed for." He seemed to have drunk too much and spoke more than usual. When he reached this point, he felt that he had made a mistake and stopped talking. He poured a cup of wine and said, "Don't mention that woman. Let's drink. Mo, this prawn is not bad. Try it." He peeled the shell of a prawn and placed it on the plate in front of Shui Mo. Shui Mo tasted it and beamed with joy. "It's really delicious. Your Highness, I want to eat more." Ji Yunhuang was very patient with her and peeled another prawn for her. Ning Xiuma's fingers held the wine cup tightly. Although she knew that Ji Yunhuang had a special liking for Shui Mo and wanted to take her as his concubine, it was not good for him to drink with another woman on the eve of his wedding with Tian Xueqing, right? He even showed off his love with this woman. As for Tian Xueqing's face was slightly pale, but there was no other expression on her face. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Tian Xueqing's reaction, it seemed that she often saw Ji Yunhuang treat Shui Mo like this. Outside, Ji Yunhuang doted on the girl called Shui Mo very much. From time to time, he would give her some food, and Shui Mo would enjoy it with a clear conscience. It was obvious that she was used to it. Ji Yunhuang drank wine as if he was drinking water. In just a moment, he had finished an entire jar of wine. Tian Xueqing sat there calmly. Other than her face being slightly pale, she did not have any other reaction. She wanted to wait until Ji Yunhuang left. If Ji Yunhuang did not leave, she would continue to drink here. The one who did something wrong was Ji Yunhuang, right? What was Tian Xueqing afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Ning Xiuma felt a little stuffy. She put the wine cup on the table and said, "Xueqing, it's getting late. Let's go back." She did not deliberately lower her voice. On the contrary, her voice was very clear. It was especially loud in this rather quiet restaurant. Clang! Something on Ji Yunhuang's table seemed to have fallen onto the ground and rolled around on the ground. The moment Ning Xiuma spoke, Tian Xueqing's face turned even paler, but she didn't say anything. She slowly stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." Ning Xiuma and Tian Xueqing came out from behind the screen one after another, and they happened to come face to face with Ji Yunhuang, who had just stood up. The wine cup on Ji Yunhuang's table had disappeared and was rolling on the floor. However, his expression was calm, as though he was not worried about being caught. He did not even look at Tian Xueqing. Instead, he looked at Ning Xiuma with a complicated look in his eyes. "Xiuma, I didn't expect to implicate you again today." Where did this come from?" Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Why didn't she understand? Ji Yunhuang finally looked at Tian Xueqing. His eyes were as cold as ice, without the slightest bit of warmth. He said indifferently, "Tian Xueqing, this prince and Shui Mo are open and above board. She will be this prince's good wife in the future." You don't need to waste your efforts to let Shuama know about this matter. She already knows about it. Ning Shuama was speechless. Wait a minute. Did His Highness mean that Tian Xueqing had specially invited her to catch him and Shui Mo in the act? Did he think that Tian Xueqing deliberately followed him and then called her over? Chapter 11:02. She was just passing by, all right. Furthermore, she and Tian Xueqing were here first. Your Highness, did you decide to come here on the spur of the moment, or did you plan this beforehand? Ning Shuama asked as she crossed her arms. Ji and Huang frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, Shui Mo, who was beside him, quickly said, "We decided to come here on the spur of the moment. When we passed by just now, Your Highness wanted to drink more, so we came in. We didn't expect Sister Xueqing and Martial Uncle Ning to be here." Ning Shuama smiled again. "Then I don't understand what Your Highness said just now. Xueqing and I have been sitting here for almost 4 hours, and we had a very harmonious conversation. However, Your Highness and Miss Shui have only been here for half an hour. We don't have the ability to predict the future, so how did it become Xueqing's scheme? Furthermore, she didn't specially invite me here. It was just a coincidence that we met by chance and drank a few cups of wine together. Your Highness, are you thinking too much?" Ji and Huang was speechless. Ning Shuama's words were really sharp. However, it also explained a lot of things. It seemed that he had misunderstood. He couldn't help but look at Tian Xueqing. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he took a step forward. "You drank?" Tian Xueqing took a step back but tripped on something. She staggered, and her face became even paler. The smell of alcohol on her body was not small. Ji and Huang could smell it clearly even before he got close to her. His face immediately darkened. "Tian Xueqing, are you courting death?" His voice was so cold that it was as if there were ice shards outside. Tian Xueqing had already straightened her body. She pursed her lips and didn't have any intention to speak. Although it was wrong to come out to drink on the eve of the wedding, it didn't mean that she was courting death, right? Ji and Huang's words were too much. Ning Shuama was unhappy. She raised her eyebrows and was about to say something when Ji and Huang spoke again. "If you want to court death, don't drag others down with you. Aren't you afraid that your maid won't be able to find you by coming out like this?" Tian Xueqing's face slightly paled and said, "I know what I'm doing." "You know what you're doing?" Ji and Huang's voice raised a few octaves as he sneered. "You know what you're doing is drinking on the eve of the wedding? Don't you find it embarrassing? You even dragged Shuama to drink with you. I'll say one more thing. We just met by chance. We can't say who's involved who. Your Highness, you don't have to involve me." Ning Shuama finally opened her mouth, and her voice was cold. Wasn't it just a drink? It wouldn't affect tomorrow's wedding. So why was Ji and Huang so angry? Ji and Huang was stunned. He finally realized that his words had put Ning Shuama in an awkward position. His eyes darkened slightly. "Shuama, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to blame you," Ning Shuama said indifferently. "It's just a drink. I don't think the crown prince will get angry over it. Also, even though Miss Xueqing will be marrying you tomorrow, she's still free today. She can do whatever she wants and doesn't seem to need the permission of others. In Vast Sky Kingdom, it's normal for a lady to drink in a restaurant, so there's nothing shameful about it." Ji and Huang was speechless. He could faintly feel that Ning Shuama was dissatisfied with him. Did this Tian Xueqing say something bad about him behind his back? Ji and Huang's gaze shifted to Tian Xueqing's face, and his expression suddenly changed. Tian Xueqing's face was already very pale. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she stood there swaying. Ning Shuama turned her head and noticed Tian Xueqing's abnormality. She was shocked and hurriedly supported her, raising her hand to check her pulse. Chapter 11:03. Her pulse was erratic, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and sometimes fast. Her lips were pale and blue. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. She was poisoned. Damn it, how did she get poisoned? She and Tian Xueqing ate and drank the same things. Ning Shuama reached out to take the wine cup and chopsticks that Tian Xueqing used. They used the same things except for these 2 items. If someone wanted to poison them, they could only poison them on these 2 items. Ji and Huang was also a smart person. He immediately understood what Ning Xiuama wanted to do. He took a deep breath and said, "Xiuama, don't be busy. No one poisoned them." Ning Xiuama raised her eyes in astonishment. Ji Yinhuang continued, "To her, wine is a poison that penetrates her intestines." Ning Xiuama was speechless. Could it be related to her medicinal body? Although Ning Xiuama was knowledgeable, she had never studied this cauldron. Naturally, she did not know the taboos and did not know how to treat Tian Xueqing. She immediately looked at Ji Yinhuang and asked, "You know the antidote, right?" Otherwise, he would not have said such words. "I have the antidote. I will go back and take it." Tian Xueqing was about to go downstairs. At this moment, she was obviously in extreme pain. However, she straightened her back and walked out with large strides. Ji Yinhuang frowned and raised his hand to stop her. Then he quickly took out a small leather pouch from his body and unplugged its stopper. Without any explanation, he stuffed the pouch into Tian Xueqing's mouth. It was unknown what he had fed her. Tian Xueqing was very weak at this moment. She could not break away from him. After a few mouthfuls, she choked and coughed. Ji Yinhuang immediately let go of her after feeding her the medicine. It was as if there was a deadly virus in her body. He then ordered Shui Mo, who was beside him, help her to the bathroom at the back. Shui Mo was stunned. He looked at Tian Xueqing and then looked at Ji Yinhuang. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back and agreed. Okay. He went forward to help Tian Xueqing. However, Tian Xueqing suddenly took a step back and said, "No need. I can do it myself." She turned around and rushed to the bathroom at the back. A moment later, the sound of vomiting came from behind. "Shui Mo, go watch her. Don't let her fall into the toilet bowl." Ji Yinhuang coldly instructed. Shui Mo was obedient and immediately ran over as well. Ning Xiuama frowned slightly and was about to follow them when Ji Yinhuang spoke again. "Xiuama, you don't have to go. She'll be fine after vomiting. She won't die." Ning Xiuama, she took a deep breath. I didn't know she couldn't drink. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped her instead of drinking with her. Ji Yinhuang raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "I only found out after I got together with her. Did you give her the antidote?" Ning Xiuama was still a little worried. "Sort of. What other taboos does she have?" Ning Xiuama glanced at the dishes on the table. Could there be taboos among them? Ji Yinhuang paused. In fact, other than certain foods, she can't eat anything else. Other foods are also poisonous to her. Ning Xiuama. So the price to pay for this cauldron was so high. Yinhuang, treat her better. It's not easy for her. She asked for it. Ji Yinhuang was not moved. Ning Xiuama was angry. "Do you think she wants to be a drug maker? Do you think she wants to like you?" The sound of footsteps came from behind. Tian Xueqing was walking back quickly. Chapter 1104. It seemed that the medicine that Ji Yinhuang gave her was really effective. Not long after she ate it, her complexion had already returned to normal after vomiting. She walked very quickly, and Shui Mo almost couldn't catch up with her. "Shui Mo, thank you," Tian Xueqing said. "Thank you for being willing to accompany me and talk to me, so that I won't be so lonely anymore. Thank you for explaining to me. You almost implicated her," Ji Yinhuang coldly said. "She didn't know the inside story and was drinking with you out of goodwill. If you died here because of drinking, she would become the suspect. Tian Xueqing, can you use your brain before you act so willfully?" Tian Xueqing finally turned to look at him. Her eyes were as deep as a pool and as dark as the night, causing Ji Yinhuang's heart to inexplicably tighten. He couldn't continue speaking. "I won't die." Tian Xueqing slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was as calm as the thick layer of snow outside. "How can a scheming person like me be willing to die like this?" Ji Yinhuang choked. "You dash," Tian Xueqing faintly smiled. That smile was extremely faint. "I still want to be your crown princess. If I don't sit on that position, how can I die?" After saying this, she no longer looked at Ji Yinhuang's ashen face. She turned around and walked down the stairs in large strides. Her qigong was not bad. In the blink of an eye, that lonely and thin figure disappeared into the snow. Ning Xiuama naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. "Your Highness, please please continue. I will also take my leave." She also walked out with large strides. When she entered the restaurant, there was still a full moon outside. However, after drinking for a few hours in the restaurant, it was already snowing outside. It seemed like the weather was about to change again. She braved the cold snow and directly walked towards the Ning residence. She drank a lot of wine, so she needed to have a good sleep so that she could attend the wedding tomorrow. She didn't feel anything when she was in the restaurant, but now that the cold wind was blowing outside, she felt a little dizzy and her vision blurred. She didn't know what she tripped over in her haste, but she staggered and almost fell. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm and pulled her back to reality. Ning Xuema fell into someone's arms. She raised her head and saw Shun Julie's handsome face. She blinked her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. "Almighty, which corner did you pop out from?" Shun Julie did not answer her drunken words. He directly carried her up by her waist and strode forward. "Hey, where are you taking me? I want to go back to the Ning mansion." Ning Xuema had drunk too much. Now that she was drunk, she started to throw a tantrum. "I'll send you back to Ning mansion. I can walk by myself. I don't need you to send me off." Are you sure you can walk on your own?" Shun Julie finally put her down. Then, Ning Xuema realized that her legs were miserably unable to move. They were stuck there like wooden stakes. It must be him. Ning Xuema struggled a few times on the spot. She struggled until she was covered in sweat, but she didn't move a single step. "Are you sober now?" The Almighty floated by her side like an immortal. She was covered in sweat, so naturally, her drunkenness was reduced. Shinjili did not wait for her to answer. He picked her up again and continued to walk forward. "I knew you couldn't walk." Ning Xuemo wanted to bite him, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. Since he was willing to carry her, it saved her a lot of energy. She simply buried her head in his chest and stopped tormenting him. She only muttered, "Thank you so much." Shun Julie ignored her and carried her forward. The wind and snow filled the sky, but it didn't blow on them. Chapter 11:05. Ning Xuema felt sleepy and tipsy as she dozed off in his embrace. She said in a daze, "Great God, I feel like you look very familiar, Shun Julie." They had already reached this point, yet she only said that he looked familiar. "Great God, I often dream of you," she muttered again. Shun Julie's lips hooked up into a smile. "What you think of in the day, you dream of it at night." It seems like she really liked him, even dreaming of him. He looked down at her in his arms and kissed her on the lips. Recently, she had been at odds with him, so he hadn't kissed her in a long time. Her lips were full and soft with a faint wine fragrance. His heart was moved, and he couldn't help but deepen the kiss. "Great God, you like me, right? But why didn't you propose to me?" She pouted in her dream. Shinjuli, his eyes were slightly deep as he sighed. "Xuema, quickly level up." He actually couldn't wait any longer. "Is it because of my identity as a heavenly cursed loner? Are you actually afraid of me?" Ning Xuema usually hid her thoughts very deeply and didn't reveal them. But at this time, she was really drunk. In this half-dazed state, she couldn't hide her thoughts and unknowingly asked about some of her tangled thoughts. Shun Julie was startled. So that's what she was thinking about. He looked down at her and didn't say anything. He only hugged her tighter. "Idiot, I Shun Julie like someone. Don't say that you're a heavenly cursed loner. Even if you're a demon and my enemy, if I like you, then it's still like you." He carried her and slowly walked back to the Ning residence. The quiet streets, the girl in his arms. So what if the sky was filled with snow? As long as they were together, it would be a paradise. When they returned to the Ning residence, the servants were naturally busy again. A moment later, Ning Xuema was already sleeping soundly on her own gums. Shinjili tucked her in. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he lowered his head and saw a gentle light slowly peeking out from her chest. His fingers paused, and he stopped moving. The gentle light grew brighter and brighter, and a flute gradually slid out from her arms. It slid forward bit by bit with a rise and fall of her breathing. The light was as gentle as the moonlight and not dazzling. Moonlight flute. Didn't she put it in her storage pouch? Why did he come out on his own? Shinjuli's eyes fell on the flute. He watched it slide over Ning Xuema's chest, shoulders, and finally slide down her pillow. It glowed faintly under her hair. Ning Xuma's brows furrowed slightly, but she didn't show any other signs of discomfort. She just gently turned her body, and then Na Xiao was squeezed under the pillow by her head. Shun Juli reached out to pick up the flute, but he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He simply sat down beside her. He gently pressed his fingers on her wrist. Her breathing was very stable, and her blood vessels were normal. The flute under her pillow didn't seem to have any adverse effects on her. Was he overthinking? Was it just a coincidence that the flute slipped out? Shun Juli sat beside her for a while. Just as he was about to look at the flute again, Ning Xuma, who was lying on the pillow, suddenly tensed up and trembled slightly. She hissed softly, "Divine Lord, please be gentler." "Ugh, it hurts." Her voice sounded like she was in pain and pleasure. It was as if a young girl was having sex for the first time. Her face was faintly flushed. Shun Juli was speechless. Chapter 1106. His expression changed, and he reached out to touch the space between her eyebrows. He had the ability to read people's memories, and naturally, he also had the ability to read people's dreams. If he touched her forehead, he would be able to see Ning Xuma's dream clearly. Just as his fingertip was about to touch her forehead, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He paused for a moment and then slowly retracted his hand. He remembered that the last time he read her memories, he had angered her and almost made her fall out with him. If he did not ask for her permission and she found out, she would probably be upset and say that he did not respect her. Forget it. It was just a dream. It was nothing. He just did not expect this little girl to have wet dreams too. The man in the dream was him, the Divine Lord. He was indeed called the Divine Lord many years ago. He did not expect to hear it from her mouth. Was it a coincidence? Or was she the girl who had interacted with him before? Could it be that her dream was a dream from her previous life? Shun Juli could not help but want to reach out his finger again. However, Ning Xuma turned over and lay on her stomach, leaving only the back of her head for him to see. Shun Juli was speechless. This position, was she not afraid of being suffocated? Shun Juli decisively reached out and turned her body over so that her face was facing up. He casually brushed the messy hair on her forehead to the side. His fingertip brushed past her forehead and did not stop. Since he had promised that he would never touch her privacy again, he would keep his promise. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that she called him the Divine Lord. After all, she had always called him the Divine Lord. Sometimes she called him the Divine Lord. Sometimes she called him the Great God. Perhaps she had mixed the two together in her dreams. He looked at her little face and saw that it was getting redder and redder. She was biting her red lips lightly, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her appearance made his mouth dry up in an instant. He could not help but lean down again and kiss her red lips. She moaned and actually raised her arms to hug his neck, passionately responding to him. It had been a long time since she had been so intimate with him. It was familiar, warm, fragrant, tender, and seductive. Her lips were as soft as tofu, tightly entangling him. Her delicate body was pressed tightly against his body, causing his breathing to instantly become heavier. The hand that was holding her shoulders tightened its grip. "It hurts," she whispered. "You're hurting me." Shun Juli's fingers loosened slightly. Ning Xuma suddenly pulled him onto the bed. Then she turned over and pressed him underneath her. Let me do it." Shun Juli narrowed his eyes and looked at her as she sat on top of him. Her words were unclear, but her actions were not. Was she dreaming? Or did he wake up? He looked at her face playfully. Her hair was scattered on both sides of his face like a curtain. Her little face was flushed, but her eyes were still slightly closed. Was he still dreaming? Was she that ferocious in his dreams? This was the first time in his life that he was pressed down by someone. He was surprised and amused at the same time. He raised his hand to support her swaying body. He did not say anything and just watched her movements. Ning Xuma did not open her eyes. After she sat on top of him and swayed a few times, she raised her hand to touch his collar that was always neat and tidy. She chuckled. "You're buttoning it so tightly. You're such an abstinent person. It makes me want to strip you off even more." Shun Juli, her little hand was soft and smooth as she tugged at his collar. Chapter 1107. For a moment, their rhythm was messed up, their breathing was messed up. Their skin touched, and they could hear each other's breathing. His kiss and his fingers were everywhere, making her feel as if she was floating in the clouds, as if she was being roasted on a fire. She was sweating profusely, and her sweat seemed to carry the smell of wine, making Shun Julie almost intoxicated. He knew this was wrong, but she was too beautiful, making him unable to stop. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire, wanting to burn her into ashes and completely embed her into each other's bodies. In the chaos, Ning Shuima's clothes were torn, and her body was almost naked. Shun Julie hugged her. His eyes were like rolling waves, wanting to completely engulf her. Dong! Dong! Suddenly, there were two light sounds outside the door, as if someone was knocking. Although the sound was not loud, it completely shocked Shun Julie back to reality. He suddenly turned over, lying on the other side of the big bed. Then he raised his sleeve, and a brocade quilt wrapped Ning Shuima tightly. "Who is it?" He took a deep breath, calming his chaotic breathing. His hand brushed his body, and his clothes returned to normal. In a flash, he was already standing in front of the door. When the door opened, a cold wind whistled past. Outside the door, there was no one. The sound just now was clearly the sound of someone knocking on the door. How could there be no one? Shun Julie's figure flashed, and he was already floating in the air. He looked around, and his eyebrows wrinkled. It was already late at night, and the whole Ning mansion was silent. Other than the night patrol, there was no one else. The night patrol was a familiar warrior of the mansion, and they were all loyal people. Moreover, they were quite far from here, so it was impossible for them to escape so quickly. Did he hear wrongly? Shun Julie confirmed that there was nothing strange around, and then he floated down. He didn't set up a protective barrier, so the falling snowflakes fell on his body and head, making his boiling blood gradually calm down. He almost made a big mistake. Thinking back to the scene just now, he felt a little scared. Although the knocking sound was strange, it did him good and not bad. Perhaps it was the wind mixed with the snowflakes knocking on the door. He looked up at the sky. The red clouds were so thick that they looked like they were about to fall. Rumble! Another rumble of thunder came from the depths of the clouds. The sound was muffled and distant, but it rang clearly in his ears. His expression returned to its usual indifference and coldness. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he nonchalantly sat down in front of the stone table in Ning Shuima's courtyard. He lowered his eyes and meditated. The snowflakes danced wildly around him, but not a single one landed on him. He sat there for a while and suddenly thought of something. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ning Shuima's bed and looked down at her. She had fallen asleep once again, and the moonlight flute was pressed under her body, with only the tip of the flute exposed. The light in his eyes deepened slightly as he deftly removed the moonlight flute from under her body and held it in his hand. The vertical bamboo flute was slightly hotter than Ning Shuima's body temperature. This vertical bamboo flute was strange. Shun Julie's palm emitted a white light, completely enveloping the moonlight flute. The body of the moonlight flute suddenly trembled slightly, as if there was something struggling inside, wanting to break out of the flute. Shun Julie urged the psychokinesis in his palm again, and a thin fingernail-sized piece shot out from the vertical bamboo flute, but the moment it touched the air, it turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1108. Shun Julie's expression changed. Although the thin piece disappeared quickly, it didn't escape his eyes. It was like a dream-eating goo. This kind of goo could devour a person's dream and then transmit the scene in the dream to the person who planted the goo. Because this goo's appearance was very similar to the flute membrane, it was very difficult to detect. And this goo was a top-grade dream-eating goo. The disguise technique actually made him unable to see through it. Shun Julie held the flute, his gaze turning cold. Who was the one who deliberately wanted a peek into a girl's dream? What was the purpose? Could it be Shuilan in a deserted house? There was no path. The house was dilapidated, and the door was rustling in the cold wind. However, a red light could be seen faintly in one of the halls. A man in red was sitting on an armchair in the main hall. In front of him was a sparkling mirror. What was reflected in the mirror was not his peerless appearance, but a vast expanse of clouds and mist. It was very much like the snowflakes on a TV screen when there was no program on. His fingers were clenching the bronze mirror so tightly that his fingertips turned white. What was shown in the bronze mirror just now was Ning Shuima's dream. In the dream, she directly transformed into Shui Emo and shunned Julie's wedding. That big red 11 character and the big red wedding hall stung his eyes, making his fingers clench even tighter. Although he knew that those things were in the past and couldn't be changed, he still couldn't help but want to jump in and separate the two people. But he resisted in the end. His dream-eating goo had an additional function that no one knew about compared to the goo worms refined by ordinary goo masters. He could control the dream-eating goo to change the original scene in the dream and change some things. But if he changed it, it would cover up the truth he wanted to know. This was not what he wanted. So he watched in the bronze mirror as they went through the wedding ceremony. Shen Julie was indeed arrogant. On the wedding day, he didn't wear the groom's red robe, but wore a white robe with plum blossoms painted on it. Only the red plum blossoms at the corner of the robe died a little happy. He watched them enter the bridal chamber hand in hand, watched them drink wine together, watched Shui Emo hug Shen Julie's neck and kiss him, and even pushed him down on the wedding bed. In the dream, Shen Julie's expression was a little strange. He seemed to be struggling, especially that pair of eyes, as deep as the sea. In the end, he seemed to have decided something, turned from passiveness to initiative. He said a sentence in Shui Emo's ear, Shui Emo's lips, but Shui Ilan could read lips, so he immediately read it. What Shen Julie said was, "For him, are you going to fight for him? I'll help you." Shui Ilan's mind was shaken, and he almost lost his grip on the mirror. It turned out that at that time, Shen Julie already knew Shui Emo's purpose of trying to get close to him, but he didn't expose it. Shui Ilan was a little distracted. When he came back to his senses and looked at the mirror again, he found that the scene had completely changed. It was no longer the red bridal chamber and the red wedding bed. What appeared in the mirror was Ning Shuima's boudoir in the Ning mansion. On the big bed, Shen Julie was entangled with Ning Shuima. Because Ning Shuima was half awake and half dreaming at that time, the scene in the bronze mirror was blurred, as if it was separated by countless layers of fog. Shui Ilan couldn't see the specific movements of the two people, only two vague silhouettes. But these two silhouettes were as sharp as knives to him, making his blood rush to the top of his head in an instant. Chapter 1109. Naturally, he knew what had happened. He cursed under his breath and sent a strand of his primordial spirit into the bronze mirror without hesitation. He knocked on the door of Ning Shuima's room with the power of his primordial spirit. This method of splitting one's primordial spirit consumed a lot of primordial spirit and couldn't be sustained for long. Therefore, after knocking twice with all his might, his primordial spirit returned automatically. He was so tired that he spat out a mouthful of blood and panted for a while. He was so dizzy that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. By the time he came back to his senses, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling screech coming from the bronze mirror. He raised his head in shock, only to discover that there was a flash of blood in the bronze mirror before disappearing. It was as if the bronze mirror's signal had been cut off. Ning Shuima's dream no longer appeared. Needless to say, his venomous spell was discovered by Shen Julie, and he destroyed it, so that he couldn't peek into Ning Shuima's dream from her previous life. Damn it! He slammed the bronze mirror shut and slowly walked out of the door. The snowflakes in the courtyard were scattered by the wind. There was not a single star in the sky, only rolling dark clouds. He suddenly smiled and raised his hand to catch a few snowflakes. He sniffed them, and this time, even his eyebrows were curved. Shen Julie, you stole Momo from me 3,000 years ago. How can I let you steal Shuima again after 3,000 years? She will be mine. I let her down 3,000 years ago. In this life, I will do my best to make it up to her. I will pamper her and make her fall in love with me. Ning Shuima woke up in a daze, and her face was slightly red. She had a wet dream. And it was a wet dream that felt very real. In her dream, she and the Almighty had consummated their marriage and made love to each other. His kiss, his hands, his caresses. She had even tasted that piercing pain. The intensity of it felt like it really happened. When she woke up, she could still feel her heart beating very fast. She touched her burning face. Was she crazy about marrying the Almighty? She actually dreamed of this. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows and sat up. The brocade blanket slipped off her body, and she saw the clothes she was wearing. It was a brand new and comfortable nightgown. The style was similar to the ones the Almighty usually gave her. It was a little conservative and even covered half of her neck. She stood there in a daze for a moment, and the scene from last night began to flash through her mind. The alcohol from last night was so strong that it actually knocked her out. However, she still had a deep impression of what happened in the restaurant last night. After all, she wasn't drunk at that time. It seemed that the moment she stepped out of the restaurant, the wind blew and the alcohol came back. She seemed to have almost tripped and fell into someone's arms. She sat on the bed in a daze for a moment before jumping up. Could it be that my wet dream was real? Was it not an illusory dream? The Almighty had sex with her while she was drunk? She steeled her heart and took off her nightgown to check her body. Then she found that there were all kinds of strawberries planted all over her body, even in some sensitive areas. This was definitely not something that could be formed in a dream. Then she felt a little sore in her lower abdomen and waist. There was even a strange feeling in that area. After all, Ning Xiuama had never experienced this before. All her experience in this area came from the internet or novels. She didn't know what it was like for a girl to experience her first time. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look down. Then she was stunned. There was blood under her nightgown. She was bleeding. Oh God. She really had sex with the Almighty. Chapter 11:10. She actually had sex with him when she was half awake and half drunk. Damn it. Her first time, it actually happened when she was drunk. Now that she thought about it, she didn't have a deep impression of it. Even if her ideal first time didn't happen on their wedding night, it should have happened in a romantic situation where both of them were in love with each other. Drinking a little wine, holding hands, and then it would naturally happen. She would remember it for the rest of her life. Whenever she thought about it, it would be beautiful. But not now. Now, she didn't even have a concrete impression of it. Too hateful. When she took the initiative to seduce him, he could even shout for her to stop in time. He was even better than Liu Xiaohui, which made her feel that the Almighty's self-control was very strong. But she didn't expect that he would sleep with her while she was drunk. What about now? Where was he now? Was he afraid that she would catch him and make him take responsibility and scare him away? Ning Xiuama was so angry that she immediately took out the directed audio talisman that the Almighty gave her. Almighty, you're awake? Since you're awake, then wash up and accompany me to attend Ji Yunhuang's wedding. The Almighty's voice was very calm and unhurried. Where are you now? Next door. The Almighty answered simply. After sleeping with her, he ran next door to clear his relationship with her? No way. She had to get to the bottom of this. Ning Xiuama felt the anger in her heart burning even more, and her voice became colder. Almighty, why are you not at your Taoist master residence, but at my Ning residence? Shen Jili paused. This little girl was so angry when she woke up. Why? On a snowy night, I carried a drunk person back. It was very tiring. Your residence's housekeeper was very touched and felt that it was reasonable for me to stay here. I was moved by your sincerity and reluctantly decided to stay. I only let them clean the room twice. Why? Didn't you want to thank me? Thank you, my ass. Taking away her chastity while she was drunk. If she didn't like him, she would have gone next door and beat him up for it. Ning Xiuama smiled. Almighty, come here. I want to thank you in person. Damn it, this kind of debt was better settled face to face. It was inconvenient to make a phone call. The Almighty came over quickly. Just as she finished speaking, her door was pushed open and the Almighty walked in. How do you want to thank me? Looking at Ning Xiuama's messy clothes, he frowned slightly. Why haven't you dressed up yet? Did you carry me home because I was drunk last night? Ning Xiuama sat down on the chair, looking like she was in court. Yes. Did you take advantage of me after we returned to this house? Not bad. The Almighty was someone who dared to take responsibility for his actions. After a pause, he added, You pulled me onto the bed, Ning Shu. She was the one who initiated it? She thought about it carefully and realized that she had no recollection of it. She gritted her teeth. That's because I'm drunk. Almighty, you're not drunk. If you don't want to, you can easily push me away. Damn it. Why does this conversation feel so weird? Shunjili raised his eyebrows. Why should I push you away? It's rare for you to take the initiative. Ning Xiumao, she coughed and sat up straight. She looked at him like a cat. What about the Almighty? This time, it was Shunjili's turn to raise his eyebrows. What do you mean? He actually pretended to be confused. Ning Xiumao was unhappy and leaned forward. Didn't you say that I can't be intimate with you until I reach level 8? Give me an explanation when I reach level 8. You can't control yourself now. If it's brought forward, what about the future? Chapter 11:11. Damn it. Would it kill him to say I'll marry you? She even had to interrogate him like an interrogation. Shunjili raised his eyebrows and looked at her. The intimacy that I'm talking about is not the intimacy that we're talking about now. You don't have to wait until you reach level 8. Ning Xiumao felt that her clever mind was confused by his words. Then what is the intimacy that you're talking about? Shunjili paused. He felt that this girl was pretending to be confused. She obviously knew everything. But looking at Ning Xiumao's expression, it didn't seem like she was faking it. The intimacy that I'm talking about is the kind that has a physical relationship, just like what a husband and wife do. Shunjili never thought that he would be able to share this knowledge with her one day. Ning Xiumao was angry. Don't we already have a physical relationship? You already took my virginity last night. Shunjili was speechless. He obviously didn't take the last step. Okay? She almost got internal injuries from holding it in. He looked at her from head to toe and then said, Come, stand up and walk a few steps. Ning Xiumao didn't know what he was up to, but she wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. She stood up and walked back and forth a few times. Then, she stepped on the chair next to the Almighty and leaned over to look at him. So what if I walk a few steps? Shunjili looked at her imposing posture again and said slowly, If I really did something to you last night, do you think you would still be able to get out of bed today? Do you think you can still walk as if nothing happened? Ning Xiumao was speechless. Did the Almighty mean that he didn't really have sex with her? Then why did she feel that her waist was sore, her stomach was hurting, and even her lower body? Just as she thought of this, she felt a gush of blood coming out from her lower body. Her new underwear was quickly dyed red. Ning Xiumao froze. This feeling was similar to the feeling of having her period. Shunjili also glanced at her bloodstained skirt. Menstruation. Ning Xiumao's pretty face finally turned red. Damn her period of all times, it just had to come at this time. It caused her to misunderstand the Almighty, causing her to make such a blunder. Before Shunjili stepped out of the door, he patted her on the shoulder and said, Congratulations, you've finally become a young girl. Then he slowly walked out. Ning Xiumao, what did he say? Was she not a young girl before? He wouldn't keep treating her like a little girl, would he? Ning Xiumao was a little suspicious. So I still have my chastity. I haven't lost my first time. Ning Xiumao heaved a sigh of relief, but for some reason, she felt a little disappointed. Looking at the marks on her body, the Almighty must have taken advantage of her crazily last night, but he was still able to stop in time and not take the last step. The Almighty's self-control was indeed not for show. Ning Xiumao thought that Ji Yun Huang and Tian Xueqing's wedding wouldn't be too smooth and that there would be some small accidents. She didn't expect that the wedding would be perfect from the beginning to the end. The red wedding hall was decorated beautifully, and the guests were bustling with activity. The sound of firecrackers was deafening, and the wedding procession was draped in red decorations along the long street. Everything was the same as the crown prince marrying the crown princess. There was no deviation at all. Even Ji Yun Huang didn't have the evil aura from last night. He was wearing the crown prince's red wedding outfit. Although he wasn't beaming, there was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 11:12. When the music stopped, Ji Yun Huang reached his hand into the sedan and allowed Tian Xueqing who was wearing a red veil, to help him out. He could feel that her palm was slightly sweaty. Her hand was warm and smooth. He helped her out of the sedan and transmitted his voice to her. "You finally got what you wanted. My crown princess." The small hand on the back of his hand slightly stiffened. Her palm was slightly cold. She transmitted her voice back. "Thank you, Your Highness." Her voice was cold and did not have any warmth. Ji and Huang felt an indescribable anger and transmitted his voice again. "Other than this title, I will not give you anything else." The small hand on the back of his hand stiffened. Her voice was still very faint when she transmitted her voice. "Whatever." Ji and Huang was speechless. He felt as if he had punched the air, and there was nothing left for him to do. His other hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, secretly clenched and sneered in his heart. A crown princess who did not receive any love from her husband would not have a good life in the crown prince residence, even if she had the title. He would let her know the price of blindly coveting the position of crown princess. Amidst the sound of firecrackers and music, he led her step by step down the red carpet and into the main hall. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, they bowed to heaven and earth. When the last words of husband and wife bow to each other were said, the bride and groom bowed to each other, and the ceremony was finally completed. Not only did Lihin Ti breathe a sigh of relief, even Ning Xiuma, who was sitting at the head of the table with Shun Juli, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, her heart still felt heavy. Although the two of them were married, their future was still unknown. Could Tian Xueqing move Ji and Huang? Could she obtain the happiness she wanted? Ning Xiuma's gaze turned and saw Shui Mo's figure among the guests. She looked at the pair of newlyweds who were about to enter the wedding room and was somewhat lost in thought. The young girl's big eyes were filled with envy. She must be envious of the grandeur of this wedding. Ning Xiuma secretly sighed. What was the use of a wedding without love? It was just a show for the parents of both sides. No matter how grand the wedding is, it can't hide the heartless paleness. Tian Xueqing, I hope you can find happiness. The wedding ended perfectly. Shen Jili did not attend the banquet that followed. Instead, he left with Ning Xiuma. What are you thinking about? Shen Jili asked Ning Xiuma, who seemed to be lost in thought. White clouds floated in the sky, while white snow covered the ground. Heaven and earth were one color, and the scenery was quite interesting. Ning Xiuma sat on Shun Juli's cloud. She looked down at the scenery below and seemed to have thought of something. I hope that Tian Xueqing and Ji and Huang's ending won't be the same as Yi Feng's. Shen Jili didn't say anything. He just stroked her hair, smoothing out her messy hair like satin. Guru, aren't you good at fortune-telling? What was the ending of Ji and Huang and Tian Xueqing? Ning Xiuma looked at him with bright eyes. Shen Juli's fingers that were stroking her hair paused. He only said one sentence. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. TSK, he's keeping me in suspense again. I don't want to know their specific fate. I only want to know if their ending will be a comedy or a tragedy. Guru, you didn't say 2 words, so it's not considered revealing heaven's secrets, right? Whether it's a comedy or a tragedy depends on them. The guru said a few words, but none of them were the answer that Ning Xiuma wanted. Guru, can't you tell? Ning Xiuma didn't give up trying to provoke him. To me, provocation is useless. The guru remained calm and unfathomable. Chapter 11:13. Ning Xiuma shook her head. That's not right. I heard that there's no one in this world that great God can't see through unless you've already changed their fate and changed their fate. Only then will their fate be in their own hands and no one else can see it. But great God shouldn't have changed the fate of these 2 people, so there's no reason why you can't see it. Shun Juli's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. This little girl was too smart. Other people could draw inferences from one case, but she could draw inferences from 6. The fate of those 2. He had already adjusted it a long, long time ago. Ji and Huang was the reincarnation of his most prized 5th disciple, Tian Xiaoshu, while Tian Xueqing's name was Ling Zai in her previous life. Tian Xiaoshu was a prince, while Ling Zai was an assassin sent by his enemy country. Ling Zai came to Tian Xiaoshu's side as a spy, but fell in love with him by accident and did everything for him. Tian Xiaoshu secretly found out about her identity, but he didn't believe her. He only pretended to deal with her and even used her as a traitor, causing her to be hunted down by her own country. At the most critical moment, Tian Xiaoshu saved his sister and then watched as Ling Zai was shot to death by the pursuers. Tian Xiaoshu always thought that Ling Zai didn't love him. It was only at the moment of her death that he realized he was wrong. He searched for Ling Zai's soul like a madman and begged the ancestor. The ancestor didn't want to change Tian Xiaoshu's fate, so Tian Xiaoshu left in despair. He didn't know where he heard that the ginseng baby had the ability to bring the dead back to life. So he traveled thousands of miles to find this fruit tree. In the end, he died silently in the stomach of the stone's spirit. After Tian Xiaoshu died, Shun Juli was sad that his prized disciple had died early. He also felt that it wasn't good for his disciple to die with such regrets. So he wanted the two of them to have a perfect life. So when he recognized that Tian Xueqing was Ling Zai's reincarnation, he immediately used some means to give her to Ji Huang. Tian Xueqing's meeting with Ji Huang when she was young was also secretly arranged by him. According to the original fate, Tian Xueqing and Ji Huang wouldn't cross paths in this life, so there wouldn't be any fate between them. Ji Huang would sit on top of the world, but spend the rest of his life alone. As for Tian Xueqing, she would be treated as a pawn by her father and given to the sect master to be his second wife. She would live an ordinary life, emotionless and without desires until death. Now, because of his intervention, Tian Xueqing and Ji Huang finally got together and filled up the imperfections of his previous life. He only hoped that Ji Huang would cherish this hard-won fate and not miss it with Tian Xueqing. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate was a technique that defied the heavens. It could not be told to anyone, let alone to the person involved. Of course, he couldn't see how they would develop in the future. He couldn't tell Ning Xuema all of this, and he didn't want to let Ning Xuema keep guessing. So he pulled her up. "How's your fog condensing technique going? Show me one." "Tester." Ning Xuema's eyes immediately lit up. "I've succeeded." Her fingers repeatedly moved in the air, and a moment later, a small cloud of mist was summoned to her. "How is it?" Ning Xuema was waiting for the Almighty's affirmation. "It's just passable." The Almighty didn't hold back and said, "With this kind of mist, not to mention carrying you in the future, even if it carried an ant, it would still pass through. Continue to cultivate." With a wave of his sleeve, the small cloud of mist floating on Ning Xuema's fingertips disappeared without a trace. Ning Xuema was speechless. Chapter 11:14. She didn't say anything and just focused on her training, completely forgetting about Ji Huang and the others. Shun Jili successfully changed the topic. He glanced down at the capital city that was far away. "Ji Huang, I hope you can grasp your own happiness. Master can only help you up to this point." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Half a year's time wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. The structure of the 5 countries on this continent didn't change much. To others, this half a year might just be the change of the sun and the moon, but to Ning Xuema, it was half a year of rapid progress. Her psychokinesis had reached Earth rank level 6 and was on its way to level 7. When she reached Earth rank level 6.5, Shun Jili told her that she could practice the Imperial Sword technique. She could finally fly by herself. Maybe it was because she had fallen from the sky too many times that it left a shadow in her heart. She had a good grasp of the Imperial Sword technique, but she didn't dare to practice it herself. Day after day passed, and unknowingly, a month had passed. Moreover, it seemed like it would continue to drag on indefinitely. In this half a year, the great god didn't just teach her in one place, but brought her to travel all over the world, thousands of mountains and rivers. Not only did her psychokinesis grow like a sesame seed, but she also gained a lot of knowledge and experience. Her horizons were also very broad. She finally knew that this continent was just a place for Shun Jili to stay. There were still many places he could go. For example, there was the Ageless Country, the Dwarf Country, the Giant Country, and so on. Qian Pavilion was a pavilion in the sky. The sunrise here was the most spectacular, and it was a great scenery. Shenjuli and Ning Shuima flew into the pavilion hand in hand. She had been to many beautiful places. The cold moonlight on Mount Yuehua, the blossoming peach blossoms in Luxian Park, the clouds and mist in Chongkong country, the tall cliffs, and the slowly flowing river of stars on the astrology platform. But there was no place that could compare to this place. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The sun slowly rose from the churning sea of clouds, radiating golden light in all directions. The layers of clouds were dyed by the golden light layer by layer, and gradually they were plated with a divine aura. The Kirin happily played with the Luan birds that were dancing in the sun. Every scale on its body shone brightly under the sunlight, making it look like a golden Kirin. The red-crowned crane danced around the pavilion, its figure graceful and graceful. Specks of light sprinkled down, making it look like a dream. There seemed to be a faint singing voice coming from far away. The heavenly wind blew, and celestial music drifted in the air. It was truly a paradise on earth. Ning Shuima and Shun Julie stood side by side, hand in hand, enjoying the prosperity of the mortal world. There was a faint, cold fragrance in the air, like a wisp of cold plum fragrance in the midst of the heavy snow, making one feel relaxed and happy. It was the unique scent of the Almighty. Ning Shuima looked at the Luan birds dancing in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Almighty, this place is really beautiful. How did you find this pavilion in the sky? Shenjuli held her waist and smiled faintly. Shuima, do you like this place? His smile was like a lotus flower in the misty rain, light and elegant. Even though Ning Shuima had been with the Almighty for so long, she was still often swayed by his smile. Ning Shuima nodded and smiled as she snuggled into his embrace. She raised her head, and her large eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She replied without hesitation, I like it. I like it very much. Chapter 11:15. Shenjuli lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms. Her face was flushed with excitement. His eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. He coaxed, It's good that you like it. Come, Shuima, close your eyes. Ning Shuima's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The Almighty suddenly brought her to such a beautiful place to enjoy the sunrise together. Then he looked at her affectionately and asked her to close her eyes. Could it be the Almighty was going to propose to her? Ning Shuima felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Looking at Shun Julie's half-smile, she suddenly felt that the Almighty's smile was so devilish and seductive. She slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, due to uneasiness. It was as if a black butterfly was fluttering up and down. Was the Almighty going to confess? Was he finally going to confess and marry her? Should she agree immediately or proudly say that she would think about it? If she agreed immediately, it would seem too unreserved. Moreover, the Almighty had made her wait for so long. She should be a little proud, for once, should she say that she would think about it. But she really wanted to agree immediately. Ning Shuima's heart was in a dilemma. Suddenly, she felt something soft on her lips. A faint fragrance wafted into her face. Ning Shuima was immersed in this kiss while her heart was in a dilemma. He kissed her. Next, he was going to propose. He was going to propose. Should she agree or not? After the kiss, Ning Shuima's long eyelashes trembled slightly again. Her face seemed to be redder than before she could figure out what to do. She suddenly felt her body become light. Before she could react, her body flew out of Qianyun Pavilion like a cannonball. The clouds in the sky came and went quickly. In the wind, Shun Julie's faint voice sounded, Go, Shuima. This is a good place to practice flying. Although the wind was strong, Shun Julie's voice was clear as if it was right next to her ear. It wasn't hard to hear the faint smile in his voice. Shenjuli, you bastard. Ning Shuima's exasperated voice echoed in the wind. Go, Shuima. Do you think you're throwing a poke ball, you bastard? After seeing the beautiful scenery and kissing, shouldn't it be begging? Marriage? Really? Why did things change so abruptly when it came to her? Almighty, where did all your romantic cells go? If it was any other girl, she would have already been toyed to death. Ning Xiaoma complained as she channeled her psychokinesis. At the same time, she silently summoned her sword. A pair of shining Amei piercers suddenly appeared under her feet, gently supporting her. Ning Xiaoma was immediately embarrassed when she saw them. Because of this distraction, the flow of her psychokinesis paused for a moment. Her body swayed, and she almost fell again. Other people were all sage-like when they flew on their swords. Why was it so funny when it came to him? Was there an immortal who could fly on two swords? It wasn't like she was skating. The Amei piercers came in a pair. When she summoned them, she naturally summoned a pair. She just happened to be stepping on one with each foot. In addition, it was her first time flying on a sword, so she wasn't very stable. She jumped up and down, so she looked like a crab running amok in the sky. It looked quite funny. Stepping on two swords was a lot more stable, but if there was a strong wind, she would definitely have to perform a split in the air. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She recited a spell and put away one of the Amei piercers. Then, she shifted her weight to the other one. Chapter 11:16. The Amei piercer shook violently, as if it was dissatisfied that its other half was missing. It almost threw Ning Xiaoma off. Ning Xiaoma cursed in a low voice after she steadied herself. The sword had become a spirit and was throwing a tantrum with her. Damn it! She tried to stabilize the Amei piercer and slowly tried to fly with only the sword. At first, she flew in all directions and almost fell off several times. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, so she was able to escape danger every time. Time flew by quickly amidst this thrilling experience. After a while, Ning Xiaoma was finally able to fly in a straight line. Her figure was also able to stand steadily on top of it. She looked like she was in the right situation. Ning Xiaoma gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. She really was a rarely seen, peerless genius in this world. Flying on a sword was such a difficult task, yet she was able to grasp it so quickly. Looking at the trajectory behind her, it was such a beautiful straight line. There was not a single bend. It was as straight as a plane. Moreover, the thickness of the clouds was uniform, just like a straight cloud road. Ning Xiaoma was flying around proudly. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of her. She suddenly braked and almost flipped over. She stopped just before the tip of her sword touched the person. She steadied herself and looked up to see the person in front of her. She suddenly became angry. "Shun Julie, do you want to die?" Shun Julie looked at her quietly with a faint smile on his face. Only then did Ning Xiaoma react. Her little bit of martial arts couldn't harm a single hair on the great god's head. She suddenly remembered the scene when Shun Julie threw her down. It was like throwing a Pikachu. When she was about to get angry, she suddenly heard Shun Julie's smiling voice. "Xiaoma, you can't fly wrong." Ning Xiaoma was immediately proud. She controlled the Amei piercer to fly around him a few times. She could not hide her pride. "Of course, I'm a genius. You found a treasure." The smile on Shun Julie's face deepened when he saw that she was like a proud little lion. He suddenly stood behind her and whispered in her ear, "Little genius, take me for a spin." His breath was right next to her ear, and his lips gently touched her earlobe when he spoke. Ning Xiaoma's earlobes were very sensitive. Basically, they couldn't be touched, not to mention being touched by the lips of the person she loved. Ning Xiaoma was so agitated that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Furthermore, Shun Julie was standing on top of her with his real body. He didn't use any qin gong at all. Because of the sudden addition of a person's weight, the Amei piercer suddenly sank downwards. In an instant, they had fallen several hundred meters vertically. Ning Xiaoma. Her heart almost jumped out her throat. Damn it, she hadn't even activated the ability to carry people. She controlled the Amei piercer in a flurry. The Amei piercer flew up and down randomly. Ning Xiaoma was almost flipped over. It was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Shun Julie stood behind her calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him. He quietly stood there, weighing the scales. Ning Xiaoma almost wanted to kick him down. When did the Almighty become so bad? She tried to stabilize the Amei piercer that was jumping up and down while complaining. Almighty, why are you so heavy? Shouldn't you go on a diet? Shun, Julie. This little girl actually complained that he was heavy? He hadn't even officially pressed her down. Shun Julie's eyes darkened and his eyelashes drooped. He seemed to be seriously considering how to punish this little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She had a feeling that she was being schemed against. Chapter 11:17. Before she could finish this thought, a big blue head suddenly appeared in front of her. Little Apple's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Master, you can fly too?" Ning Xiuma secretly comforted her frightened little heart and nodded. She patted Little Apple's big head and said, "Of course, don't you know who your master is?" Little Apple became even more cheerful. He flew a few rounds around Ning Xiuma and shouted excitedly, "Master, you're great. It's your first time flying, and you're so stable and fast." Ning Xiuma couldn't hide her pride and said, "Of course, Little Apple. Look, I'm also flying very steadily with the Almighty on my back." After saying that, she flew a few rounds with the Almighty on her back. She flew in a circle, and the circle she flew out was even more accurate than a compass. Little Apple's eyes were full of stars. "Master, you're great." Ning Xiuma looked at Little Apple's admiring eyes and felt even better. She raised her eyebrows proudly. Haha, with this skill, she wouldn't be afraid of falling off a cliff anymore. No matter how high she fell, it didn't matter to her. She could fly over mountains, plains, and oceans on her sword. She couldn't hide the smile in her eyes when she thought of this. She was already one step closer to the golden path of being awesome. "Master, Kieran's voice sounded again. Ning Xiuma lowered her head and saw Little Apple's bashful expression. He seemed to want to say something, but found it hard to open his mouth. Kieran had always been tough and careless. When did he learn to be shy? Ning Xiuma patted Kieran's big head and said, "Little Apple, say what you want to say. When did you become as bashful as a female, Kieran?" Little Apple raised his big head and looked at her with eyes full of hope. "Master, can you carry Little Apple and fly back?" Ning Xiuma looked at the fat and strong Kieran in front of her. He was dozens of feet tall and weighed a few tons. The corner of her mouth twitched. "No, Little Apple, you can't." Little Apple continued to plead. He hugged Ning Xiuma's calf with his front legs and almost pulled her down. "Master, I beg you." Ning Xiuma was speechless. No, I think." Shunjili raised his hand slightly and flicked Little Apple away. Little Apple was instantly sent flying. After a while, he ran back, feeling wronged. Looking at the enlarged email piercer under Ning Xiuma's feet, it steeled its heart and stood up abruptly. At the same time, it said pitifully, "Master, please fly Little Apple back. Today is Little Apple's birthday." The moment Little Apple stepped on the email piercer, it was like a plane being stepped on by a giant. It suddenly fell down in a parabola. Ning Xiuma's heart almost stopped when she descended 2,000 meters in just a few seconds. She was about to go crazy. No matter how much of a genius she was, it was impossible for her to carry a mythological beast that weighed several tons to fly. She was about to kiss the earth. She really wanted to kick Kieran down, but controlling the email piercer had already taken up all her energy. She didn't have the time to kick it. Guru, hurry up and do something. If you don't do something, we'll fall to our deaths." Ning Xiuma could only ask the guru for help. "I'm too heavy." Suddenly, Shun Julie's words came from the sky. He still stood behind Ning Xiuma with an indifferent look, quietly hugging her slender waist. Ning Xiuma didn't react for a moment. When she did, she immediately felt sad and angry. Why was the guru so petty? Chapter 11:18. Master, you're descending too fast. This won't do. Pull me up, pull me up." Kieran felt that its master's heart was too strong. Even it didn't dare to try descending at such a fast speed. As expected, its master was the best. Kieran gave its master a thumbs up in its heart, seeing that they were still a few hundred meters away from the ground, and then looking at the huge Kieran squatting in front of her. Ning Xiuma finally couldn't help but explode in the wind. "Little Apple, you stupid Kieran, get down." Her sudden outburst gave Little Apple a fright. Little Apple shook its scales that stood up from the fright and flew away unwillingly. It even asked, "Master, did you specially bring Little Apple to make a drop tower?" Ning Xiaoma had casually mentioned the drop tower when she was chatting with it. She didn't expect it to remember it. Ning Xiaoma's reply was to kick its chilling buttocks. "Ow!" Little Apple howled and hurriedly flew away. Ning Xiaoma steadied herself when she was about 300 meters away from the ground. It was only now that she had the time to look at the scenery around her. Suddenly, she was stunned. The whistling cold wind, the vast snowfield, and the faint figure of the sun on the distant horizon. This place was the ice field. She had come here with a group of people half a year ago. It was polar night then, but now it was polar day. The ice and snow were still there, but the people were no longer there. She exhaled softly and slowly controlled the sword to get close to the ground. Then she jumped off. She stood in the same place. When she saw the scenery around her clearly, her eyes dimmed slightly. In front of her was a vast snowfield. At a glance, it was boundless. Here, the wind and snow were still there, but it had already covered the traces of the past. Not far away was a cliff. Below the cliff was a vast sea. Ning Xiaoma walked up the cliff quietly. Her expression was indifferent, and her gaze was distant, as if she was reminiscing about something. Ning Xiaoma would never forget the scene of Yan Ziyuan jumping off the cliff with Yifeng in her arms. Those people, those things, those once vibrant scenes might have faded long ago, but they had always been in her heart. They had become a thorn in her heart, a needle that would jump out from time to time and stab her. Shun Julie gently held her waist and stood side by side with her on the edge of the cliff. Ning Xiaoma nestled in Shun Julie's arms, her eyes still staring into the distance. She softly asked, "Great God, do you think they are together?" Shun Julie tidied her slightly messy hair and said indifferently, "Perhaps." Ning Xiaoma was silent for a long time. After a long time, she stretched out her hand and a green light flickered on her fingertips. In the center of the green light, a small white flower bud gradually bloomed. It bloomed layer by layer in a complicated manner. Kiran curiously came up to her. "Master, what flower is this? It's so beautiful." Ning Xiaoma looked at the sacred and beautiful flower in her hand and said indifferently, "Red spider lily, a flower that leads the way for souls." She continued to bloom a few more red spider lilies in her hand and threw them down together. A few white flowers floated on the blue sea, sending them far away. Until the flowers completely disappeared, she and the great god turned to leave. "Great God, I want to take a look at the bottom of the cave again." Shun Julie readily agreed. "Okay." The two of them walked down the tunnel. Ning Xiaoma did not speak along the way, but the image of Yan Ziyuan stumbling while carrying Yifeng flashed past her eyes. It had only been half a year, but now it felt like a lifetime. Chapter 11:19. What was love in the world? It made people pledge their lives to each other. If Gu Ziyan had not cast the twin life curse on Yan Ziyuan, none of this would have happened. Perhaps Yan Ziyuan and Yifeng would have lived happily together. At that time, she only cared about Yan Ziyuan and forgot about Gu Ziyan. She did not know what happened to that bastard. The crystals in the cave were still strange. From afar, Ning Xiaoma saw a human-shaped object lying in front of her. She walked closer to take a look, and her heart skipped a beat. It was a corpse that was shriveled to the extreme, like a mummy that was all skin and bones, and its body was still wrapped in the dark and tattered fur of a white wolf. It lay there on its stomach, and it was so thin that its original appearance could no longer be seen clearly. Only the jade thumb ring he held tightly in his hand revealed his true identity. Gu Ziyan. It turned out that he did not escape, but died here. Ning Xiaoma lowered her head and glanced at the corpse. It looked like he had starved to death. Ning Xiaoma sighed. Serve him right. This bastard deserved to end up like this. Strange. She remembered that her acupoint sealing technique could only immobilize a person for 4 hours. If this bastard's acupoints were unsealed, why didn't he escape? Why did he starve to death without moving? She suddenly thought of something and glanced at the Almighty beside her. Did you do this? Shinjuli answered faintly. I just didn't want him to follow me. Well, the Almighty did well. The knot in Ning Xiuma's heart finally melted a little. She and Shinjuli walked around the cave again. No one would come here for a few years. It was as if everything had happened yesterday. She held Shinjuli's hand and wandered around aimlessly. Shinjuli looked down at her and sighed in his heart. Xiuema still had not walked out of the tragedy of Yin Ziwen and Yifeng. The greatest taboo for cultivators was to be too stubborn. Once they were too stubborn, they would most likely form inner demons. Shinjuli suddenly said in an indifferent tone, Sometimes the ending you see with your eyes is not the final ending. Ning Xiuema was sensitive enough to smell the hidden meaning in his words. She looked up, grabbed his sleeve, and asked, Great Master, do you know something? Shinjuli looked at her with amusement. He patted her head and said, What do you know? I only said a sentence of Zen mantra. This little girl was indeed exceptionally intelligent. It was a pity that he could not tell her what happened to those two people. Ning Xiuema, however, after hearing what the Almighty said, the heaviness in her chest dissipated. Perhaps Yinziyuan and Yifeng had already reincarnated and were now happily together. She turned around and hugged the Almighty's arm. Finally, a smile appeared on her face. Great Master, you're right. Perhaps what you see now is not the final ending. Shinjuli ruffled her hair. You're a promising child. Ning Xiuema smiled. Of course, I'm a peerless genius. She was interrupted by the great god. Ning Xiuema's depression dissipated by half, and she became lively again. She held Shinjuli's sleeve and looked up with a smile. Great Master, I'm still missing the last ingredient for the Golden Sky pill. It happened to be on this ice field. Since I accidentally came here, let's go get it. Shinjuli patted her head. As you wish. Shinjuli's words warmed Ning Xiuema's heart. The feeling of being held in the palm of someone's hand was really wonderful. She tiptoed and kissed Shinjuli. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Great Master, you're the best. Moi. Chapter 11:20. Shinjuli pulled her into his embrace, lowered his head, and deepened the kiss. After a while, he let go of her, who was gasping for breath. Seeing her flushed face, he couldn't help but kiss her lightly on the lips. Then, he said calmly, Moi, we can want more in the future. Ning Xiuema was speechless. The two of them left the cave and came to the ice field again. They walked forward leisurely. The wind whistled and the snowflakes fell, but the two of them were not affected at all. Ning Xiuema silently chanted an incantation and set up another barrier outside the one set by the great god. She smiled and said, Great God, you can remove the barrier. Let me protect you this time. Shinjuli looked at her with a slight smile. With a flick of his finger, the transparent barrier immediately disappeared. Ning Xiuema's barrier was set up quite well. It blocked most of the wind. When the wind reached the two of them, it instantly turned into little sheep, leaving only a gentle breeze. Ning Xiuema looked at Shinjuli proudly. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly paused. She focused her attention and listened carefully. There seemed to be the sound of fighting in the distance. There were actually people in such a desolate place. She closed her eyes and listened carefully for a while. Then, she raised her eyebrows. There were not only two people, but they seemed to be fighting very fiercely. She had always been an onlooker. At this time, her curiosity was successfully piqued. She tugged on Shinjuli's sleeve and said, Great God, let's go and take a look. Shinjuli had actually heard it a long time ago. He didn't say anything because he was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. However, since Ning Xiuema requested it, it didn't matter if he went. The two of them finally stopped strolling around and began to walk forward. The closer they got to the place, the more intense the fight was. In the distance, a huge white beast was fighting with a person. Not far behind that person, there were two figures, one big and one small. Ning Xiuema's footsteps suddenly stopped. She immediately recognized the three people. The one fighting with the beast was Ji Yanhuang. Behind him was Tian Xueqing and Shueimo. A man and two women were walking together. What were the three of them doing here? Why was he fighting with the #1 overlord of the snowfield, the Snow Flood Dragon? Because of Ning Shuima's kick on the butt, the little Chilin's mood was a bit low. Its tail drooped as it dejectedly followed behind the two people. Seeing the two people in front of it stop, it suspiciously raised its head and saw the huge monster's silhouette in the distance. It excitedly raised its tail. "Master, this is the white monster that chased us last time. Master, let me go. I want to kill it. Last time, it chased me around like a pig and a wolf. This time, Little Apple is going to avenge itself." Ning Shuima patted Little Apple's head, signaling it to calm down. Little Apple suppressed its desire to charge forward, but its beastly eyes were still staring at the monster in the distance. Its forelimbs were slightly arched, as if it was going to shoot over in the next second. Little Apple seemed to have suddenly discovered something. Its tail was no longer as straight as an antenna. After a while, it suddenly slapped its big head. I was wondering what was wrong. Why is this one so big? I haven't seen it for half a year, and it actually grew a few rounds. What did it eat? It's so fat. Little Apple was right. This one was really too big. It was almost the size of 4 Kirin. Its huge body was indomitable. Ji and Huang and the rest were like insignificant ants in front of it. Shun Jiuli's gaze landed on the monster. He said indifferently, "This is the Snow Flood Dragon King."